How we doing, everyone? Stevie Walker here. Going on commentary for Lewis McCool Ryan Davey game. We're at the Blackball 67k challenge down in Blackpool. Live on Scottish Q Sports streaming. Sponsored by Fibretec Installations Limited. Lewis 2, Ryan 3 just now. Ryan get a good chance on these yellows. Looks like the yellow will pass into the top, so he'll be comfortable on these. Hope everybody's been enjoying the coverage so far. Craig does a great job. Absolute first class streaming. Brilliant event. Been some good pool played from a lot of people. A great chance here for Ryan to go 4-2 up on Lewis. Never in doubt, playing really well just now, Ryan, so you'll go 4-2 up on Lewis with this black. And he takes that away, so look at that, it's all going on just now. Some fantastic stuff getting played, as I said. Some crazy stuff as well, as you expect, but there's the results for them, everyone. Tam 3-1 up just now. John Joe Sharkey 4-3. Stuart McCulloch's managed to get in front. Campbell Dunlop 5-3 on Scott Coventry. Scott Pope 5-1. Trying to just pick a few out of this. Davy Marquis 5-0 down to Declan Duff. Davy's been playing some really good stuff as well. That's a big result so far. So here we go, Lewis with the break. The tables guys are absolutely lightning fast. Bit skiddy on the cushions. Obviously a lot of places been using the 861 for a while, the alternative kind of blue cloth, and the reactions are just so different, but the cloth is absolutely lovely. The tables are playing great. It's just caught a hell of a lot of people out. The odd bounce and maybe overscrew under hit because of the pace, so hopefully it's been some good viewing for you all. So big chance here for Lewis in the Reds if he gets this right. It was awkward queuing over the top of the yellow, so Ryan will get back to the table here. If he can get, I think it'll be the long yellow to the bottom left corner here. If he gets that, he'll fancy getting these. And as mentioned before, guys, the Fibretec Installations Limited sponsoring the Blackball Tables 67k Amateur Challenge. Some of the best amateurs have turned out for this one, and some guys hoping to do quite well and improve their game playing against some of the better players. And so far it's been absolutely brilliant. Played that well. Looked as if it was going in off the outside of the knuckle there, but the speed of the cloth, it's just making the bags play a tiny bit bigger, but it has so far been absolutely brilliant. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a special guest here, Kenny Donald, all the way from the the Canadian state.
Hi, good to be here.
Oh, Ryan here on the yellows with a chance, Kenny. What do you think?
Aye, well, he's... See, I've been not going that long, I can hardly see now. I don't know where the buzzer's going myself.
I wonder if he'll play the plant or
See, in Canada, that's a combo.
a combo. I think the plant into the right middle could be the shot here, guaranteeing him a chance.
Just a wee
Take
stand
these
back.
away, yep.
Maybe take the yellow next up on the left-hand rail there. Or cushion, as you see here. Mark White? No, he's Mark,
That's you. Kenny's now got his own microphone, so Lewis back to the table after Ryan missing that yellow.
Thanks, Stevie. I'm going to say it again, good to be here.
All the way from Canada.
Can't believe Ryan missed that opening shot. That's because I've bet him.
So I fancy Lewis to take these out. Surprised that Ryan letting them back in right enough, but
Oh,
where's the
and
white
he's hooked
going?
himself.
Where is the white going? And typical Lewis
big
fashion.
bash.
He's got a habit of that, Kenny. If it doesn't go his way, it's just a quick smash, and he's unfortunate, to be fair.
Aye, well, this is probably the first time I've seen much of Lewis actually playing, and I like his game, but I've noticed that where he will just get down and just one-stroke things when it's not going his way.
Ryan, big favourite here to go 5-2 up if he plays this right.
I've been following Ryan there when they've been in Canada, and his results have been decent, and he seems to be one of the more steady players that's getting results.
That's a very good shot. What about the Canadian boys, Kenny? How did they get on?
Well, you know, it's been a different experience for them, and I think they've enjoyed it overall. Certainly getting used to the rules in comparison to the rules we play back there. There is some rules they would like to implement. But three of my guys there, they never won a game between them a day. It was 7-0, 7-0, 7-0. So I said, we'll need to do ball count to see who was the worst at them.
So chances of getting some 8-ball tables in Canada, do you think? What do you think?
Well, once I get some feedback for the guys, you know, I'll see what they think, and if they think it could maybe go somewhere, then we'll talk about it and stuff. Or if maybe they'd be interested in bringing a team for the Worlds, like Ross has asked me.
Yeah.
He was maybe the wee trip to Cyprus here would be enough to entice them to come and play. Who knows?
Well, that's sometimes the vision of whatever opportunities that might come of it might, as you say, entice them into playing the game.
Well, it's new. I mean, like I said, I've been talking about it for years now. I've been over there, but I was like, look, you really need to come and experience it. Just to get a, you know, it's hard to explain it, so it's easier to get a feel for it once you play.
That was a great shot.
That was a great shot for Lewis, yeah.
And it was that old one-stroke swing. He's just managed to catch it.
Yeah. Then one of my guys there, he played Keith Keldy earlier, and it was 7-0 in 12 minutes to
Wow.
Keith, obviously. I think he's still traumatised out there. With to sponge his forehead and give him some smelling salts.
A knockout blow.
It was that way. I said to him, if that was a boxing match, I'd have stopped it.
No, I think it's great what you've done, bringing these guys over, letting them get a taste of what this game's got to offer, whether it's valuable to them or not. I think it's absolutely fantastic, mate.
Well, I think it's well, out of the five guys, there's one that's been here because his parents stay in Southport, but the other four, it's their first time in Europe, Scotland, whatever. You know, I think it's just a great experience overall for them. And I'll let them do the talking when we get back to Canada and explain to all the other guys or tell them about their experience. So this here looks a bit tight, Stevie. It's you know, they're having questioning.
Well, they're asking for a referee, so it must be really close.
Young guys like that shouldn't need to referee to be able to see that with their own eyesight.
Lewis is obviously thinking it's a total, and
Ryan's questioning it.
But I would be surprised if he's going to play it slow enough that nothing hits a cushion. But then again, he might just come off a side rail and just kind of touch it, but it won't. I don't think it helps him much. I think it just allows Ryan to get back in.
It just opens up that pocket more when he moves the red for that yellow to go by.
Oh, John's pulled the magic white ball out of his pocket.
Geez, John's aged, eh?
That's the way I feel every morning, mate. I've never understood how this. I mean, obviously now they can't see the ball.
I was just going to say the same. I don't know.
I've seen them do it quite a lot, Kenny, and I every time I see them do it, I'm always wondering what it is that it shows.
What did you see? Aye.
So it's not a total.
But I played on table 3 yesterday, and I'm not sure how they're playing now, but they're totally different to the tables out in the arena. Like sliding, and there was areas where it was like be slower. As soon as you come off a rail, the ball would just seem to slow up. Oh, we almost made that there.
Well, I'm not sure. I think that probably the tables in that section maybe we aren't getting practiced on like the others, so it may have had a wee bit
possibly,
less.
Yeah. But plus as well, we were the first game on yesterday, and they just put the balls through the machine, cleaned them all, and you could hardly pick them up. They were that slippy.
No, I fancy Ryan to take these out. Up the table just now, work his way back down.
He almost ran a wee bit too far, but he's all right.
Tables are really, really slick, eh? Really quick.
But you know what, Stevie? I was talking with the guys, and I think we agreed with the boys that came over with me. And I was talking to Morgan earlier about it, that I think if this white ball was a tad heavier for the game here, would be make it a better game. So the white just seems, because I've been gone 10 years now, it just seems so light.
Obviously, in the beginning, when the pool tables were coin operated in pubs, they made the white ball smaller to come out. But as the game has grown and there's so many major tournaments around the place and the balls just come out on their own anyway, it probably is time to maybe take the white ball to the same size and weight as the object balls, eh?
Well, even that, I wasn't even thinking of that. I was just thinking, even if it was the same size and you just added a bit more weight. Ryan's looking steady here.
Yeah, I don't see Ryan. It's first to 10, there's a long way to go, and Lewis is the type of player that can really go on a run, but Ryan's just really, really solid all the way through. I think Lewis has given him that, so yep.
Oh, there's a wee view of the whole room there. Nice view.
That's where the magic's happening, guys. Maybe get some of the results on the screen in a second. There you go, guys, for anybody want a wee look at some of the results so far.
I see Cruncher McCallum there, Tam. He's playing actually well.
Dan, yep.
And I've been impressed with this Campbell Dunlop. I have never seen him before. Heard he comes from the snooker background.
Really good player.
But looks solid. And first time I've seen Scott as well, who he 3 dishes there.
Sean Wishart 6-2 up. A lot of Scottish boys are doing quite well. I know we're down in England, but it really has been a mass migration of Scots for this event. Some guys over from, I think it's Morocco as well. Morocco, obviously the guys from Canada.
Steve, I think you better explain what migration means there. Up in Scotland, it's really usually litigation.
And this is promoted by UK World Pool, Fibretec Installations, the main sponsor. Scottish Q Sports live streaming. Stevie Walker and Kenny Donald here. Ryan 5-2 up on Lewis. A chance to maybe go 6 here. Not sure if the bottom one of the two in the middle goes.
I don't know if you'd heard Stevie as well there. I know it's Len Ratcliffe from Fibretec. It's sponsoring this.
Yep, he's a sponsor.
Aye, I think we should give out a shout out to Len there. I think he had a wee bit of trouble where he...
Oh, before getting here?
Aye, just to get here, aye.
Aye, that's right. Oh, he's tried to get into them there. I wonder if he can still flick that first yellow one.
The other guy as well, I seen earlier, Steph Donicky, was he in this tournament?
Oh, well,
Because he looked like he's just come down here for a sleep. Every time I see him, he's sleeping in a chair.
Steph was, he sponsored a few of the guys in, and
right.
he was in the 50 grand one that was, I think it was before COVID.
Right, okay, cool.
Steph played in that one, but he had a few of the guys sponsored into this event. So I think he was down doing a bit of supporting, but yep, he's got a habit of falling asleep.
Maybe it's insomnia. Or maybe he's doing the disco later.
Just looking at the results there, Campbell Dunlop's gone 8-3 up.
Oh, 8-3 now.
He's absolutely flying.
Another guy I was watching there I haven't seen was Joe Prince.
Aye.
Actually shoots really nice.
He's playing Scott Rorty, that's 2 each just now.
And first time I've seen Declan Duff as well. Impressed with him as well.
Oh, some right good talent here. There's a lot of them that are, I mean, they're not far below some of the pro guys. Probably not a million miles away from turning pro, some of them themselves. So there's some right good talent.
Well, that's before we came over, the guys were asking us what kind of calibre of guys we'd see here, and I said, look, there's going to be all sorts. I said, but there's going to be a few that are probably just under the level of going the pro route or whatever, you know. Loot? What's loot?
I don't think Ryan wanted to knock that yellow as far up, but he should be okay. It's just you might have to go top and then come down for the one at the bottom.
Aye, maybe draw back behind the one on the rail or over the pocket.
It looks as if he's going to try and take the two balls that's high first, but I think he'd probably be best just coming back and then leaving the one just below the red to last. And then he only needs to drop it in
just
for the
drop
bag.
it in for the other side pocket with the 8. It'd be interesting to ask Ryan after this game, or even Lewis, of how they felt about this table played compared to the other ones they've been on.
No, that's it. I mean, I played on, I think, table 13, 15 and table 17 that was through in the other room. I thought mine probably out of them all, table 17 felt the best, but then I think in the other room it's a bit more quiet and it just felt a bit more comfortable in there.
I found this morning when I was playing Preston, like it was so hot in this room.
Yeah.
And uncomfortable.
Do you know that was
Nice shot there for Ryan.
Last night it felt that it has been quite hot, but a lot of the guys seem to be coping quite well. I had half a bucket of water poured over my head last night, trying to keep myself cool. It was quite warm.
Well, to be fair, I might have been a wee bit hungover this morning as well, so I won't blame it all on the hull.
Ryan's absolutely flying here. Lewis has got a mountain to climb, and he can sometimes react a wee bit, Lewis, and get a bit hot-headed. But hopefully, he can keep calm and make this a good match.
Actually, I watched Lewis yesterday when he played John Owen. What a game that was.
Oh, that was a 10-9 game. That was fantastic.
Yeah, 10-9.
That's something new. I didn't even know. Ryan Davies just passed through the commentary box with a shortcut to the toilet that I knew nothing about.
There's Lee Killen. He's just lost 10-3. That's quite a landslide for Keane Monaghan.
Yep. That's a massive result. Jordan Parkinson, 4-3 up. I know Jordan from playing in the IPA. He's a really good player. Declan Duff, 7-0 on Davy Markey. I would never have... I know Declan's a quality player, but Davy's
been playing well,
yep,
for what I've seen.
Semi-final of the Saltire just before Christmas. Semi-final of the Scottish Championships. He's been absolutely super consistent the last while, so I'm really surprised at that.
Another kid there, or another guy playing there, is that Scott Pope. He seems to be lighting up as well.
I know.
That's us putting the seatbelt on.
Clunk, click every time. Oh, the Fibretec Installations Limited 67k Blackball Amateur Challenge. Down in Blackpool in the Grand Hotel, live on Scottish Q Sports streaming. Which I think everyone will agree is absolutely first class. Craig does a fantastic job, so well done you.
I wonder whether we've got our friend Mr. Rooney watching from afar over in Qatar.
Well, that's it. We usually see a bit more action on this live chat, but it seems to be a tad quiet today. Ryan passed back through. Kenny, you have ripped the hole right out of that one, mate. Sorry, guys.
Stevie's just stepped out for a minute.
Stevie needs a gas mask.
Okay, Stevie's back.
He's back. He's just not in great condition after that.
Yeah, he went blind there for a minute.
Scott Pope's got another frame there against Glenn Pilkington. Campbell Dunlop's gone 9-3 up on Scott Coventry, so John Joe Sharkey 7-3 up. Some massive results here, but these tables, they can throw these up, Kenny. There's quite a few I've seen. There was a couple of 7-0s, and if the balls don't run for you and your opponent gets in, you can be wiped out in absolutely no time at all.
Aye, well, it was kind of a match early there. I watched the guy that I played yesterday, Ryan Stewart, played really well and blew one of the other guys away. And then today, he just didn't seem, when he wasn't in front, he wasn't the same player. He seemed to struggle a little bit. But Lewis here's looks like he's taking a frame back here.
This is the kind of frame that Lewis needed. He needed a good opening, get the balls open and in amongst them, and Lewis usually doesn't miss from here, and I don't expect him to this time either.
He doesn't hang around, does he?
No. That was probably the right way to play that. He's gone towards the black here, by the way. This is
a wee bit higher than he wanted to be.
Can he just... he's played that really well. With the skid and the slide off the cushions, that was a tough shot. So, good finish from Lewis. This is what I was meaning just before. They had a wee 2-minute break. He's the type of player that if he gets to the table with a chance, 3, 4, 5 frames in a row, he's likely to take. So, if he just keeps ahead here, it could still be a really good tie. 6-3, first to 10.
What's your opinion on this cloth, Stevie? Like, have you experienced a lot of sliding with it?
Yeah, so obviously this is the blue Hainsworth match, which Hainsworth match is one of the cloths that's been used for years and years on these kind of pool tables, but in the last maybe 2, 3, 4 years, the Strachan 861, it's like a 9-ball style cloth, seems to have taken over to an extent, so...
Okay.
It's made things... It's quite difficult for a lot of people. This is, for me, probably the best cloth. It's a kind of snooker type cloth, but Because most clubs now, Kenny, are using the Strachan 861. I mean, for me, this is the best cloth, but I would have probably preferred the Strachan 861 on it because it's on every other table, probably in every club, and it is a tough one.
Yeah, because the reason I was asking you was because my first experience with this kind of cloth with these tables, and I felt it slides a lot.
So this is basically a blue version of the green one that we always used, even in Q here and places like that. So this is the blue version of that cloth. So it's kind of like the old cloth that we were used to years ago, but most of the clubs have now adopted the Strachan 861, which is the same colour as this to an extent, but it's a totally different, it's an American pool cloth kind of thing.
Is that like the grey one that you see?
Well, it's more or less like that. The grey one that you see.
Or maybe just looks grey on the TV.
That's it. That's it.
Because even on our screen here, it looks greyish blue instead of blue. Yeah, Ryan's got a wee bit of work here to do, I think.
They're taking them quite well down the cushions. Again, because the cloth's really, really fast and slidey, as you say. He won't mind playing this. It's just whether he's got the right angle to play it on the. I think he'll want the.
He'll probably follow through here and take the red next to the yellow up into the corner and run through the gap. Well, what I mean there is he'll take the red down the rail here, but come through for the other red up in the far corner.
And the good thing is, even if he can't really go too low or too high here, because either way he should
He'll be on the side, he'll be on the middle pocket with a ball as well, That might be the safer shot. He's not leaving anything if he runs all the way through.
He might feel as if he's got just slightly too much angle, but I think he's absolutely perfect. He's just going to drag this through, I think. Maybe through about 6 inches and he should be absolutely perfect. Yeah, nice. Played it really well.
Just a stop ball for the red in the other corner.
Looking at some of the results. Sean Wishart 7-2, Campbell still 9-3, Tam McCallum's 4-3 now. Joe Prince has just got another one against Scott Rotate. Ryan's went a wee bit further to the side than he would have wanted, but he should be good. Maybe that wee angle, slight angle, will just give him enough.
He's not so he's hesitating on it.
He's going towards the middle pocket, I think that's so he's maybe going to want to go high here, just to make sure. He's jacking up. And he's just taking the middle bag out of the equation.
He just ran a little bit higher, give himself a shot in it. See, Stuart McCulloch, he's been playing well of late.
Stuart's been doing
pretty
really
solid
well
as well.
He won the death match final in just before Christmas in December there as well. He's been on a good run lately. Played in the Scotland A team over in France as well, at the World Championship I think it was. So, yep, Stuart's been playing really, really well the last while.
Yeah, I was talking with some of the lads that played in France, and they said it was a great experience, especially young Kieran Kay there.
Yeah, Kieran's a great boy. He played that full year in the IPA as well. The Saltire events in Scotland, some top players, and he's mixing with them really, really well. I think he's going to be a top player, young Kieran.
Yeah, there's a few there obviously, and I was impressed with young Preston there, even although I knocked him out today. Sorry, Preston. But no, he's got a great game. I love his fundamentals and all that, and he's going to be a player.
Preston's going to be a star as well. Declan Duff 8-0 on Davy Market. Gary Gracie 4 each with Aaron Watts.
Campbell Dunlop's through 10-3 against Scott Coventry.
Must have been some performance. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see that on any.
So Ryan, he finished the last frame there with a nice run out, and now Lewis has got a nice break here. But I don't think he's got an easy starter.
and he's going to need to. I mean, he'll be looking at this and knowing that he has to take these every time he gets to the table to try and claw back some kind of.
He might have to take a cut on this yellow to this left-hand bottom corner here on yellows.
He seems to be looking at the yellow above the middle bag. I don't think he can cut it back. Can he play it in
If he
off
cuts
the
that
top?
back, he could easily scratch off the red up in the corner, maybe.
I wonder if he could take it in off that red cushion first. But I mean, these are all. He's not got anything easy here at all, to be honest. Maybe the shot into the bottom left corner, as you say, is the shot.
But it is funny how you get 15 balls on the table, you break, and then you don't have a clear shot and something.
Yep, you
when
end
it's
up landing
with a break
behind.
like that. And almost like in Canada, where you don't have to set the balls up to a set way, you would almost say that was a pattern rack.
Yep. The way that the balls have opened.
Exactly.
That's a great shot. I didn't even think he was on that.
Look at his result.
Surely he's still on that yellow. If he's not, I mean, he's
I
hard
don't think he
done
is.
by.
Aye. I don't think he's on that. But what do I know?
Oh, let's a wee bit aside. He's played it with a wee bit
Nice.
aside, and he's got it. That's a great shot.
Just when he looked at the camera, I thought he wasn't on it. Lewis, you're a tease.
Well, Lewis, I expect you to take these out, son, so it could be heading towards 7-4. Still a wee bit of work to do, but player of Lewis's quality, I'd be surprised if he doesn't take these out. He's going to want to be slightly low.
Just stop ball here, and then just a wee stun up for the last
Yep.
yellow in the same. Oh, wow. What's he done?
He's
He's a,
yeah, I don't think he was intending to go anywhere near there, but
But do you not think that's the slide we're talking about?
yep. That's probably why I would have played the shot you spoke about, just to kind of stop, just back. He's absolutely perfect in the end of the day, but
But he's got away with that.
Yep. This
So
is
it looks
for,
like Lewis is getting another one back to make it 7-4. So
yep, this is for 3 breaking dishes, or 3 dishes in a row. Young Preston has just showed up.
that's the herd I was talking about him. I gave him back yesterday.
I was going to say check all the boxes, but some big results right
What
now.
about Keith Robertson? We see him on the other TV table. What's the score with him right now?
The results will be on here right now. So
Oh, he's 6-3 down.
6-3 down to Abdelaziz Arbil. Hope I got that right,
another
guys.
person that people have been talking about, I think is this the Moroccan flag, or I don't know.
Yep, I think that's the Moroccan boys, yeah.
I mean, Benif. I mean, people were talking about him. He was at like 100-1, but he seemed to be playing really well.
I think so. I mean, obviously, I personally didn't know a lot about the Moroccan guys that were coming over, but I expected that they would be good players coming that kind of distance, and so far they've played really well. They've had some great results, and they're still in there fighting. So,
So there's a thing there. Ryan's just broke there, and he's made the 8 ball, which is an automatic re-rack. Whereas in Canada, you get the choice. You can spot the 8 and play, or you can re-rack them.
so see that's a question then, Kenny. So the guy Ryan potted the black.
Yep.
Does he lose the turn if it's in Canada?
No.
So he gets to respot the
your
black if a ball's went in.
Yeah, it's your choice. If you've
Right.
got 5 balls in the 8 ball, you bring the 8 out if you want, or you can re-rack them if you're not happy
But
with
what
that.
if the black goes in on its own? What would that be?
It's just the exact same. It's your choice.
Right, but because you've made a ball,
No,
basically.
you don't have to make a ball. If you only make the 8, you can either re-rack them or you spot the 8 up and you play from where you are.
Right.
If you make the 8 and 4 balls, it doesn't matter. It's just that once the 8 goes, it either comes up and gets spotted or you re-rack them and the same player breaks.
It's actually not a bad rule, to be honest. If you break the balls open and they're are sitting really good, and you've got the option to put the black right back in the spot. That's the advantage of being the breaker as well, you know.
And ironically here, Ryan's ended up with a way better break on his second attempt.
You almost get the black in the same top bag.
Again. I noticed that as well in my matches, and some other guys, like, and even my buddies were saying about the breaking. They feel like there's no consistency with the break, like, whereas Ryan's had 2 breaks almost identical.
Yep. I think it's like there's certain breaks that you'll get. I'm trying to remember the game the other night. It was, in fact, Robert Stephen was playing in the Glasgow Pool League in Scotland. He got the black ball in the top left pocket 3 times in a row.
Really?
Now, there's no doubt that it's kicked off a few balls on its way, but I think obviously a lot of guys will try and break the same over and over and over. They'll place the white in the same spot, that kind of stuff, but there's still got to be an element of luck, I suppose, regardless of what discipline of pool you play.
Well, the thing is, as well, is like people are always talking about, like, what's the biggest advantage now, or what's the biggest thing you need to be able to do. And now that I've spent a lot of time with 10 ball, 9 ball, even the 8 ball over there, and obviously black ball here, the break is probably the biggest shot in the game now.
Yep.
If you don't have a break, you're probably going to struggle in most disciplines.
Well, Ryan's break here, you only have to look at the spaces between all the reds and the yellows. I suppose either set of balls. I think it's only the red into the black pocket up there that stopped him taking red, so he's really good choice on both sets of balls. I think he would have wanted to land a bit lower on that yellow, but he should still be okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether if he runs through here, if the yellow goes up by the 8 ball there in the corner.
That shows you the angle
and
there.
And then he can play the other yellow into the opposite corner.
I think he's going to screw up for the one in the middle.
He's a bit low there.
So I'm wondering if I think he'll probably have to just drop this in. He's going to go towards that red. So you have a tough last yellow.
That's why I thought he might have actually gave that a bit more to come up maybe between the two of them and give him a choice.
Yep, so they had the yellow obviously in the top
if
left.
He went towards the red in the middle of the table, he had the one in the bottom right hand corner.
Yeah.
Kiss the red and you get the yellow in the opposite corner. But I'm sure he'll figure it out. He's playing well enough.
The one place he didn't want to be was there. He was always going towards that red. I think he probably, maybe if he played it with a wee bit more pace, just make sure the red's right out the way. But
do you know what? I think Ryan will make this. He's playing really well.
Does he drop it in dead weight, Kenny, or does he play it with a wee bit of pace where he's going towards these 2 reds down the bottom? It's a hard shot to roll in, bridging over the red.
Yeah, I think he'll just drop it in, because I think if you try to get through the gap there, you might bring the red in the middle of the table into the game.
This could be a game changer if he doesn't get it.
Just
right
like
in the heart of the bag.
Now he's got another one.
Didn't even touch the sides.
I've heard that before, Stevie.
Declan Duff 9 up on Davy Markey. I'm starting to wonder if Davy's actually at that table.
Well, there's a guy at Davy's table with long curly hair.
Scott Pope, 9-5 up. And Amin Bounif has got a frame back as well. He's 7-5 now to down to John Joe Sharkey. Good finish, Ryan. That was
a great
absolute
finish
class.
for Ryan there. What you feeling of your Lewis there, watching him Chinese over 2 balls?
Yeah, I think Lewis,
and makes him like he's straight on them.
He'll be telling himself probably Ryan will get these, but secretly thinking I'm going to get back to the table.
Aye.
Oh, there's Big Davy on the screen. Things obviously aren't going his way. Scott Rorty at the table on the left in the green. Gary Gracie in the middle as well. Obviously, I'm naming some of the Scottish boys I know here, guys, but Keith Robertson's just got one back. It's 6-4.
Lewis here with a good break again.
Wow.
Jesus. I'm going to get him to break for me against Barry Lynn.
I remember a few years back, well, it was a lot of years back, and there was a break similar to this, and a guy called John Brownlee, a Scottish guy, said, if I could break like that, I'd be on TV. So these guys are on TV, so let's see what you can do. Some really, really tight games just now. There's some that...
Oh, so look at Lewis here's taking the combination right away. Nice shot.
He's ended up perfect.
Or I should have said he's taking the plant.
Yep. Combination in
In
Canada.
Aye.
Well, the red onto the yellow there in the bottom left bag is left Lewis pretty perfect. Come through the gap.
Tic-tac-toe here, I think.
And it's just a case of getting on the ball down the left cushion, which he won't have any problems potting that. It's just to
He'll
get
leave that
himself.
to probably second last ball maybe, and then he's got the one over the middle, or do you think he'll leave that to the end?
Oh, he's tried to.
just
Oh,
do
well,
that.
there you go. He's ended up absolutely perfect to just flick it out. So it's made life a bit easier for him here.
Nice.
Cued that really, really well.
Plays great for a pollution.
Yep.
He won't mind me saying that. He owns that.
Anywhere on the left hand side of the table is fine. And he's played that. That's I know it's to most people watching that'll look like a very, very easy shot he's just played, but as Kenny's mentioned a few times, the skid and slide on these cloths, that wasn't easy to get so perfect on that black. It took them well. Well, I'll tell you, it's been a good standard, but is that 4 dishes in a row?
Might be 4 dishes in a row there.
I'm sure from...
And I certainly appreciate to sit and watch this here at the moment, because I know it's not that easy.
Yep.
Playing in it myself, and yeah. These guys are making it look... They're making the bags look big. It's not that they're making the game look easy. They're just... The bags are so tight, and even one of my guys for Canada there wants to take a picture with his fist in the pocket to show how tight it is when he goes back home.
That's the standard here has been great. A few kind of mistakes at the early stages for Lewis, but he's shown there in the last couple of frames he's cueing absolutely brilliant.
It's actually just a pity there's got to be a loser here.
Yep.
Oh, this might be the first break Ryan's did there, and he's not got a ball, and almost put the 8 up in the opposite corner.
Look at the reds. I mean, the yellows aren't bad, but I mean,
It's got to be reds.
it's going to be
here for
reds
sure.
every day of the week.
And he's right on the one next to the yellow, so he's gonna be. It's good to see Lewis has slowed down a little bit here. He's put a wee bit of thought in it
Yeah.
and stuff.
He was losing the rag a wee bit in the early frames. Few things didn't go his way, but he seems to have composed himself. Maybe a wee 5 minutes.
Actually, when he was doing that earlier, I thought it was for Garthamlock.
The erratic Garthamlock. Oh, likely go up for the top 2 balls.
No, I think he
Oh,
was
is
always going for that ball there
I was
because
just worried that he
they two
couldn't
were
hold
kind of
it.
cancelling each other out.
Yep, I wasn't sure he could hold it, but he's played it great.
He's cueing very confident and he's cueing well for being 8-5 down.
When he's in his zone, Kenny, he really is top class, and he's like this should be. I think I'm right. This will be 3 dishes in a row.
I mean, for Lewis for sure.
And that puts some pretty. Obviously, Ryan's absolutely solid, but then.
Well, the thing is, if Lewis breaks, or if Lewis breaks next and runs, it's now 8-7. It's funny how you always find the rail, eh?
Yep, he wasn't expecting to be anywhere near there because it usually kind
No,
of slides off the cushion and dies, but I mean, he wasn't missing that anyway. So Lewis to break here. This has really got. It's got the makings of a tense finish. Who's your money on, Ken? Is it still on Ryan?
I've got to stick with Ryan. When I seen Ryan was in the field, I was telling the boys coming over that he was my pick. He's the only guy I bet single. All the rest of the guys I bet each way. And I took him in a Kolkata.
That's right.
So, yeah, I got to stick with my donkey.
Well, the Fibretec Communications 67k Amateur Challenge. We're in Blackpool in the Grand Hotel. It's live on Scottish Q Sports live streaming.
Oh, first two dry breaks have had a wee well. I think Ryan will be going reds here, obviously.
And if it stays true to form, Ryan will take these out.
I'm just looking at the scores there again. So Big Cruncher's still doing well against Dan. He's 5-4 up.
Davy Markey's managed to get a frame back.
The one I mentioned earlier, Amin Benouf there, he's 7-6 now. He was 7-4 down.
Scott Pope 9-6 up. Sean Wishart 8-4.
Davy Forrest is 4-all with Connor Davison. Is it Davison?
Yep. Some really, really tight games, including this one, 6-8. Well, here's one with Tim. We went on to Tim McCallum's game here, but this one here with Ryan and Lewis has been an absolute dish fest the last 5 frames. Got Ryan in with a chance of a reverse
Also
here.
a good game there at the bottom of the table there with Gary Gracie and Aaron Watts, 6-all now. I think Ryan's just going to work his way on the right side here and then across to the left for the drop in the middle maybe there. Take the other one in the opposite middle and then leave these two up the top for last. You just got a stop ball here, Stevie, and then run that one into the corner.
Just came across for it.
Oh, he must have had an angle on that. Do you think that one at the side there drops in the middle?
I wonder if maybe he's under hit
Or
that.
is he
Maybe
going
he
to
was
come up? Is he
coming
going to
across
come
for
up? Yeah, that's tight.
I think
He's going to come high, you think?
Just take
to
it
the middle
down.
of the table.
Yep.
He might even leave that one to last.
Well, you know, that's what
Or he might bump it here.
If he nudges it here, he's guaranteed on the ball in the left middle anyway.
Nice
so
shot. Nice shot.
Played that great, Ryan. Played that absolutely great.
I'm actually surprised as well. I know it's a big field, but there's a lot of good players, but his odds haven't dropped much for how well he's playing.
No.
Because he started out at 10s and I think he's sitting at 8s, which is still a great bet at this moment.
Definitely.
And Lewis might not be the worst bet if he goes on to the B side here to come through.
Well, I'm not 100%. I think this is obviously the winners' qualification match for the last 32. I think Lewis would then, if it was Lewis or even Ryan,
Aye.
they would have 2 matches to go and win to get back into the last 32 again. So the opportunity is still there in the race to 7. Still a lot of pull.
I never ever like to leave these combinations or plants right to the last.
I wonder if I think he might push through and maybe play the top one and just come round the back.
Yeah, just
of the one that obviously the one just a wee bit lower. No, he must be going to play the
he's
plant.
leaving the plant.
Yep, he's going to play the plant.
But he's going to come out with the white
got
as
the
well
right
because he's
angle.
cutting it
Yep.
kind of back away, so should be all right. But you never know; these can always go wrong. But then again, it's no me it's playing it, it's Ryan, so it's probably going to be perfect.
The pace is absolutely everything here.
And it's perfect.
You know, that looked a lot further off than the way he played it, didn't it? It was actually, he played it quite straight on, so it was a...
But I think he made sure he caught the ball that he potted thick with the first ball, so...
He's played it really, really well. Anywhere down towards the blue spot is perfect here. No messing about, just making sure he gets a shot. And Ryan will have a chance.
This is bread and butter for Ryan.
He'll have a chance to break and dish for the win if he gets this black here, which I expect he will. Brilliant from Ryan Davey.
Well played, Ryan, another great finish.
Both of these guys.
Great shot to nudge that red over the middle,
Yep.
and then it was kind of straightforward for there. Oh, so Keane Monaghan, we already mentioned, beat Keane, Lee Killen there.
Declan
Two
Duff
guys
is
I've not
still
heard
on
at the
hill.
bottom there. Stevie Gary Bracken for Ireland and Jordan Parkinson.
So Jordan.
Do you know any of these guys?
Yep, Jordan's a really. I don't know Gary, but I know Jordan from the playing in the IPA tour that year, and he's a really, really good player. Very good player. I think he's got a money match coming up quite soon against John Roberts as well. Another cracking player. He's been in this field this weekend as well. So, but no, Jordan's a really good player, and that's obviously Gary is. That's a tight match. So Ryan breaking here on the hill. So 9-6 Ryan. Here we go.
Let's see where this 8 ball ends up. See if it's going towards the corner pockets again. No, not this time.
Didn't even move.
Jeez, nice break, but
Wow,
again,
look at the yellows.
what's he made there?
If the white was somewhere else on the table, you would say look at the reds, but from where he is, I
Made
mean,
4 balls in the break there. I can't make 1 in 4 frames.
he's been breaking really well. So,
And I think this is like I mentioned earlier. If you watch the guys that are breaking well, like I was watching Campbell Dunlop
Yep.
there, and I heard he comes from a snooker background. Like he's just breaking and running tables.
it's became such a big part of the game, and I've spoke to a few guys that will question whether you take time to practice your break or whether you just rock up and hit them as hard as you can. But I think a lot's probably got to be said about taking a bit of time and practicing it these days, because it has become so important. It's something I'll be honest, I don't do. So maybe I have to look at that, considering the breaks at Ryan. I don't think Ryan does right enough, but that's some
No,
break.
sure. He just breaks the same way all the time.
Yep.
So I was going to ask you here on the finish, Stevie, are you looking at the same way as Ryan, maybe taking the middle and the top left corner,
Yep,
drop this one in the bottom and
Ball
take
into the right middle for last,
Yep.
for the black and the left. Yep.
Yeah, I think we all see that there, maybe.
I think it's just looking at the way they are situated. I don't think it could really go any other way.
No.
Even if he went high,
Well, he could have ran through there and took this from
Yep.
the black there, but I mean,
it'd been more awkward to get on the. In an ideal world, the ball in the left pocket would have been left bottom pocket would have been his last ball for the black, nice and simple. But I think he's okay here. He's got a perfect angle just to drop this in, a wee bit of running side.
See, that's the thing I've actually struggled with in my matches because obviously we're playing with a heavier white over there.
Yep.
So it's easy to put the running side on. Here I find it's so difficult with this light ball.
Yep, trying to judge.
Yeah. I find what happens is you actually cut it away from the pocket because you're curling it into it, and you're not used to it now. It makes it tough. And Ryan just makes it look so easy.
I think this yellow and then the black, and Ryan 10-6 victory. It'll be a hard fought victory in the end. I know it might not seem that way. It was a wee bit loose at the start from Lewis, but he's not missed a ball, and he's every visit, I think, in the last 5, 6, 7 frames, whatever it is.
Well, one of the tables he's not ran when he's dry broke, which hasn't been many either. I think the game started off slow where they were kind of exchanging games, and then Ryan get that wee spurt and get away from him.
Ryan pinched a couple, managed to get himself in front, and it's ended up the difference in the end.
I don't know if he's actually going to power this in here.
Go towards the red.
Oh, no.
Yep.
The way he was winding up there, I thought he was going to come off the bottom rail and back up or something. Or
I think he was aiming to maybe go half ball on the red, and
maybe
but
take
any
in the same pocket.
But any contact on it is a good one, and he's absolutely perfect. He won't miss this.
No. The white. The white was coming close to the top there.
Well played,
But what
Ryan
a great
Davey.
match that was between Ryan and Lewis. And like I said, sorry, it's disappointing there's got to be a loser, but great advert for Blackball Pool.
Yep, totally agree. I think the standard in the last 7-8 frames, I think Ryan was maybe on 6, maybe it was 6-3, something like that. And from then it was just, the standard was absolutely scary, frightening.
Yeah, it's going to take an extra special match to beat the pool we just watched there.
Well, John Joe Sharkey's managed to get over the line. It was 7-6 the last we looked there.
So 7-6, he must have rattled off 3 frames there quick.
Stuart
Tam
McCallum.
McCallum was 7-4 up and Dan Inglis.
Tam's playing nice. He seems to be firing through the rounds quite quietly.
Scott Pope's taking his time getting over the line here. He's been 9-6, it seems like, for a wee while now.
Davey Markey's got another one back from 9-0 down. He's at 9-2.
So there's another 2 names, Stevie. I don't know if you know Ronan Fay for Ireland and Stephen Cowper, Scotland.
See, I actually noticed the boy Stephen Cowper earlier, but I don't really actually know who it is.
Okay, what about Ronan Fay? You know this kid? No.
He's new to me as well. So there's quite a lot of guys that, even Stephen Ellis, the boy from Wales, maybe some of them had been on to me to see them, but there's a few new faces. I'm only really back playing on the tours last year for the first time, so there is a lot of new faces, but guys like Jordan, as I mentioned, John Joe Sharkey, and these guys, I've seen them quite a lot on the tours between Ultimate and the IPA, and obviously.
Well, that's the thing back in Canada there, and a lot of guys that are actually in Canada are watching Ultimate Pool. I haven't heard them mention the IPA, but the thing about it is like, you know, you see so many different faces and players.
Yep.
And there's a lot of obviously videos come up on Facebook and stuff, and it's it's actually exciting to watch. But I was actually saying as well.
No,
But I
I've
was saying
just
as
had
well
I've got
about,
a visit here for Ryan Davey. Well played, mate.
So,
That was some standard towards the end there. How did you feel there?
Cheers, mate. That was ridiculous. That must have been about 6 or 7 in a row, maybe.
That's what we were just saying.
I think the two dry breaks, obviously, I'm sitting saying to myself, I'm playing perfect pool here and I just can't get rid of him because he just keeps.
no, I was going to say that, Ryan. That like that, it's going to take a really, really good match to beat that pool there. That was awesome. The last probably 9 frames.
Was it from 6-3? I think every single frame after that was either a dish or a reverse dish.
I think so. I think they were all breaking dishes apart for 2. It was I had a dry break and he had one right in a row.
Unreal.
Each other. So
Ryan, I've got a question for you there that I'd say to Stevie. I know you've been playing in the arena and stuff there, and I think that's your first table on the TV table.
Yep.
Do you find a difference did you find it slid more, or they're breaking better, or?
I didn't find as many problems as I know most people did yesterday, so I think the table's starting to bed in a bit.
Aye,
Now,
possible.
but I mean, it was lightning. It was absolutely lightning. Like you were scared to kind of to play any with pace at all. But when you've got a good white ball, and that's what I always try and have as good a white ball as I can, then it really suits the tables.
Yeah, well, definitely, and I think going back to the game where you were Chinesed over your last 2 balls, that must have been disappointing for Lewis to sit there think he's got a chance, and you put them in with ease.
I know. I've just my third last ball. As soon as I went to hit it, I thought, don't overscrew this and snook yourself from the one in the middle. So just try and I was trying to be kind of too perfect, and then a negative thought came in, and I ended up I twitched at it, underscrewed it, and then rolled that in. But weirdly enough, I fancy they kind of shots. See if I wasn't bridging, I don't think I would have potted it.
Well, that's quite funny because Stevie thought you might have went between the reds and the bottom of the table, and I said no, I think he's skewing well enough. He'll just drop this in, and then you end up on top of the other one. But you know, you made it anyway. So no, it was a great game. I think, like, for what I've seen, and I watched you practice there, and I've seen you at McGoldrick's and stuff, and you're hitting the ball as good as MD, if not better than MD right now.
No, cheers, mate. Definitely, I've been playing well and I've been feeling good, but it's one of the ones, like, there's so many good players in this tournament, and it's all about the break. So if I keep breaking like that, then who knows what can happen. But you know, there's too many good guys to even think about.
Exactly, and I said that to Stevie as well. I said, like, being in Canada now and playing in 10 ball, 9 ball, 8 ball, and seeing this here, the break's everything now. That's the biggest shot in the game now. If you've got a break, then, and obviously people have got ability to, but you need that break. If you don't have the break, then you're going to struggle big time.
100%. I mean, my break can be a bit hit and miss, but it's quite good in these tables. Like Lewis's break is unreal. Every single, he smashes him every single time and gets like 2 or 3 balls. And but he's so good to watch as well. Obviously, I'm quite slow. I take my time, go around, point at every kind of positional shot because I need to do that. Whereas Lewis just puts his head in 30 seconds. Do you know what I mean? And
He throws in the odd one stroke there, but it seems to work for him. So.
No, it does, definitely.
No, that's the first I was saying that to Stevie as well, and MD that's listening. I haven't seen a lot of Lewis. This is the most I've seen him, and I really like. I love to watch him. I watched him and John Owen play, which was a great match.
Oh, it would have been.
But this match even topped that. Like, this was different class.
Hopefully the standard keeps up with that. But I think I'm going to go back to bed now for a few hours.
Aye. So all the best in your, obviously, the last 32.
Cheers, mate.
Well done, Ryan. Spot on, mate.
Pleasure to watch. Well, I gotta go and get ready for my match at 5:15.
Well, we've got the camera on Tam McCallum and Dan Inglis now, so if we stay here until another one's on, yep. So Craig's got the camera sorted on that match, so we'll keep you going with this one just now.
I'll tell you what, Tam must be roasting. Because I thought I was dying earlier playing that. No, he's in the opposite side of the room, but it's the same corner table.
It is really warm. You can actually, there's times where you stand up and you feel like a breeze. I don't know if there's some fans or stuff in there, but it is really, really warm in the venue. So my towel was, the corner, it was absolutely soaking last night, Kenny. I was having to damp my face down every now and again.
I see he's 8-4 up there, so, well, hopefully Tam keeps us going.
Oh, there's Abdul Aziz Arbil gone 7-6 up on Keith Robertson.
And it's now 9-7 with the Scott Pope and Glenn Pilkington, so that's a bit closer than it should have been.
Was Scott 9-3 up, did we? Was that right?
9-2, I think it was.
9-2. Davy Markey's managed to get a third one in the bounce, so it's 9-3 for Declan. Stuart McCulloch 9-2 up as well, so there's a few tight ones. A few tight ones and a few.
Okay,
really,
it's been a pleasure. I gotta go.
Right, Kenny's going to leave us just now. So cheers, Kenny. Appreciate it. Thank you, mate. Right, that's Kenny away. Kenny's aye. Yep, that's. So here we go. Tam McCallum, he's 8-4 up. Dan Inglis. So Dan's at the table here on yellows, trying to flick these out. He's played that really well. So fancy Dan to take these out. Gary Gracie's got another frame on the board. He's 8-7 down to Aaron Watts. That's a good shot from Dan. He's came back past the black there. I was wondering maybe if he could have just stopped at the white and took the yellow next to the middle bag, but maybe he's going to leave that to last. He just needs to get himself across. Maybe I don't know if he can run through here for the yellow into the right middle rather than trying to play back on it into the bottom left corner, but he has got options there. He's looking at it. So wait and see what he decides to play here. Is he going to go up the table to the top corner just now? Screw down towards the middle pocket. Oh, These tables are just so zippy. And obviously that's not what he was playing, but he's got a second prize here. He was always going to have a shot in this top ball, so drop this in. I think he's just had a swing at that there. Probably the right thing to do was just to drop it in. So Tam's 8-4 up and he's at the table. That's, I suppose at times that's all you can ask. So he's not got many options. Maybe slide off the ball and off the side cushion and then in behind it. And he's tried that. He's unlucky. But he's in a good position here. That yellow, obviously on the camera angle we've got, doesn't look as if it passes into the top right pocket. So Dan's just playing to take the bottom left bag. I can't see Tam doing anything except bring these two reds out. Let's see if Dan can work a bit of magic here. And the answer is a resounding no, but I don't know if he's left that a bit awkward for Tam. He might have, well, I think there's no other option but to play the ball down the bottom, but he could touch. I don't. Well, let me see here. Play the plant through the gap. He's going to play the red in the bottom right pocket, and well, he's just playing safe. It's not a bad shout considering the position of the balls, but you don't want to give Dan any more chances than he needs, because we all know sometimes it comes back to bite you. So it looks as if he's going to just run up and touch this ball at the top right pocket. I'm going to go cushion first. Yep. And there goes the white ball. That was a risk. So now what Tam does with these two shots will dictate whether he takes this frame and go 9-4 up. Well, Tam's obviously played really well this weekend. Getting a wee run of the balls here. Dan just not getting the... He's not getting the rewards that he's hoping to get for certain shots that he's playing, but Tam's just going to keep this really tight, nudge the yellow in the pocket, go down the bottom, play another snooker. Maybe just bounce the ball out closest to him here. Well, he's just going to leave him. That's a good shot. Good shot. I thought he was going to just touch that ball there, but he's went down, played it really quick, and just a wee flick back. Looks as if Dan... Well, it's a total snooker. I thought Dan could maybe get through the gap to the yellow in the centre of the top cushion, but I think he can. Yep, we could. So it wasn't a total. I wonder what they were. Maybe Dan was saying it's not a total and Tam was giving him a wee nod. That was risky with the pace of these tables, but he's played it really, really well. Now I think that red might now pass into that corner. So Tam will be looking to take these away. And that's the pot that he was hoping to get to start him off. So he's landed just short. He maybe should have just pushed through a little maybe inch or two. But this is the thing. That's it, Tam. They're all there. No point leaving that red there. Just take them away. Get these two in the top. Work his way down the table. The black is in a position where I don't really think there's anywhere on the table that it's awkward unless you're stuck to it. So I think Tam will take these away. And it looks as if he's wanting to leave the ball in the middle to last. He's played that well, so that's fine. Drop this in, drop the red in the middle, and the black in the opposite middle. So you probably want to be a wee bit higher there, but I think he's totally fine. Yep. Oh, the feet wiper. So Tam will go 9-4 up here. Well played, big man. Keith Robertson 6. Abdelaziz Arbil 8-6. Now he's went 8 up. He's got on 8, sorry. Just as I was saying that, Davy Forrest 6, Connor Davison 6, Sean Wishart 9, Stephen Ellis 7. I think Sean was quite a bit in front in that match as well, so it just shows you how it can turn. Scott Rorty 5, Joe Prince 7, sorry. Gary Gracie 7, Aaron Watts 8, Ross Smith 8, Darren McCarthy 7, and Gary Bracken 7, Jordan Parkinson 7. So some really, really tight games, and some games that have got a wee bit closer than probably some people would have imagined, considering the start that some of the players had had. Tam with a chance on the yellows here. That's perfect. I think the only one, yep, that's the one he's looking at. It's awkward. It's hard to tell from the angle on the camera whether he can play the yellow in the middle and off it just to clear it, or whether he can just, I don't think he can pot it clean, but he will have at least one go at getting it out. I think he'll be able to get it off the ball in the middle. I think he can play the yellow onto the yellow, potting it in the middle, as well as bringing the yellow out at the same time. So, and he's on it right now. This is the shot for me. I think if he gets this, which I think he will, it's just a case of how it comes out. I think he'll take these away if he gets this. He's looking at playing on it, but it really doesn't look. Tam will obviously be able to see more than we can, but it looks very, very tight from the camera angle. So very surprised that I'm playing it this way, but Tam obviously feels that it goes. So, and he's going down and playing it really quick. So here we go, flew in. Just shows you my eyes are painted on, guys. So we are here live on Scottish Q Sports streaming. The Blackball Tables 67k challenge sponsored by Fibretec Communications Limited. Promoted by UK World Pool And Tam McCallum has now won 10-4 against Dan Inglis. And Tam played quite well there. Solid. We only obviously seen the last couple of frames. I seen his opening frame, opening couple of frames, sorry. And he's been hitting the ball well. John Joe Sharkey's got over the line. Stuart McCulloch. Keith Robertson and Abdelaziz Arbil is still a tight match, 8-6. So some of the results are starting to fly in. Davy Markey didn't get there in the end. Declan Duff, who was off to a flyer, 9-0 up, has won 10-3 in that game. Cian Monaghan, who was, I think that was the first one finished, I think, 10-3 against Lee Killen. Big result there as well. So some big results, some great results, some good pool, and there's a few tight matches right now. David Forrest and Connor Davison, 6 each. Sean Wishart, 9-7 up, and Stephen Ellis. Scott Rorty still hanging in there against Joe Prince. Gary Gracie and Aaron Watts, 8 each. Gary Bracken, Jordan Parkinson, 7 each. And Ross Smith is 9-7 up on Darren McCarthy. So a lot to play for in some of these matches still. So hopefully we get some more results in for you very, very soon.
Stanfield, if you're in the room. Table number 2, please. Hello, it's a little early. We're going to shout on the 5:15 matches. There are loads of tables available. So if you're here, if you go to table, please. On table 24 next door, Barry Lynn, Kerry Donald. Barry Lynn, Kerry Donald, 24. 19 next door, Joseph Scythen, Jonathan Roberts. Joseph Scythen, Jonathan Roberts, 19. Table 22, Tony Burton, Yasser Hussain. Tony Burton, Yasser Hussain, you're on 22. That's next door. 17 next door, Ian Whitehorn, Ali Menzies. Ian Whitehorn, Ali Menzies, you are on 17. On table 2 is Charlie Earnshaw, Dylan Stanfield. 14, Gareth Higgins, Anton Riley. Gareth Higgins, Anton Riley, you are on 14. On 10, John Owen, Maximus Goodyear. John Owen, Maximus Goodyear on 10. On 6, Scott Higgins, Christopher Ross. Scott Higgins, Christopher Ross, you're on 6. Tom Jones Jr., Dean Anderson, table 11. Tom Jones Jr., Dean
See on there, mate, there's a wee echo, right? So just when you're talking, you might hear it coming back. Alright, mate. Use it. Just you hear it, you say it, and then you hear it a wee bit later. See if it's on. Aye,
It's definitely on, aye.
Here we go, guys. Charlie Earnshaw, Dylan Stansfield. Joined in the booth with Keith McDougall.
Should be a good game.
Dylan to take us away. Here we go. Dylan beat me last night, so he's in good form. Didn't make it very hard for him, right enough, but here we go. Preston McInnes back again. I think he's stashing stuff in here.
Dry break.
Well, this young boy he's taking the pool world by storm now, young Charlie. I seen him last night, played phenomenal. His Ultimate Pool t-shirt, so he's playing at a high level.
She's a world champion.
Well, I'm sure, is that right, Preston? Is he under 15s world champion? So he's got a bit of ability, that's for sure. English under 18s champion as well, I've just been told. That's some gone for a 15-year-old.
And just dropped that one in.
I think that yellow must pass into the bottom left corner, so he's got a chance here.
Aye.
I spoke to a few people last night and they're saying the wee man fancies his chances at winning the full thing, so he's got confidence as well as ability.
When you're that age, man, there's no stopping you.
I actually fancy him to take this out.
Which will be some finish, to be fair.
Maybe he's not got much of an angle, maybe just drop through, take the ball at the top. Yep.
Middle ball's your last ball on it.
That's it, that'll be perfect. Just take him down for the black. He could take the black in the left middle or even come across for it in the bottom right. Doesn't look like missing, this young man.
This is a big one, isn't it? Big shot here. Brilliant.
Played that in with a lot of confidence and he's absolutely plumb. That's a great shot.
Some finish to start the match, innit?
Unbelievable. They weren't easy and Dylan's going to have his work cut out here if the wee man keeps this up.
Perfect.
So composed there for a young man. That's fantastic.
Brilliant finish.
Barry
First
Lynn
time
is one up on Kenny Donald. That's the first time I watched him last night, Keith, and it was only from a distance, and he looked really, really good. Every time I looked round, he was notching another frame up against Jamie, and he looks phenomenal, doesn't he?
Absolutely brilliant there. I mean, that finish was just out of nowhere, really.
Yep.
But aye, his break. See how it goes now.
You're right. I mean, after Dylan broke there, I was looking and thinking, right, there's no much on. He's not left a hell of a lot. 60 seconds later, he's rolling in a black. It was some finish. Brilliant.
There we go. Side break. Oh my God.
Do you know,
that is unbelievable.
This is the way somebody was speaking to me last week and they were talking about a young man that they're talking about now, big guys breaking the balls, how hard you need to hit them. They're saying there's a 15-year-old whose break is apparently phenomenal and he just smashes into the second ball, and I think it's this young man they were talking about, because that's, wow, what a break.
The only person I've seen break as well as that is Mark Boyle, and that might be better.
Yep. I wonder
He
if
really wants to. Probably see the yellows here. Aye.
The black obviously doesn't go, so he must be going to flick into it right now. Yep.
Oh, brilliant. Wee bit unlucky.
I think he was hoping for half ball there so he could commit, but I think he can. Yeah, he's bridging. It's a bit awkward, but we says that the last frame and he just rolled them all in, so I'm expecting him to do the same here.
Right. Not on these bags.
That's the Blackball Elite table for you, and I think in a lot of other tables that would be away there. He's unlucky. He's played that really well. Kicked to black and just landed with a wee bit awkward cueing. So Don's got a chance here to get to the table and make something happen.
Aye. Plays this plant well on the red, doesn't he? Tie it with the other one. I think he should. He should be looking good.
He took some nice finishes against me last night. Some of them were gifts. I've kind of missed a certain ball and left.
See, that was the danger there.
There's a white going.
Oh, and
You know, literally 2 minutes ago, I was just speaking about how people
need
aren't
to hit
hitting
them
it
hard.
hard. Yep, and just an over hit there, and all of a sudden he's lost the white.
I didn't think you need to hit it that hard.
Yep, I agree. I actually
Which
think he
is
could have just
leaving-
dropped that in, couldn't he?
Aye. And just leaving the wee man to mop these up, surely.
Yeah, well, I don't think he's missing these.
So does he play in the ultimate?
I'm guessing
the
he's
tour, is he?
Yep, he's obviously just looking at the T-shirts, and I heard quite a lot of people. I didn't know this is the first I've seen him, but I'd heard a few people speaking about the young 15-year-old boy who obviously was doing really well and playing in the adult tours and stuff, and obviously it's Charlie, and he's obviously competing with some right good players, and it's helping him. He looks so good. I mean, he looks well beyond his years.
And it's only got to make him better playing
Yep.
against experience.
100%.
Reminds me a bit of Gio.
Yeah, well,
Gio Edgar.
that's it. I mean, is Gio still a teenager just now, isn't he? If I'm right.
I think he's only 18.
That's what I'm
I think he just turned 18, in fact.
He's been about for that long, and you forget how young he is. You just think he's been there that long. He's just the same as everybody else. But again, he's still a young guy as well.
Aye, which is scary.
Frightening.
That means they're about for the next
Yep.
30 years.
The scary part is if they keep getting better.
Keith Robertson, 9 each. So it's been a tight game.
Wow, that's been some game. Scott Rorty still chasing his sail back. He's always been behind against Joe Prince, but
He's still in it.
still there. Gary
Another
Bracken,
9 each down the
9 each
bottom
with
there.
Jordan, yep.
It's the tables, but tables are playing that well. The pool's just brilliant.
That's it. You see stuff spoke about it in the early matches. There's been 10 threes and 10 twos and some 7-0s in the loser side, but then you look and there's 9 eaches,
Aye.
6 eaches, and
Aye.
if it rolls for you, then you're
There's
not
an
really
hard dry
missing.
break.
Yep.
And they're no
He's on the gaps.
that difficult if he gets this first one.
I don't think he's on that.
I mean, even the yellows, hard first ball, but
Looking to see if that's a plant. I think he can make that into a plant if he gets on it, but I think he's looking at reds here. He's maybe looking at the red. He was maybe looking at the red below the yellows there, but I'm not sure he's on this.
nah, he's not sure either. Must be really tight.
It would be a stroke of luck if he'd found that gap from a dry break. I think that's actually a good shot. You were pointing the screen there, the red to the bottom right bag.
He's taking the probably more difficult yellow, I would say.
Yep.
No, he's been unlucky there, but it's up to Dylan now to try and get back into the match here.
Yep, he needs to try and get something on the board. Barry Lynn's went 2-0 up on Canada's Kenny Donald.
Which should be a good game as well.
Yep.
Kenny seems to be playing pretty well. Barry's had a couple of mixed results.
Barry's one of the guys, isn't he? When he gets firing, he can be unplayable at times.
Aye, he gets into that rhythm, there's no much stopping him. I think there's been a lot to try to adjust to the tables because they are that fast. But you don't need to put much pressure on any shot, to be honest.
A lot of the problems come in you're forcing the shot, playing it too hard. Maybe some of the shots you see it coming off the cushion a wee bit. People saying it's coming off slower than it's going on, but that's the slidey nature of a brand new cloth, and it's it can take a wee bit of time to adjust. But
when it comes to Sunday and everything just tightens up.
That's it.
It's a new tournament again.
I'm guessing that yellow passes into the middle bag. It looks as if that's what he's played for. So if it does, Dan's got a chance here. Doesn't want to cover the yellow down the right bag here, so
Yep.
maybe screw into it and play it to the centre of the cushion.
That should
He's
be
played
fine.
that
now.
well.
He's got to probably take these two on the bottom after he takes this one, which he needs to. He'll land pretty good and they want to come back up.
Looks as if he's maybe going to screw off the side cushion here. Yeah, that's fine. Absolutely fine.
As long as he leaves yourself an angle here, he's absolutely perfect.
Dylan O'Noy has to take these out because young Charlie does not look like missing, so he's in for a bit of a game here. Race to 7.
I think that might be Keith Robertson beat celebrations there.
Waiting on the scoreline popping up.
Good shot here.
Just going to screw back up towards the area where the red is in the left cushion. Yeah,
He's played that really
it's
well.
fine.
He needs his first to 7. Going 3-0 down, you're
needs-
struggling there when the wee man's breaking so well.
Oh, darn. He literally only had to drop that in dead weight. Now, this looks to me as if it passes into the middle bag, so
Tough
Yeah,
shot
yeah.
under the pressure. I mean, especially bridging, but it looks it as well. I'm not sure what he's done there.
it's the way he was queuing up, I thought he was playing it up, but I'm thinking maybe he's just going to play it with a hard stun just to kill the white, but he's ran it all the way through. That was a rush of blood. Or was he considering running off the top cushion and back down and he's just under hit it? But I think he only had to drop it in. He's got it.
It's a brilliant shot. Well done.
Good recovery, wee man. He needed that.
Yep. That was a good last yellow, which will maybe give him a bit of confidence.
Yep.
After running away there.
That's the kind of thing when you're sitting in your seat, you see your opponent running out and you go, oh, I'm getting to the table, and then all of a sudden it's
Aye, definitely.
you're setting the balls up again. And you were spot on, mate. That game finished, but it was actually Abdelaziz Arbil who got the last frame in 110.9 against Keith Robertson.
Aye. That's a massive result, to be honest. Must have played really well there. Keith was playing well, what I seen earlier. So is that the Is he the only Moroccan left in the winners section?
It looks like it, yep. Well, that's the winners qualification round, so
Aye,
yep.
sorry. Aye.
Amin Bounif ran into John Joe Sharkey in good form. Davy Forrest 8-7 down to Connor Davison. That's been a tight game the whole way through. And Gary Bracken and Jordan Parkinson's been at 9 each for quite a while, so that's a right tight game.
What I can see, Davy's on a finish here as well. It could probably be going to 8 each. Nothing really phases Davy, to be honest. So how does Keith Robertson drop it to play now?
That's a good question. I need to, do you know what? I can check that right here.
Well, he'll play a winner of one of these matches, I think.
Where's Keith's game? Where is it? 164.
Aye, so he'll be waiting on his opponent.
Does he get an extra game to play first? What am I missing here? Hang on, hold on. Keith. Right, yep, he's waiting on the winner of match 181. That's better. There's all the results on the screen now. Morgan's 2-0 up on Vikas Sab Harwal.
Ali Menzies off to a great start at 4-1.
That is a great start. Barry Lynn 3-0 now.
John Owen 3-0. That's a flying start.
Tom Jones and Dean Anderson 2-all. Scott Higgins is 3-0 down to Christopher Ross. Scott beat me in the last round. He was playing really well.
And Kevin McLeod 2-1 up on David Kinnear. Kev put me out in the last round. He's playing some solid pool as well. I think he was actually unlucky to go out in the winner's side. He was maybe 10-9, I think.
That's right, yep. That was the same with John Owen against Lewis McCool in the first round as well, 10-9.
Aye, it just shows you the results are so close. Ray Stewart just went 3-1 down there.
Tabit Jaud, if I pronounced that right.
Comes another big break. That's massive.
Tell you what, young Charlie, he needs to start dishing out lessons on breaking because it's incredible.
This black might cause him a slight problem here because I would have.
He's going to need an armoured car to look after that break queue. It's unbelievable just the way they split.
It's how well he hits him.
Yeah, the timing's obviously absolutely epic.
Constantly stays in the table.
Yep. Every now and again I get a good break and a good run of breaks, but it's normally coupled with a lot of really bad ones. Yep.
I think he's looking at the 2-1 on the black here. If he goes the reds,
the tables are really quick. I played a couple of 2-1s in the first night. Well, one I had two in the same frame against Dylan. One to the left back, then one to the right. And at the pace of the tables, I didn't even really need to hit them hard at all.
Maybe try to run out this red right now. Aye. Which hasn't made it much better, but
probably makes the 2-1 a bit easier. But
aye.
I mean, if that comes another 2 inches, he's just rolling it in the middle, and he's unlucky.
listen, with the confidence he's got, I'll be very surprised if he's not leaving that
Well,
to his last
he's
ball.
actually had a good look there at where he put his cue. He could also play in behind the red and take it in the middle bag, even the bottom bag.
Bit difficult now.
Yeah, the angle doesn't look. I don't know if he can maybe just screw across. That's what he's looking at.
Yep. I think he gets anywhere around that area, he pots it.
Definitely. This is something I've noticed quite a lot with guys like Mark Boyle, Robert Stephen, who I've played a lot with in the last while. They don't play to kick things out or land in 2-on-1s. They just play in behind them, and they seem to always get it. You know what I mean? It's
See, if you're just that confident in your own ability, then, like you say, you just need to be round about the area and you should get it.
So he's tried to guarantee himself an angle, but it looks a lot thinner than.
Yep, I agree. With the pace of these tables, we're doing really well to hold for this red.
He might actually go 2 cushions and kiss the yellow. Yeah. That was a hard shot.
I just didn't think he needed to play it like that.
No, definitely not.
I mean, if this goes in the middle and he gets this, then fair play.
I don't even think, just looking at it, I don't think he can cut it. I don't think he can, as thin as he can cut it, I think it's going between the yellow and the bag, but obviously that's looking at the screen compared to being down on the shot.
And he's no control of the white ball either.
No, that's what I thought.
And Dylan's just really got to take control here. Get yourself back to 2 each, and that's massive.
This should suit Dylan. This is kind of like the way the match went yesterday with myself and Dylan, where a couple of errors and Dylan played some good shots, got his balls into a good position and took the finishes. So he was playing well with this kind of pool yesterday, so I fancy him to take control here and get this frame.
Aye, to be honest, this is Dylan's style, to be honest. He likes to just set it up. He'll not go for anything he's not completely sure of. So I can see him playing a couple of snookers here.
Yep.
Hopefully, look at just bring this bad one off the top cushion in. Only thing is, just doesn't want to leave my shot to get his red in the bottom bag and cover that bag either.
That's it. The last thing he wants to do is leave a kind of shot off a side cushion or even a 1 cushion escape.
I had to push the red over the bag.
Yep. You know, if it goes close in this cloth with the speed it can, before you know it, it's dropped. And I think he just needs to bounce that off. And as long as he gets the snooker, it's not an easy one to get out.
I think if he comes off the right of the yellow and leaves the white over the right hand side of the table, that's a lot more difficult to push the red down.
Is he playing off the left hand side here by the looks of it?
Which is quite dangerous.
No, he's played that shot exactly.
I don't know if he meant the double kiss, mind you, but I mean it's helped. Now, that's a shot, because if he can't get to that, then he needs to come off a couple of cushions probably.
Yep, I think he could maybe play 1 cushion through the gap, the 2 yellows, but he's knocking the red towards the top end of the table, where obviously it's absolutely. I wonder if he can. I don't think he can go 1 cushion surely. Is he going to try and swerve through that gap beside? Flick the red down. This will be some shot.
I know.
I don't even want to doubt him because he's got crazy ability.
That is a tough one to get out of, but that might be the only shot he's got.
He's going to try it, swerve between the gap, loads aside, and the slide cushion might take it towards the red. No.
That was difficult.
Yeah.
I didn't even really think it was on, to be honest, but Right, Dylan's 2 shots here. Probably needs to get his yellow away for the black bag.
Yep, I think if he uses his free shot wisely here, he can maybe get that ball and get on the other one, the right hand side,
Yeah.
right away, and then he should be
nothing,
fine.
really.
Yep.
Aye, that's a shot. Bring this bad one out and try and get on the one over the right hand side. Get it out of the way pretty early.
Yep, that's it. It looks as if that's what he's going to do. And where the red, he's got a bit of a safety net. Even if he leaves a shot in the red, he'd be hard done by to leave anything easy.
Well, he's not done that, but like you say, he's got the safety net of the red being on the cushion, so he's just got to have a bit of confidence and probably just take these out.
Well, he can run that up the cushion, and it's not exactly a dead yellow. Do you know what I mean? He could have just got it out the way early, but I think he'll take these. I think he'll finish this. Get the ball in the middle, the ball closest to the cushion, the bottom, then take the middle one. I think this kind of maps itself out. I don't think there's anything really awkward. It's just you want to make sure he lands the right side of each yellow, and he should be absolutely fine.
I probably wouldn't leave that ball to last. Put yourself under a wee bit of pressure to pot it, because then he probably leaves a double.
No, that's true. Yep. That's why I was obviously we mentioned taking it early, and then he's really just get these to roll in. But I still think he'll take these. But I agree, it puts a bit of pressure on probably the toughest yellow of them all.
I would have probably just left that one over the middle and took the bottom ones out and took that one and the one in the middle, and that's him. Well, we'll see. Listen, if he takes him out, he takes him out.
He's landed not too bad here. He can take the ball to the right bottom bag right now and play on the 2 balls in the middle of the table. But I'm assuming that was his plan. But I think he's running towards the yellows now, isn't he?
Right corner, right middle, right corner.
Nice and easy. He's queuing up with a bit of pace again. He's played that well. I don't think he had to go anywhere near there, but it's fine. Totally fine.
He just needs to make sure he lands perfect on his next ball to get on the ball at the cushion.
Yep.
Which
Some of these shots that he could just drop dead weight, he doesn't seem to be confident in them. The one up the top, when he's played it with a bit of pace and he's ran past, he's obviously recovered with the pot in the middle bag, but exact same scenario there where he could have just dropped it in. That's perfect.
Yep. Cameras, Stevie. That might be what it is.
Yeah, that's it. The cameras are on.
Us 2 guys that are out the tournament telling him how to finish.
Yep, exactly. Barry Lynn, I've just noticed, is 6-0 up on Kenny, so
Flying.
looks like the last of the Canadians is going out.
As well, I've not seen Barry right far up the betting, but I mean, when he gets into good form, playing on tables like these, he's got some break, Barry.
He could be as good as anybody. He's got as good a chance as anybody. Sometimes it's just, as you say, the break, the run of the balls. A wee rub here and there can be the difference between winning one of these and getting sent home early like us.
Missed that. Oh, darn.
But that's just the pressure, as you said, leaving that to last. It was always going to be the most difficult ball. He could have played on it early.
I think that as well, like I said earlier, he's leaving him a double. And, you know, there's no other really shot here anyway, so he's got to go for the double. And it looks pretty straight to me, so
I'd be surprised if the young man doesn't get close here, and Dylan could be
be
licking
kicking
his woods. Yep.
he's quite far away for that, to be honest. But, oh, to be honest, do you know what? I didn't like seeing that.
No, I know.
I know he's got the yellow on the black over the bags, but anything can happen. I was playing earlier against Kevin McLeod, and he's on a straight yellow in the middle to get on his bottom yellow over the bottom bag, and he got a massive kick and snookered himself in my red.
That's the thing. I remember a few years back, and I was playing doubles, and I was going to give a guy a frame. This is true, and it was like similar scenario to that. And my partner at the time had said, "No chance. We're not giving it. Make them pot them." I said, "Okay," and he got a kick and landed on the knuckle, snookered on the ball on the opposite side, missed it, and ever since, that was a few years ago. Ever since, no matter how easy they look, I've just sat back and just made them pot them. And
absolutely, I learnt that when I was younger as well.
Yep.
I got told I used to give frames away just things like that, and somebody pulled me to the side and says, "Never make them pot every ball." And you know what? Sometimes rarely they miss, but it can happen.
Even
That
if
is some break for Dylan there.
even if it's 1 in a million, you could be that 1 in a million. So you'd rather that than no chance at all. So no, I totally agree. And it wasn't a habit that I had. It was just on that occasion I went to just go. And he said, "No, let them." And it just shows you that anything is possible. How many times have you seen someone go to roll a hanging ball in and roll straight through and in off? It happens so often. Obviously, certain quality of player, it won't happen 90% of the time, but on the odd occasion, it's a wee bit of pressure, a wee bit unwanted side, anything at all, a bad kick.
You're right, you're bang on. Anything can happen.
Well, Dylan, from 2-0 down, has managed to get a couple of frames, and I tell you, he's got a good chance here. That was a great break again. The game before as well with Ryan and Lewis McCall, the breaks were great. The ball seemed to be opening absolutely fantastic. Seems to be the case unless I'm on the break.
Same. So Dylan's got a chance here to actually go in the lead.
He's played the red onto the yellow plant there, and that you can see there it goes. So I think he just needs to drop this in. As we just spoke about a minute ago, he seems to be playing these kind of shots a wee bit heavier than he has to, but
Yeah.
the yellows are there. He's got a chance. If the yellow passes the red up to the top right bag as well, he's got a few options.
Aye, has aye. But like I was saying to you earlier, Stevie, Dylan, he takes his time. He tries not to do as much wrong, really. So he will take his time with these and see the best way about them. But if they're there, I fancy him, to be honest.
I actually quite liked that. As I say, last night I made a few mistakes, wasn't feeling my best. And every time he mopped up, some of them were really, really easy roll-ins. He didn't change. Took his time. Gave every shot the same respect, and I thought he played great. I really did, and he seems to be cueing quite well. He's played up for the awkward ball right now. Keith's just stepped out for a bit, so he's played up for the awkward yellow. Well, I'm saying awkward, just the one that's kind of out of position. So I think if he runs through towards the red on the side cushion, I'm not too sure from the angle I'm at if the yellow passes the red into the right middle. I think it does. Then I think Dylan will have a good chance here. The yellow does pass the red in the bottom left bag, so I think he's got a chance here if he plays this right. It looks as if he's going to screw through the gap. I think he could have just ran onto that red towards the red in the side rail, but maybe that's that yellow I spoke about. If it passes that red, then he should be fine. That was a risky shot, playing it that way.
tell him by his body language, it must go, because he doesn't look too upset about it.
The thing is, if it does go, then he's just top, bottom, middle, black, and it's actually ended up as close to perfect as he could have got. But it's saying that looks a bit thinner than the camera angle maybe shows. As you say, mate, he's not going to.
He's obviously gone for it,
yep.
So it must go.
He's just taking his time, exactly as we were just speaking about there, whether it goes or not. Oh, this is thin, and he looks as if he's going to swing it again.
Good shot.
The yellow definitely passes the red into the bottom, so he just needs to get a good angle on the yellow in the bottom, and I think Dylan will take these out.
Aye, so he's not running away for the black.
Yep. Barry Lynn must have won 7-0 because that game has vanished off my screen. So that's a good result. Kenny's a good player, former Scotland international. He's been away for the country for a few years, so he's not been playing this kind of pool, but he's still handy with a cue, so that is some result. John Owen is 6-0 up as well on, is that Maximus Goodyear? Morgan McInnes is 6-0 up. But then you look at some of them where you've got 4 eaches, a 9-8, some tight games and some games that players have just ran away with. If the balls are rolling for you, it can happen. Massive shot here for Dylan.
Let's see, nothing too fancy there. Just left his cell shot in the
Yep.
black here.
Well, that's it. He's actually out with the plan he played at the start of this. He's ran out of position slightly a couple of times, but none of the reds have actually moved.
No.
Do you know what I mean? So he's took them quite well. Well done, great black from Dylan. He came from 2-0 down to go 3-2 up on Charlie Earnshaw. Young Charlie got off to an absolute flyer as well.
That was a good finish there to go 3-2 up. And is it Dylan's break? No, sorry. I think he broke well there. Break and finish, maybe?
That was a dish, yep. That was a break and finish, yep. Because he played the red onto the yellow plant to start it off.
That's right, aye.
Yep,
Aye,
break and finish. Looking at that, Morgan's had 3 dishes out of the 6 frames as well. Oh, there goes the white. And we've been talking about young Charlie's break. Maybe he's just swung his arm at that one.
Maybe a bit of frustration.
Yep. And the yellows look really, really good. So Dylan will take his time, get these into position, and probably, if he gets it right, cues properly, then he could go 4-2 up.
This is Dylan's game, to be honest. This is where he could maybe frustrate the young boy a bit. He's put the white off the table, gave him 2 shots, and he'll probably just take his time here, try and work out as best he can. If he does take it away, then it's going to frustrate him even more. I'm going into a 4-2 lead with Dylan's break.
Well, that's it. Young Charlie got off to a flyer, 2-0 up. Really good finish in his first one, decent finish in the second one after a mistake from Dylan, but his break looks so good, he looks so composed, and all of a sudden he's 3-2 down and the white leaves the table, and a lot of the time that happens is due to a bit of frustration.
Yep. It's a tough school.
I'm still learning that every day.
Tell me about it. That's a good shot.
He's absolutely perfect. It just shows you the thought process of Dylan and how he's taking his time, because myself, I'm just looking and saying I'll just bounce the yellow out and take these yellows away, but using the red, obviously the reds came out for the pocket a bit, but he's thinking about killing the red at the same time. And
yeah, I mean the reds are still a wee bit in the way here if he runs out of position, but he takes his right, then he shouldn't be in any trouble.
that's a really hard shot to play. The wee bit of run inside off the cushion with top, it seems to spin and die. He's played that really well. I'm not sure if he was coming down for the yellow into the same pocket or if he was coming for this one down into the bottom right bag. But
I know, and with the slide off the cushions at the moment as well, it's even harder.
I think that'll end up his last ball, up into that bag where he missed it in the previous frame, but that's a good shot. I don't think he had to touch them, but he's played that really, really well. This is like a commentary box in a corridor, isn't it? People just keep walking through.
Random people walking into the room. Although it does say no entry.
That's true. Massive no entry. I'm usually as a giveaway, but most of the people in here today have got their eyes painted on.
I think the yellow above this yellow is the one that he needs to land perfect on. This is the key shot here for me. He needs to get on this yellow next to the white.
You know, I thought he could have played that inside the yellow there and just maybe nudged it out. He was always going to be guaranteed on the ball in the bottom right. I think he's got the angle just to come towards the red here.
Yep. He needs to get that though.
Yep. I don't think he should be worried about going anywhere between them because he's always going to have a shot. But I think he'll come towards that bottom red. Yep,
good
absolutely
shot.
Perfect.
That is a really good shot, that. Just leave yourself a bit lower on this yellow just to roll it in.
It looks as if he's starting to play with a wee bit of confidence as well. Looks not too bad. Probably a wee bit straighter than he wanted it to be, but he should be fine to just stun through the gap.
He just doesn't obviously want to leave yellow thin.
This will tell us if he's got more of an angle than it looks on the screen because yep, he's got a lot closer. He's overhitting things quite a lot. He could have just ran that in. He had so many options, but
I mean, even telling me that shot, he had the perfect angle.
Yep.
And he stunned it rather than just kind of running through a bit.
You see how far the whites went up the table. He's had a great angle. He's just
he wanted to be basically straight on that yellow, didn't he? He's going to have to come across the table.
He's going to have to go 2 cushions, and this is really hard to judge.
Aye, especially with the red being so close to it, to be honest. Play it back to left side as well here, I think. He's played that well.
He's got a thin cut back in the black. He's got no worries about the white. It's going to go straight into that red, but it's not easy. I fancy him to get it, but it's definitely not easy. It's definitely not where he intended to be.
Big frame this to go 4-2 with his break.
Brilliant.
Great shot. Good finish in the end.
He got there.
That's the thing, that a couple of times he's went different than what me and you're saying.
Yep.
But he's got them. And that's really all that matters.
Well, that's it's mad. A few years back, guy Tiger, most people would know him, quality pool player, and he used to go off his head with me. I would go for crazy finishes and I would get them, and I'd say, well, it doesn't matter, and he would go, but it does, because you won't always get them if you go that way. Trying to map the right way and go the right way as much as you can, but trying to be a perfectionist isn't exactly easy. So, as you say, sometimes all it matters is you get them down, get the black in, and you've got the frame.
And I think that's why you see the top players they never look flustered when they're
No,
on a finish,
That's right.
because they just know exactly where they're going and rarely run out of position. I think some of the finishes look a bit more erratic sometimes because players maybe run out of position
That's
a bit
it.
more.
I think a lot of the time you talk about some of the great shots people play. Oh, what a shot, what a 2-in-1. What... Normally because they're in trouble.
That's true, aye.
Do you know what I mean? And it's as much as it's great to see these shots, they generally do come because you've either put yourself in trouble or someone else has.
Ali Menzies was 4-1 up, now 5 each.
Quite a few Scottish boys that I'm not too sure of.
I've never heard of him myself, to be
There's
honest.
quite a few. I've seen the names and I've wondered who they are, but obviously a lot more players in the country than that we just know. Do you know?
Yeah. I think it's these big tournaments, they bring all the players out. The prize
That's it.
money's brilliant, and the quality venue and that is great as well. These are the kind of tournaments you want to be playing in.
This is it, and this is exactly it. And the fact that this is for amateurs only.
Yep.
And a lot of the guys, obviously a lot of the amateur players in this are as close to the pros as you'll get. And there's obviously some guys who are on the up, improving all the time. These are definitely the events you want to be playing in. It looks as if every one of these reds go. It's not easy to map out, but it looks as if young Charlie's got an idea in his head, so
Yep, I think the red next to black goes if he takes the red next to it away.
yep, that'll pass into the middle bag. So do you know what? After this is probably as hard as the first frame where he took the finish and
Yep.
he got it. I think he'll take these.
Just see how the last few frames have affected him. He's lost the last 4.
Yeah, that's right. From 2-0 up, he's found himself 4-2 down.
And do you know what? He's no done a lot wrong.
No, that's it. I mean, he breaks and goes off the table. Dylan takes the finish. It's
And he broke
probably
and finished the
yep.
one before.
It's probably a wee bit of frustration, but out with you're right. He's not really done anything wrong. Well, if that passes that yellow, that's even better. Looks tight.
It does look tight. Oh, great shot.
Absolutely flew in.
Nice. You've got to time this right as well.
He's ran away for it a wee bit. I think he should still be okay, but he wanted to be as close to straight on that as possible.
Yep, yep. That gap between the yellow and the black is he's got quite a big space to play into.
Yep. Just makes getting on the black a wee bit harder here.
He's played that really well, actually. Just where does he take the black? Top right, maybe?
I think he might just play through exactly that bottom cushion through the gap between the yellows and just take it in the top right. That's got to be the shot, innit? That's the shot.
Well, the black passes the yellow into the top left. But I think he's got the natural angle just to kind of come
Yep.
cushion back behind the yellow. Oh,
Oh, I think he's got a shot.
aye.
I don't think he had to put any side. I
No,
think he
I
had the
think you're
natural
right,
angle
Stevie.
just to play right through the gap, but he's got a shot.
Awkward queuing here.
Always
Brilliant.
took that well. Bridging over the top of the pocket. I think I would have liked to have my hand on the table there, but he just he slammed it in.
Not off by feet. Put the pocket rocket. Nah, that was a great black. Good finish.
And now he's got the break again, and he's shown in the first couple of frames that he's got a smashing break. So
Aye, just a wee bit more composure
that's
this
it.
time.
Needs to just relax, play it right.
It's been a good match. Some good finishes.
I think this is great to see. I mean, a young boy, 15 years old, in an event of this magnitude with the kind of money that's involved in it, and I thought it'd be great to see more of it. More youngsters having a pop. Obviously, there's people that are supporting them and pushing them all the way, and big up to those people, because he's an absolute, he's a star in the making, isn't he?
Listen, there's been plenty of them, and then they hit that certain age, and
That's
they find
it.
that they get into all different things apart from pool. So it's all about your mentality and that as well.
Definitely.
I mean, I remember I used to play all through the youths, and every setup, and then you get to a certain age, and pool sometimes takes a back seat. Which I wish it never.
No, that's
To
true.
be honest,
but-
because I played, I would be playing constantly, played in everything, played for a young age, won quite a lot when I was younger in the youth ranks and that, but I never really carried it into the men's, to be honest, and I've always just going to be there. But guys like Gio, the wee guy here, you just hope they go into it, and there's a lot more publicity in pool these days as well.
No, that's true.
No.
I mean, I didn't play pool until my late 20s. I played pool the odd occasion in the pub. I played snooker when I was young.
Yeah.
But I played football at a pretty high level until I was 25, 26 years old, and then I seen the kind of pool world kind of swallowed me up, and I didn't realise how big the game was, didn't realise that it was much more than something that people played in the pub. My first visit to the counties and stuff like that, I was absolutely blown away, and I must admit, I look back and think, now I often wonder if I took the game up young, as you say, some of them get opportunities that the pub's open for them. The party lifestyle can come about.
Aye, that's it.
Eventually they have to go to work, and numerous things can get in the road, and I suppose most of that had passed me by the time I lifted a cue, but then I wasn't learning the way all you guys were through the youths and juniors and all that kind of stuff. He's took these out brilliant.
Aye, he's took them brilliant. Listen, see, at the end of the day, back when I'm 34 now, when I was 15, 16, the sponsorships and that, they were nowhere.
That's true.
Now these young guys have got 4, 5, 6 sponsors, and that makes life a lot easier, even for your parents. I mean, it's not cheap to go away and go to all these tournaments or hotels, and so I big up to anybody who's putting sponsors out there and stuff like that as well, because it's helping the game.
That's absolutely massive. That's absolutely great point. Because, as you say, you can have so much ability, but if your parents are struggling,
Yep.
which a lot of parents will, then getting to these events and even getting the money to pay for practice tables, and even if it's a bit of coaching, it really, really can be a big, big dent in a family's pocket. And there's a lot of people out there helping, a lot of people throwing their money where their mouth is and helping these kids. So you're right, that's a great point.
Aye. No, I was lucky. My dad's always played pool as well, so we always had a pool table. But it was the Saturdays. He worked Saturdays and stuff like that. So there was your folk are running about after you, and it just kind of starts to die. Folk get fed up.
Yep.
But no, a lot more on now. A lot more tournaments. A lot more opportunities as well, and it's getting TV time as well, which is amazing.
There's actually people, great players, making a living out of pool. And I think that was always the aim of a lot of the guys at the top end. Ross McInnes, he's always looked at trying to, is there any ways that guys can make a living in the game of pool, and it's happening right now. So, and then you've got an amateur event right here, Fibretec Installations, blackballtables.com, 67k challenge. I mean, it's amateurs. The money that's in this event alone is just, it's enough to whet anybody's appetite for a game of pool, if you ask me.
100%, mate. 100%. And the quality of the playing conditions as well. You know, for this is an amateur event.
Well, that's it. There's so many places you'll go that's littered with pros, and you won't get this kind of. I know most of them are quite good these days, but there's many a place. I was in a venue, I won't name it, not that long ago there, and expected the tables to be pristine, and well, my expectations weren't met. It was absolutely atrocious, and a lot of people agreed. But we're spoiled these days, aren't we? Pool players are absolutely spoiled with how good some of the venues are, some of the table conditions. And we still can't help but moan and complain.
No, no. It's only when you're losing, but
No, that's it. Very true. That is very, very true. I've never met a man come off a table after winning a tournament and saying this place is shocking.
I know. Aye, that ball rolling all over the place. Never heard that off a winner.
That's it. I can't believe my black just rolled in there. No, that is true. That's a great point. You might get the odd person saying, "Nah, they're no great." No, we're spoiled, and this weekend, the playing conditions are absolutely first class. The tables are fantastic, and
Did he mean that?
you can't ask anymore. I think he was playing to try and play the snooker, but
Oh, was he? Aye.
I think he
Sure
was
if he
hoping.
kind of miscued there.
I think he was hoping to kind of saying that he could have been playing to pot it then play the snooker, but it looked to
maybe
me
aye.
as if he was trying to just drag in behind it, but he never played it too well. He's a big favourite in this frame. And saying that, if Charlie gets any kind of shot to try and kick into the yellow at the top, he'll have a chance, but it's actually a good shot he's just played.
He's not left him much at all because he can get round the back of that probably, but he ends up potting it. And I think that yellow goes in the middle bag.
I think it does as well. And this, I mean, he could. He needs to slide this inside it here so he doesn't bring a yellow out. That's all right.
That's actually a good shot. And that kills it completely. In fact, he's got to play this yellow. He could just, see, be honest, see if I'm on the table, I'm bringing that yellow out altogether. Just try to get the white down the bottom.
You're looking at back kicking it. Off the cushion first.
Cover the black maybe.
So hard to judge these shots. He's okay, but that was a difficult shot to play. Dylan's got to take these out.
Aye, definitely. And then now it's 4 each again, you know.
Do you know,
Big frame.
I would be tempted to come down the table right away here. I know he can screw straight back, but
You're running right through for it now?
I think he's got to.
Because you leave your red hanging up the top for a safety net. Because if he gets anywhere near this red and doesn't land great in the middle ball, he's got the one up at the top.
That's it, yep. And that red obviously passes into the middle, so I think he's got to play it right now. That's obviously the way he's played it, because he could have come down the table straight away, cleared these away and then went up and been guaranteed no matter what the plant, but I think he's
played that really well. I think it just pots this red and just stops off the yellow.
I mean, as you say, if he just drops that and then he can just thin cut on the hanger down into the middle, and it's middle then the black. He could even play the middle ball first here. He's got so many options, but I think you're right. I think he's got to just straight onto the yellow with the white ball here, the cue ball, and he should be absolutely perfect.
Yeah.
Doesn't need to play this hard. That's the only way this could go wrong.
Aye, definitely. And he has. He's
Dylan.
got away with that.
Oh, he's got away with
got
that
away
in
with that.
a
He didn't need to play that.
major way. Wow. He seems to be playing a hell of a lot of really hard shots.
I think he just rolls that red in onto the yellow. White stays basically where it is now.
Yep. That's
And
exactly
he's got
where
the
he would
exact
be.
shot. Aye, strange one, but listen, he's on it.
He had to just drop that in thin and just come straight back down.
I think this is a bit thinner as well. There's no way to even hold it. That yellow on the bottom cush could cause him a bit of problem here.
And can he screw it into the bottom bag and just screw out off a knuckle? He's left himself really, it's in no man's land. He's really in between shots.
He's not thinking about coming off the cush here. Oh, damn.
Oh, wow. Come on, son. Ah. That's a good effort. He should never have been in that position, to be fair, but it was a decent attempt in the end. But young Charlie's now moved to favourite in this frame. He doesn't really like that, but I think he can just touch the ball on the bottom cushion and just play a nice wee snooker. But should be an easy hit for Dylan, I suppose.
It's awkward as well, right in the knuckle.
No, that's true. He's not going to get to play the cue ball exactly how he would like, so makes it a lot harder shot. Oh, he's not got it. I can't believe he didn't play. I mean, unless he did try and play onto the other side of the yellow and he's just got it wrong, but
Dylan's got away with one here by the looks of it.
He's not got much control of his white here, but I'd be very unlucky not to have a shot in this black.
Honestly, how fast tables are to just roll this in. There's no way to be in the cushion here. Don't think he could have done much better.
No, that's it. He's made sure his white's not travelling right down to the opposite end of the table, which was probably the worst case scenario. So I think Dan will take this. Yep, to go 5-4 up in the race to 7. This is massive.
I think it's his break as well. Great shot.
Superb.
Hey, he's doing well. He's sticking in there.
Some results for you guys. Some tight ones there. Charlie in shot right here just now against Dylan. 4 each. Oh, it's no, Dylan just went 5-4 up. I'm sitting watching it there. Gareth Higgins 5, Anton Riley 5, Scott Higgins 4, Christopher Ross 5.
And I can confirm Stevie's drinking cola.
It's Coke Zero as well. It's not even got sugar in it. So they tell us.
That's maybe what's wrong. He needs to get a beer in him. Listen, he's travelled here with Ryan Davey, so gone by the bookies. He's here to the end.
Wow, what a break. And he's dry. No, he's dry, yep, he is. He's broke dry. I've just had to count the yellows there.
Charlie's break there?
That was Charlie's break, yep.
Ah, right, okay. Here we go. I'm getting confused myself, Stevie. I mean, he just needs to make the right decision.
That's some break. The young man he should be dishing out lessons in his break. I know nothing's went there, but he doesn't have to get some contact.
I think the only red giving him a little bit of problem is the one next to the yellow over the left middle. But I mean, I suppose he wants to get a red down first, but he could probably have took it now.
No, that's it. I mean, he could, if worst case scenario, he could play him behind it and it'll go into the middle in the top bag if he clears the table first, or he could leave it to last, but he's always going to be going towards that yellow. You're right, that's going to be the tough shot to navigate.
Here we go, maybe. Maybe get a bit closer to it, actually, take the red and the yellow. The red in the middle, sorry.
It's going to be the key shot, that one. That red's going to be the key shot in this frame. It'll be the shot that dictates whether he's on the hill or 5 each.
If he takes his out, and he's been breaking well himself, Dylan, that would be massive.
It looks as if he was going to play on it right now, and I think he is. I think the red in the middle of the table passes into the middle as well, so...
Yep. No, I mean, he's played pretty flawless pool, to be honest.
I think if he drops this in, it's quite straightforward considering how he's been playing. He's been playing really, really good, so this is a key shot.
Listen, I like to see guys like Dylan doing pretty well because he plays pool all the time. And sometimes for it to start coming off for him, but he's kind of just swiped at that a wee bit. And listen, the wee man could do something here, but they're not looking great.
No, the yellows aren't easy. He's probably going to have to play a wee 2-1 in the bottom.
I mean, Dylan's missed there, but he's not really really bad position.
He's really not left much at all, so Charlie will just be happy to get to the table. I was speaking to someone a wee while ago. I was complaining that every time my opponent missed, they left me nothing. And he basically says, well, rather than complain about him missing and leaving you nothing, because the alternative was he didn't miss and finished it,
And you weren't even
you
at
should
the
just be
table.
happy no matter how bad the balls are situated that you're at the table. And this was honestly only a couple of months ago with Elliot Sanderson.
See wee bits of advice in that and wee comments you get like that for people. It takes you a wee while to maybe take them in, but then you go,
100%. It is.
they're right. You know, especially probably at the time you were playing. If you lost, maybe you're not really taking it in until you walk away.
Young Charlie's landed really, really awkward here. Tried to force a wee bit of an angle, but coming towards that red is probably the only place in the table that it could have went wrong. I don't even think he can cross double the yellow into the opposite bag. I think he's in all worlds of problems now. In a world of trouble, I was actually meaning to say there, so that was a massive, massive mistake.
Right, Stevie, I'm going to love you and leave you, pal.
Okay, mate, it's been an absolute pleasure.
The missus came back there.
As you heard that, guys, he's whipped, he's off.
Aye, that's it. Listen, that's life.
That is life.
Anybody who tells you otherwise, they're a liar. No, but listen, good luck to both the players, and I'll maybe be back on later on.
Right, that's been a pleasure, mate. Cheers. Okay, guys. Chance here for Dylan. I expect him to take these out from here. And that's just made life a whole lot easier because that yellow will pass that, that red will pass that yellow now. He's got options. It looks to me as if he's wanting to leave the ball in the middle, the right middle for last. So I think he might push through here. Oh, well, it's okay. He's in real control of this frame. It definitely went. He was going to play the plant next, and then take it away from there. But young Charlie will just be really, really happy that he's back at the table, and sometimes that's the main thing, as I was just speaking about. We can be guilty of complaining at times that we've not been left anything easy when our opponent misses, but at the end of the day, none of us are entitled to walk onto the table and have them hanging over the pockets. So young Charlie's got a wee bit of work to do here, a little bit of work to try and steal this frame from Dylan. But he's at the table, and that's sometimes all you can ask. Fibretec Installations. It's the 67k Blackball Tables Amateur Challenge. It's arguably the biggest prize in amateur. Well, I'm saying arguably. I would guess that this is the biggest prize in amateur pool. £10,000 to the winner. Live on Scottish Q Sports streaming. And as I said earlier, I think you all agree Craig does a fantastic job. And it's promoted by UK World Pool. So Dan has two shots here. Is he looking to just play the yellow onto the red and just... That'll leave him on the red in the bottom left-hand pocket. Yeah, he's played that well. So it looks like Dylan will take these reds out to go 6-4 up. So nothing other than a crazy rush of blood will stop Dylan taking these out. So Dylan goes 6-4 up. Some results on the screen for you guys. Some very, very tight games. Gareth Higgins 6-5 up on Anton Riley. Joseph Bailly 3-3 with Alec McDowell. Joseph Sison, what? I'm sure I'll be corrected on that. As 3-2 down to Jonathan Roberts. Yasser Hussain is 6-2 up as well. So he's playing Tony Burton. Scott Higgins 5 each with Christopher Ross. And David Kinnear 5, Kev McLeod 5, Dan Mitchell 4. Is that Mustafa Bukri? Is 4-3 down there as well. So some tight games. So here we go. Dylan is on the hill. He's at the table. Slightly awkward first yellow, which I would expect him to get. Should be straightforward enough to. He could. I don't know if it looks from here as if he can just push through, and if he can, then he's got a good chance on these yellows. Yep, he's played that well. I think a plant on the right hand top rail will probably be the toughest shots that he'll play in this this finish. He could take it totally different. He could just take the ball on the top right and then play the ball in the middle, come across. But I'd be surprised if he doesn't take the plant on. Maybe looking at the angle he's got here to get out. I think he could maybe just screw between the reds just below the black spot. Oh, this is a big shot. How he gets out? Does he run off the bottom cushion, or does he just kind of stun screw through the gap? Run off he's a far better angle than it looks on the screen. Either that or I just keep getting it wrong. So this is a massive shot, which I fancy him to get. The pace alone will just carry the ball into the top right bag. So if he just drops this in, I fancy Dylan to take these out and win this match, essentially. This is a big shot here. Pace is everything. Pace is everything. And I am absolutely shocked that hasn't dropped. But this is a massive chance now for Charlie. Young Charlie Earnshaw just sitting in his chair, hoping that he would get on his feet while the balls were still on the table, and he's got that chance. What can he do with it? Oh, he's going down the table first. I thought he might take the bad ball, but he's going to obviously try and play on it and be on it better. So here we go. First one down. So there's a number of ways that he could go here. I think he's going to work his way up the table, taking these away first. The black is slightly awkward as well, depending on where he lands on either of the two top reds. It's 6-4 to Dylan. Did Morgan finish 7-0?
7-0, John won 7-0, someone else was 7-0.
And this shot here's massive for young Charlie. He's played this well. He's leaving the red at the top right to last. He's played that pretty well. He's going to have a shot. That's the worst case. But getting on the black's not going to be easy from there. He was on it at the start. It wasn't easy. He was on it right at the very beginning of the finish, and he's now on it at the end of it. Can he take it? Such a tough shot this to get on the black as well. You might have to actually go into the black here. I wonder if he can jab into the yellow. And he can. Oh. Well, here we go. This is TV stuff. Big combi to win the frame. A black ball combination. And I don't think there's anything else in his mind but nailing this. Ah, unlucky. Wasn't easy. So Dylan, 2 shots, 2 visits to the table here. 1 free shot, 1 visit to put himself through this round. Well, that is not perfect from Dylan, but he should be fine. Definitely wasn't a plan to put the yellow on the bottom cushion like that and land in kind of no man's land, but he should be okay here. This is what pressure does. Top cushion back down for the bottom ball, maybe. Needs to travel. So this still isn't easy. He's going to have to go. I wonder if he can drop it. I don't know if he can drop it. Maybe a wee bit of left-hand side and just go towards the side cushion. He's been overhitting things all match, Dylan, so this isn't the kind of time where you want to overhit something, so here we go. Unless he's going up and down. He's played that. Unbelievable. So 2 shots, 3 balls on the table, and he's lost the frame. That's pressure. That is pressure. So all of a sudden it's 6-5. Young Charlie steals 1 back. Dylan will be kicking himself, but he's still in a good position. And as you can see there, guys, Charlie's had 3 run-outs. Dylan's had 2. It's been a great standard of match, but sometimes the pressure just gets to you. You're looking at the scores on the board. Yasser Hussain 6-3 up on Tony Burton, and James Peoples 6-1 up on Nathan Hunter. Out with that, really, really tough ones to call. Tight scores everywhere. 6-5, 5-4, 6-5, 6-4. Sorry, that's not even 6-4, 6-5 now. So 4-3. Alec McDowell is down. 4-3. Jonathan Roberts is down. Really, really tough ones to call. So the game on my live stream, Charlie Earnshaw, young superstar for the future, and actually a young superstar right now, is 6-5 down against Dylan Stansfield, or Stanfield should I say, sorry. I threw an S in there that doesn't exist. Dylan is definitely a hard worker on the table, improving all the time. And getting some of the rewards. He's played really, really well this weekend so far, so good luck to both players on this live match. As you can see, guys, still some matches going on, but the table's getting prepared for the next sessions. You see Scott Higgins on a finish right now. He's on the finish on these reds to win that match. Oh, he thought he missed that there. So this red and black for Scott Higgins. He normally doesn't miss these, Higgy, so I think Scott Higgins potted that black. I heard some hands clapping. We're back live with Charlie Earnshaw and Dylan Stanfield. I keep doing that. Dylan Stanfield. Sorry, Dylan, if you watch this back. Dylan Stanfield. And young Charlie is literally just shown us a master craftsman on a break. His break is absolutely unbelievable. Unbelievable. And that's totally fine. He maybe didn't want the red to go as high as it did, but there's literally no problems from where it is here. I think it'll be really hard done by if he doesn't end up at 6 each. Standard has been absolutely unreal. Oh, top left, middle right, and the black in the top right bag. Oh, key shot coming up. He's absolutely perfect. He's not going to miss these. So we're heading for Hill, guys. It's going to be 6-all in a race to 7. Young Charlie just has this red and the black to take out. So just what you want on the live TV. A big decider coming up, guys. Very well played, young man. What a way to get yourself back on level terms. Dylan will be kicking himself. Dylan is 6-4 up, 2 shots with 3 balls, 2 of them almost over the pockets, top right in the middle, and the other one on the side cushion. And he's knocked it onto the bottom rail, made it a bit awkward for himself. And all of a sudden it's 6 each from what Dylan would confess probably should have been 7-4. So just shows you how quick these games can turn. Young Charlie hasn't messed about. He's dug in, fought hard, and got himself on level terms. So here we go, guys. 6 each. The race to 7, live on Scottish Q Sports streaming. The Fibretec Installations 67k Blackball Tables Challenge. The amateur challenge at that. Promoted by UK Pool. UK World Pool, I will stress. So here we go, guys. Dylan smashed them open. It looks like a dry break. And young Charlie will have a chance to step up. nothing really easy to start off. He could drop the red in the bottom bag, and he's not really going to be on anything after that. So I don't know if he can. He's having a look at the red just inside the yellow. If he could play it off the red in the top right pocket and maybe play it in there, but I don't think that's on. So there's definitely work to do here. So there won't be any expectations just yet. And the one thing that you can, I think he's on the ball in the middle right away. So that's, oh, he's going to cut the yellow back. He's going to cut the yellow back by the looks of it. And he did. And, well, it doesn't really change much up at that end of the table. It was always going to be, they had to move that yellow, so that hasn't really changed much. Well, this shot right here, if Charlie gets this, it's looking close, guys. So Dylan will be very, very worried. I would say he's not going to kick himself too much over the odd mistake. He's played really, really well. It might hurt for a while if Charlie takes these out, but I'm telling, I still don't think this is easy. The two yellows at the bottom right, obviously he can, from anywhere on the right hand side, he can pop the first one in, but it's, if that yellow doesn't pass, that's what he's having a look at right now, into either middle, then it becomes quite awkward. And still some pool left in this frame yet. Charlie's tried to come round the back of the yellow there, but the slide, the skid, as some people will call it, on the cushions has made it really, really awkward. Is he playing this into the right middle? He is, but he's not going to get it. Now, Dylan, this is the chance that you've been waiting for, because if he drops this in the bottom left-hand pocket, he's going to have numerous options. But I think he drops this in, then he can take the ball in the right middle. And I think everything after that is quite straightforward. That's it. The two key shots early on in this. If he drops this in the bottom left, I think he's got a real chance of taking away the finish. Can't think about missing, can't think about what he might leave. Only thing in his mind is just get this red in the pocket. He's missed it. Pressure is starting to tell. That wasn't easy. So I won't. Let's not put that down to pressure. Although I just did. It wasn't easy. So, but again, he hasn't left anything very easy for Charlie either. A double here. Is he going to maybe screw back over? Played that double great. It's going to be a plant. Slightly offset plant, but the way the white's going, he should be okay. If he gets this, he should be guaranteed to be on the yellow in the same bag. And then it's just all about the angle he's got for his last yellow. Again, he might land in such a position where he can take the yellow on the top of the table first. Oh. So here we go again, Dylan. It's the same chance as before, except the red along the cushion is now over the pocket. The finish hasn't changed though. It's going to be a very, very similar route to what it would have been when the yellows were already there. So big pressure. 6-all. deciding match. Yeah, well, it's not a deciding match. I think there might be one more game to go for the winner of this to qualify for the last 32. Looks like Dan's going to play a plant first. Really, I mean, even if he nails it, there just seems like there's a far easier way to go. I mean, he's just killed the red because of playing that plant. He only had to drop the ball in the bottom left and then play that first red that he just hit there into the right middle and then take them away from there. So he can push through now and play the plant down the cushion, which is a second prize, I suppose, from that kind of error that he's just made. But he's now having to play a plant that wasn't on the initial route that he had planned out. So should be okay, but he's made it harder than it had to be. Does he play the plant right now, or does he? I think you don't want. You don't really want to leave a plant to last. Like anything could go wrong, so it's probably not a bad idea to play it right now. And that's totally fine. Maybe a wee bit played it a bit harder than he had to. He's now in prime position to get these rolled in. And it looks like Dylan will get over the line if he can navigate these three at the top. He's got a nice angle to push through. It's just how this red lands in the pocket here when he plays the first plant. Oh, Dylan. Dylan, what are you doing? He's cut it straight on, so thin. Didn't have to be anywhere near there. It really, I mean, it's a pressure situation at 6-all in any tournament on a first to 7 basis, and you're just really looking for a wee bit of composure and trying to go the right way at the right time. And I think the decision to play the plant, I know that he's still at the table, and I know Dylan still had chances to get that frame done there, but I think the decision to play the plant at the early stage of the finish has actually come back to bite him. But young Charlie has to take these away. He'll just go high above the red here. Yep. High above the red for the yellow in the right middle. Just going to run past the black. Could have just dropped it in for the black in the middle. He's just decided to put in a wee bit of pace for the black in the bottom left corner to steal the victory from 6-4 down. Dylan with 2 shots at that stage. And young Charlie is through. Well done, young man. Never say die attitude has got you through there. So a gift from Dylan at 6-4, and young Charlie didn't look back. So well done, young man. Absolutely fantastic.
On 9, Scott Higgins, Darren McCarthy. Scott Higgins, Darren McCarthy on 9. On table number 10, Tom Jones Jr., Gary Gracie. Tom Jones Jr., Gary Gracie on 10. On table number 5, Dylan Mitchell, Lewis McHool. Dylan Mitchell, Lewis McHool, table number 5. On 15, James Peebles, David Markey. James Peebles, David Markey on 15. On table 7, Tavi Gerard, Stephen Cooper. Tavi Gerard, Stephen Cooper on 7. On table 8 in a couple of minutes, Charlie Earnshaw, Jamie Stewart. Charlie Earnshaw, Jamie Stewart, you'll go on 8 in a few minutes.
How we doing, guys? It's me back. Had a wee 2-second break there. So, this is a big one. John Owen. Phenomenal form over the last while. Senior Scottish Championship finalist, only losing to none other than Mark Boyle a couple of weeks ago. And Lee Cullen. Lee's been an absolute phenomenon for years, so this is a really tough one to call. Should be a great spectacle. The only awkward ball is the one in the middle, and it looks as if he's already set himself to double that, which there isn't really much out with the double that's on there. So he's looking very confident, John. So John, with a shot in the yellows here, it looks as if he's going to try and play through the gap. It's not going to be an easy shot. I mean, it looks to me as if he could possibly drop the yellow in the middle. The only issue would be then where he knocks the yellow and where the white ball goes from there, but there is options. He's looking like he's going to play the nearest ball to the right pocket, right bottom bag, and try and go high if he can get through that gap between the black and the red, or even through the two reds that's in the centre of the table, and give himself a shot. It was never going to be easy. So John has got a really tough shot here on the yellow. He's looking at a double back and off the red in the middle, which is definitely a possible shot. It's the cloth, Hainsworth match blue. Hainsworth match for me is probably the best cloth on a pool table, but because it's brand new, the balls are brand new, it's so slidey, and that's such a hard shot to play. the balls don't really come off at the angle you're expecting because of the skid, and that was never ever going to be easy. I fancy Lee to take these out. Well, that's a commentator's curse if I've ever heard one. Just had a wee interruption there. Someone passing through the commentary room. The big no entry sign on the door doesn't seem to deter anyone. Move some of these wires out the road before someone trips. So John's he got a chance back to the table there that he wasn't expecting. Unfortunately, he's not managed to get it, so Lee has now got a chance on these reds. I don't think he'll make the same mistake twice, so should be able to play through the gap and play the red into the top left pocket. He's going to take the one in the middle first, which is totally fine. Not going about these as expected, but again, he should be okay. He should be able to come off the top cushion, just nestle on the red closest to that same ball. Round the back of it, even better. So he can just drop this in. You want to give himself a slight angle. He won't have too many worries because of the position of the red at the bottom of the table, but nice. Just play this, come down the table, even halfway is fine. Yep, absolutely perfect. It looks like Lee Killen will take the first frame of this losers qualification match. Black ball in the right middle for Lee to go one up. And he does. So Lee Killen goes one up on John Owen. We're here in the Fibretec Communications £67,000 amateur challenge by Blackball Tables. Blackball Tables have obviously got anything pool related that you can imagine, so fire on to www.blackballtables.com. If you need anything pool related, they've got it. We're live on Scottish Q Sports Streaming. Craig definitely is the best in the business at what he does. Some phenomenal equipment to give you the best streaming service available, and it's promoted by UK World Pool. You watched the match before. Some of the breaks young Charlie was doing was absolutely unbelievable. And it's amazing how different a couple of games can be. Lee's not done anything untoward there. He's just played straight into the centre of the pack, nice and heavy. And sometimes the ball's open, sometimes they just seem to come back together. And John has a visit to the table here. I think the yellows look pretty good, to be honest. That yellow obviously passes into the right middle. And then after that, it's just a case of how he navigates his way around. I think the yellows are really, really good here. Thanks very much, Joe. Just managed to get a wee glance at some of the chat. Appreciated. So a good chance for John again. Fancy him to take these this time. Just needs a nice angle on the yellow centre of the three in the middle. Has he hit it? Has he hit it? I don't think he's on this. This is the whoever's been tuning in and whoever's been watching. Some shots at times will look crazy. Why is he not hit that hard enough? But it's not even a case of how hard they're hitting them. The cushions are so slidey. There's a skid as soon as the ball makes contact. It almost kills all the pace, and then at times you maybe hit it a wee bit harder and you've overhit it. But I think in that case there, John, he probably couldn't overhit, but he's still got a chance. And again, I think he'll run up off the top cushion here. Well, according to where his cue is, it looks as if he can just screw across. I think the option to run up off the top cushion maybe give him a better chance of getting position in the black, but if he can hold it, that's all fine. I didn't think so, and he's played that really well. That's a fantastic shot from John Owen. Absolutely class. Obviously a bit more angle than it looked, so he's had to cannon into the reds. And where's the white going? He's okay. John Owen gets one back in the board, guys. John Owen 1, Lee Killen 1. Some of the other results out there just now. Matches that are still going. Joseph Sison or Sison, sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrong, mate. And Jonathan Roberts 5-5. Tony Burton 6. Yassar Hussein 6-6. Youssef Bayi 4. Alec McDowell 5. And then into the losers qualification games that are already on the go. Barry Lynn 1, Stephen Ellis 1. Keith Robertson's 2 up on Ali Menzies. Charlie Earnshaw, young Charlie straight back on against James Stewart, and he's pinched the first frame. So a lot of pool, guys. A lot of pool on the go right now. And as I can see down there, I wasn't sure if Gary Bracken and Jordan Parkinson match, how that went, and obviously Gary's through, so that was 9-all for quite a while. All back to this match. Lee's at the table. You couldn't make it up, guys, the amount of people that walk into this tiny wee room. I mean, the guy's just walked in with hammers and chisels there. Well, who knows what he's building or knocking down. Keep him back for the pool tables. So again, Lee, I suppose if you could place the white ball in a different position in the table, both of these balls look pretty good, but from where the white is and where the balls are situated, it's not very straightforward, that's for sure. The opening shot of this will be massive. Anyway, I mean, it looks to me as if you just nudge the black. If you nudge the black, then the reds, I suppose the reds and yellows are there. It's just the first shot here is so key. And everyone on watching, good evening. Hope you're all keeping well. Live on Scottish Q Sports streaming. And I would say the biggest amateur event that there's probably ever been. Someone might be able to correct me, but £10,000 first prize to an amateur. £67,000 in the pot. Sponsored by Fibretec Communications. Blackballtables.com. Promoted by UK World Pool. And Stevie Walker in the commentary box. So like was mentioned, when Lee had the two shots at the start, the first shot was always going to be key. It looks, there's a wee bit of traffic, there's some awkwardness now, but if he can manage to get out, he should be okay. Well, that's actually a wee bit easier than what I thought. That yellow passing into the top left bag. That should give him a good chance to take this away. I wasn't sure if that went. I thought it only went in the bottom right, so he's actually okay here. He's got that really thick. He's looking there as if it's rolled off, but I don't know if he's just missed it. I'm looking at that comment. The pool coach, was that the one that was at the pub challenge? The pool pub challenge, it was on Sky. I can't mind if it was £50,000 to the winner, you might be right. That was the one frame pool pub pool challenge. If it was, I'm sure it was on Sky Sports. I suppose as a first prize goes, that would arguably be definitely be the biggest, but I think the £67,000 pot, and looking at some of the big tournaments just now, IPA, Ultimate, they're all paying out. Even if everybody can remember, Deathmatch Pool paid out a £10,000 first prize as well. I think what I'm trying to get at probably is a £67,000 prize pot for an amateur event. But no, you're right, mate. I'm pretty sure I remember that. It was like the pool pub challenge thing. If I remember correctly, Christopher Slack might have been in the final of it live on Sky. Just coming to me. I think so anyway, but I can definitely remember what you're talking about there, yep. Well, John's managed to get himself a good chance on these reds after Lee's mistake. As I say, he did signal that it rolled off. I think the pace he played it at, he always gave it a chance. And John's played that absolutely perfectly. Just having a wee glance here, Neil, the prize money actually goes from the beginning. Well, as everybody knows, it's £500 entry into this, but every single player in the 128 is on £200 straight away. Some people have used that to pay the hotel or whatever it might be, certain expenses, but every single player who had entered it in the 128 was on 200 straight away. And then it sneaks up from there. Great shot from John. Sneaks up from there, quite slowly at the start, but it gets to a certain point, I think around about the last 16, and the money starts to fly up really drastically. So John Owen is nicked into a 2-1 lead after that mistake from Lee. And again, maybe it did roll. I just think he's played it at such a slow pace. Considering the white was rolling into the red, I don't think he's ever going to run out of position. He's always going to be on the ball in the middle. So he's gave it a chance to roll if it did. So no worries, Neil. John from Roberts, he's just went 6-5 up on Joseph Sison. He Yosef Baye 6-5 up and Alec McDowell. 2 games still going on from the last round. Early stages for all the other matches right now. Well, here we go, Lee to break, frame 4. Now I've got to get myself one of the breaks. He obviously left the break in his case in the last frame he broke, because that is unbelievable, this one. Last one was dry. Balls all kind of pickled around the middle of the table, but that is some break. It's funny when you see some of these breaks that the balls absolutely explode. There's always a couple of balls that go awkward, something kind of covers. The yellows what you would argue would be the pick of the bunch here if you had a starter, and the same as the reds. Obviously the plant down the bottom is awkward. So a wee bit of work here to do from Lee, but he didn't have an easy start at all. That's the one hell of a break, not an easy starter. Always seems to be the case. Yeah, like I said at the start, these were never ever easy. I think cutting the red, he was always in the hands of the gods with the white. The yellows, again, he didn't have any easy start, so it wasn't easy for Lee there. John will just be happy that he's back to the table again. It's not easy. He's looking at the kind of offset plant, and then again he's going to rely on a bit of luck and the hope. I don't know if he can play it in such a way where he can go high for the yellow above the middle bag right now, or plant the white and hope that one of the yellows that's about to get crashed here that he lands on. And Lee will get back to the table here. It shows you the break from Lee was absolutely class. None of them had easy starters. Lee opted to go for the thin cut in the reds, kind of flicked a few balls, landed awkward, played the plant, didn't go. John then has a go, he's unlucky. Well, he's attempted a kind of offset plant, it was never going to be easy, so Lee's back to the table again, and I don't think anybody at the start of the frame would have guessed that there would be a few visits in this frame. Just played that as a 2-1. He's actually okay though. Nice angle. Just to flick onto the bottom rail. He can just play the red along the cushion, leave himself the right angle on the red into the bottom right bag. He should be okay to get up the top for the black. I think the skid on the cushions will actually help him with this shot, because it does tend to go high off this kind of shot here where you maybe expected to come towards the yellows without a flick aside. I think this naturally goes off the slide of cushions directly up the table. Played that really, really well. And Lee, good finish. And Lee brings us back to 2-all. I think both of them had a wee bite there, could have maybe affected the frame a bit more in the beginning, but I felt it was definitely awkward. Some people won't agree, they'll think they were absolute tappers. But we're all square here, 2-all. What's happening? The mad mob are charging through here. It's gangsters. Just pull it. You just need to pull it. Just pull it. There you go. And as I've said a few times, guys, this closed off room with a big no entry on the doors seems to invite the finest people. And again, these balls from the break are not exactly ideal, so a bit of work to be done here. Yep, Jordan, these tables are the Blackball Elite, with the Hainsworth match cloth being brand new and the balls kind of being brand new. The pockets are generally, obviously if you miss on these, you miss. That they can be forgiven on the odd kind of shot, but you're noticing over the weekend so far, from yesterday to today, they've really tightened up, and it's only in the space of one day, so you're right, they are really tight. There's there's that Ali McCoy's thing again. Ali McCoy's from Wish. So Lee, he's tried to kill that shot he's played there, probably on the other blue kind of, is it 8-6-1? He's probably down and into the yellows. But on this, it's so skiddy. I don't think without hammering at 100 mile an hour, that's just not the shot you want to be swinging at. But he's big favourite in this frame from here. I can't believe that nobody realised that Ali McCoy was a pool legend. John just trying to make it a wee bit awkward there. Knowing Lee, he'll probably try and leave himself an angle to kick into them. Maybe push through here, leave himself an angle to run into the two reds, open the game up. But do you know what? I like that shot better because he's making sure. There's a lot of money at stake in this event. As you say, it is a great setup. Every single table, absolutely first class after every match. The effort getting made with the guys in the arena. And the ladies and the gentlemen that are going and brushing and dragging and giving the balls and that a clean between things. That is a top event. Mr. McInnes definitely knows how to do it. My favourite Celtic player right now, Callum McGregor. There you go, Jordan. Oh, Henrik. If we're going past and present, then Henrik Larsson is up there. So Alec McDowell has managed to get through that last match. That was an absolute battle from start to finish with Alec, and he's managed to get through it. So he moves on to the losers qualification round. Probably the wrong name for it. Maybe the one loss. He's after 2 you're out in your bum, but we're in the what's called the losers qualification round. The winners of all these ties will make it through to the last 32, or they'll join the guys that have won through to that stage. So that's when the money starts to peak up as well. Or pick up, should I say. The Derry Pelly, I remember him, mate. Well, this frame was always tight for the start. It was maybe the odd time that both of the guys would have looked at the possibility of kicking into something, but refrained from going crazy. Probably rightly so too, each in a race to 7. Qualification back into the winner's side, or back into the last 32 knockout, we should probably say. John's been gave a... I don't know if the yellow next to the red goes in. If it does, I'd be surprised if John's not considering playing this in. I don't think he's meant that. I think John was trying to sneak that through the gap inside the red on the bottom cushion, at the bottom right bag. And Jonathan Roberts has now came through. That was a tough tie for Jonathan as well there. Johnny Roberts, he won one of the IPA events. Then tail end of last year, I think it was the one before Isle of Man. Playing some good stuff, and he was in a tough match here. He's managed to come through it. That's a decent shot from Lee. He's just trying to make sure that his red goes if he decides to go for it. Yep, no, Stephen, that's a great point. You can probably attest that to a lot of pool players, snooker players, even golfers and boxers and all the different kind of UK kind of athletes. Whether you're in Ireland, Scotland, England, Wales, whatever it is, sometimes the temptation of partying can knock you back. So I think there's a lot of good opportunities out there now in events like this. I know this is pool, it's a different kind of thing, but you only have to walk about this venue and see the amount of people obviously having a wee beer and whatever it is, so it's very, very easy to be swayed. Cheers, Jordan. Thanks, mate. No, I know, Stephen, definitely, mate. Well, as I said at the start of this, it was always looking a very, very awkward frame. Balls were a bit iffy, and Lee's tried to get his balls into a position a couple of times, but John's kept him quite safe. And this is the shot. I think Lee was... He opened that, the one that he's just taken, when he knocked that out maybe 2 shots ago, it was always with the intention of having a go at this. And how's your luck? He didn't look happy with that there, but he's absolutely perfect. He gave his shoulders a shrug, he's tossed his arms in the air, but he's absolutely perfect. I think when the ball stopped rolling, he realised that he can't even say he's got away with one. He's played to kick into them. He's been aggressive. He's hoped for that bit of luck, and I think he's got it. I actually heard Alan McCoy's there, man. I don't know. His only worry here will be if he goes too far. Black. Obviously, there's options on the shot. Even if he does go too far, he should be able to screw through the gap between the yellow and the black, the yellow in the middle of the table. But I think he would prefer to be slightly low. He's not managed to be, so that'll be the shot. Whoa! Sorry guys, I've just been knocked clean out there. Whoa! That's alright. It might sound like a riot just started in here, guys, but it's just Renzi swinging doors open. So Lee's kind of overcooked this a wee bit, but he's got a shot in the black. Maybe a wee touch worried about the middle back here. I think if he catches it just right, he might go towards the yellow and should be safe. Oh, that was a big chance. So John has got a chance to go in front here. He's played to get on the awkward one early. I think he'll change his mind. I wonder if he can still play it in such a way where if he does miss, he's snookering Lee, but I think he's maybe going to have to leave it to last now. He's played the ball in the bottom left first. I think I would still be leaving it to last now, but on these tables, if you just play it in nice and easy, the pace of the cloth, it really does take them. So if the yellow passes the black, then it's the exact same shot. And I'm guessing that it does the way John's played this, so it's the exact same shot. The only difference here is he's going to have to screw back. And again, that's probably going to make this shot a wee bit safer than it would have been. Yep, he's not missing that. As you've seen there, guys, he caught maybe a couple inches up the cushion at the pace, and the slide on the cloth carried that in no problem, and this will be a frame stolen from John. Lovely finish. John Owen goes 3-2 up on Lee Killen. I'm trying not to act awkward. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant, guys. Scotland's top coach and referee was just popping his head in there after almost wrecking the place, Mr. Alan Reynolds. So that frame was definitely one that got away from Lee. He opted to screw back rather than stun through the gap in the shot that I mentioned on his last ball in the right middle, but I think he obviously only overscrewed, so the shot to screw back wasn't a bad one. It's just sometimes the pace can kill, and the cloth is so skiddy. You just dig into it that tiny wee bit more than you want, and all of a sudden the white is flying off. So He's opted for yellows here. Nothing's easy. It's another one of these kind of frames where the balls have opened up, but there's a few things quite awkward, so there's a bit of work to be done. It's not a bad shot. It's not a bad shot from Lee because he's left John on this red down here. If he gets that out of there, then Lee should have, out with the yellow on the top cushion, he should have a good route to a finish after this. That's actually a good shot from Lee. John's in a world of trouble here. He could take the pot on the top. If he gets it, he might have a chance because it looks as if there's a gap between the yellow at the top of the table as well. He's taking it up on the inside of it. He could pot the yellow here. Now, Lee, I think that yellow passes the reds. I think it goes through between the yellows and the reds at the top. He might be able to get his bad ball out right now. Doesn't look as if he's in a rush to go up that way right enough, but I think that might be on from the angle that I can see here. It looks possible. The amount of cue cases that have come into this room with me, guys, I could be doing a runner tonight. You see a guy travelling up the M74 with loads of cue cases on his back, you know it's me. Well, that was a shot that I was talking about, and I think, although he didn't get the yellow out the way he was probably hoping, it's worked out every bit as good. Can take the plant. Simply leave the two balls up the top of the table to last, just a wee screw back. The ball in the right hand pocket. Play the ball into the left and the black in the middle, so he should have a chance here. It's just how he navigates getting from the left to the ball on the right side cushion in the bottom bag. Well, this is that shot. Maybe just a wee delicate screw, a little delicate screw shot. Only touch aside just to flick between the yellow and the reds towards the right middle bag. That's exactly what he's played. Needs to pick up a wee bit. That's fine. It's not perfect, but again, I think he can screw through the gap and he should be able to drop the ball in the top right hand pocket. He wanted to be a wee bit closer to the right side of the cushion there. However, maybe the fear of going in towards the middle bag has held him back from playing that shot full-blooded. He's still got a chance here. It looks as if, I don't know if he's having a wee look here to maybe consider taking the ball on the top first, maybe get them out of the way, but I think if he just plays this in, tries to come through the gap, the table is so quick, he should be okay. Is he going to try and go two cushions back across towards exactly where the yellow is and play it up from there? Which is a really difficult shot to judge. As I spoke about earlier, the way it comes off the cushions is really different to what a lot of guys will be used to. When you're looking at this, it's Hainsworth match blue cloth, and it's very different, the reaction. So it's not easy for Lee here. Where he's looking is probably where I would be playing it, but he has looked at the two cushions as well, which I think is such a hard shot to judge. Young Kieran Kay standing, tuning in. The main man in the venue. He's took quite a while over this. A massive shot, 3-2 down. He had a chance. He was worried about the middle bag, so he's ended up landing short on the ball on the bottom here. The yellow to the bottom right just became really awkward because of that. But it's a hard shot now. Remember, guys, Blackball Tables 67k challenge. Anything pool related you want, get on to www.blackballtables.com. They have absolutely everything you can imagine pool wise, and if there's anything that they don't have, I'm pretty sure they'll get it for you. So, blackballtables.com. Get on there if you need anything pool related. We're live in Scottish Q Sports streaming. Sponsored by Fibretec Communications, the 67k amateur challenge, promoted by UK World Pool. It doesn't get much bigger than this, guys, especially for an amateur event. Absolutely phenomenal. Oh, there was a worry. Lee was really he was struggling between the two shots, whether to go two cushions. He decided to do that and landed short, missed the pot. And now John's got a chance. And this will answer my questions. I wasn't sure if that went, and it did. I don't think he expected to come that far out with a double kiss. But he's at the table, and it's where he would rather be. Can he take the ball in the bottom, the ball in the middle, and run through for the red and take it into the top left, or even the middle left? Or will he take the double right now? Decisions. That's actually, looking what he's looking at there is getting a wee bit lower on it and running up towards the yellow up at the top and taking the red in the right middle. And you're at the table, at least you're the man with the options, so has he given himself the angle? I don't think so. I think he's landed in exactly the position to push through and take it in the top left. Or has he? Has he maybe got the angle here? We'll find out. Nope, that's exactly. I do remember suggesting this at the start. Looks like I was right. John Owen to steal another frame. Oh, this is getting crazy. Wasn't easy. It was never easy, but I fancied John to take that, definitely. He literally did just go down and hit it. So Lee with a chance to get back on level terms. It's absolutely crazy, these two guys. The quality that both of them have. Chipping chances back and forward to each other, very unexpected. We've got to fancy Lee now to take these out. Yep, he's, oh wow. About 4 or 5 times I've mentioned, if you get into it too much, it just goes flying. The slick cloth, brand new balls. And the thing is, he only had to come back 2-3 inches. He didn't have to come past the black. Just shows you guys. I don't think he's got any option but to come up and down. Which again isn't an easy shot. The cloth is really hard to judge. Is he looking at maybe sliding off it and taking the white across the... Doesn't even look on. It looks as if he'll end up getting off. I think I agree. I've got the two of the young team in here with me, pointing to where the white ball should go, and I, to be honest, I tend to agree. I think he's going to just screw back across the top cushion here. He's played that well. That's a double kiss. He's played that really well.
I'm looking for something to do the draw for the next round then. What? Yeah, I do.
Seems to be happening. It's on. What's just happened to this screen? This is Hollywood. Oh, well, the screen went away on me there, guys, so I just looked up and John's missed it in the middle. But do you know what? I think he's played 2 shots in one there. He's tried to make sure that he doesn't leave Lee a shot if he misses. So it was a kind of shot to nothing, but if Lee leaves the white down low here, John doesn't really have a shot on the red. Out with... He's left him the up and down, but it won't be easy to get on the black. He should get close enough to pot this. It's just the pace that he plays it at will determine if he pots it, whether he leaves the yellow on or not. But I think this is a hard shot as well. These cushions are very, very hard to judge. I'm talking on experience. Last night I missed one with Miles. Totally agree, Jordan. It's very, very unlikely, but these tables, they're playing absolutely great, but they're catching a lot. A lot of us, probably every single person's been caught out at some point today, and Lee and John have both chipped frames back and forward so far in this match, and I think John's played that at that pace in case he doesn't pot. But now he's got a very, very tough black to go 4-2 up. Oh, that's how you put that in. Great shot, John Owen. A phenomenal black. That's the way to do it, Daniel. Trying to get yourself some work out here. You give the venue my number. He's to need any new carpets. Brilliant. Socko, thank you very much, mate. The UK's best commentator back in the comms. Well, the world, you're right. You're absolutely right, Kieran. Sky Sports beckons. But me and Gary Neville soon, guys. Everybody keeps calling me Super Ali and Ali McCoist anyway, so maybe I'm already there. Again, the balls have exploded and there's a wee cluster, the red and yellow side of the table. A few balls come up towards the top. Opening up well, but that last match, you see me, Dylan and young Charlie, the balls were absolutely exploding and the finishes were just there to be rolled in. This has been a wee bit more awkward from the break. He's nicked it in off a red against what he was trying, so Lee's forced onto the reds now. And probably second favourite in this frame because of it. Yep, Scott, that's it. So the qualification game's obviously getting played just now. The winners will go to the last 32 and join the winners in that, obviously, last 32. So the 16 winners will be joined by the 16 one-loss side players, yep. Greg, that's absolutely spot on. Speaking to Ross a wee while ago, and he was thinking about actually using the Blackball club tables, but decided to go with the elite. And although they're really tight, they do play absolutely brilliant. And the good thing about it is, see if you miss, you miss. And as you say, you can watch some of these IPA Ultimate, and they're 8 and 10 and 12 inches up the cushion, and the balls are still falling. So totally agree, it makes a big difference. And probably for me should be what all the tables, all the games are played on, all the big matches, all the big tournaments should be on tables like this. Daniel is a top-notch carpet fitter guy. Need to get him in here. Somebody's messed up the pattern on that carpet. I need to find a circle quick. I do. Unbelievable.
I'm the old boy.
Lee didn't have a hell of a lot on there, but he's trying everything in his power to keep John away for the table. John will just slide off us, knock the other yellow across. Well, that was the attempt. It looked a lot thinner, that, so I didn't think he could get the yellow towards the pocket as much as that. Lee, it's going to be hard to keep the bag here without... Yep, it's always going to pot. Maybe forced into trying to get something here. Lee's 4-2 down. He's probably second favourite in this frame right now, so he's going to need something special. Is he going to have a go? No, he's just going to hang in there, and that's fair enough. There's no point in going crazy, but I think John's got a chance to take a finish at any point. The yellow that's next to the red down the bottom can be easily kicked out with the yellow right next to them, so I think that's, wow. It just shows you how tight the bags are. They're getting tighter and tighter the more they're getting played on as well, so Lee probably needs to get the bag here. If he's not going to go for a finish, he's going to need to at least try and get the bag. The bags are quite tight, Anton Connor. They're a lot tighter than the Supremes and stuff like that, so they still take them with the new cloth and stuff like that, so as expected that certain shots will still drop at certain times, but they are definitely tightening up, mate. Wow. Aye, so young Charlie, who was 6-4 down to Dylan Stanfield. Dylan had 2 shots with 3 balls on the table. 1 ball on the cushion, the other ball's almost over the bags. Managed to leave himself in a bit of trouble, and then all of a sudden he's lost 7-6 to young Charlie, and he's literally went on to the next match and absolutely scudded Jamie Stewart 7-1. So he's through to the last 32. Fair play, young man. I think John will have a go at these. Just needs the right angle. And the ball into the bottom right. He should be all good. Is he going to run into it right now? No. This is a shot to win the frame. Well, that's his worst case scenario, as he can take it in off the red. Played it very, very well. No, I did a wee bit awkward, just above the red, so he's going to be bridging for this shot. No, he's going to take the plant. Is he going to cut this back? He is going to cut it back. I tell you, last night that would have fell, guys. They are playing on, it's Hainsworth match, blue Hainsworth match, a napped cloth, really, really quick, very, very slick. It's actually playing really, really good, the cloth. It's just a wee bit different to almost every venue that's using Strachan 861 just now, so it has caught a hell of a lot of us out, including myself. Good shot from Lee. Keep himself in the frame. It's about all he could do. Be surprised if John doesn't attack this. Looking at that, it might not need to. He might be able to just drop on it. Play it in the bottom left bag. Very, very aggressive player, John, so always looking at a way to get a finish. That's one way to go about it. That's very, very, that's unreal. You didn't think there's any way of crashing into them there and not being on that. Can he pot it knuckle red in? Maybe what he's looking at, but I think maybe the yellow off the side cushion, clipping the red and then going into the bottom bag, maybe the better shot. You could leave the white really close to the red on the side, leaving almost no shot. The red will come away. I think that's the one shot that's a kind of shot to nothing if he runs through, plays this correct. He's maybe worried about potting the red right enough, but I think if he pushes through, he should be okay. A bit of a shot to nothing. I don't think he leaves much if he plays this right. Should be guaranteed to be on the hanging yellow. I think if he gets this right, even if it doesn't go, I don't think he leaves much. Yep, that's a good shot. Lee might be able to nick that in the middle, but the white is going to be skiting. And we're about to see it. He can't really take it. We could take it in the top and screw back towards the yellow, but it looks as if he'd be coming inside the yellow, so he's going to have to take this in the middle. Oh, it was actually... That's a great shot. Didn't look as if that was even possible. All of a sudden, Lee looks as if he's about to nick one back. A bit more angle than he would have wanted. He's going to need to play this with a wee bit of running side. Doesn't want a big bounce. Just drag it in. He's fine. It looks as if he's got a better angle than I can see. Just going to run through it. Yep. It's a good shot going so close to the black. That could have went wrong. And all of a sudden, it's going to be 4-3. Got a big match in our hands here, guys. Barry Lynn 5-4 up on Stephen Ellis. Jonathan Roberts 3-1 up on Giles Pilkington, or Glenn Pilkington. Giles, where did I get Giles for? Tony Burton 4-2 up on David Forrest. Alec McDill is 5-2 down to Scott Coventry. Gareth Higgins and Gary Bracken. He's been in a few really tough battles. He's 5-all just now. Scott Higgins 6-3 down to Darren McCarthy. James Peoples 4-3 up and Davy Markey. David Kinnear 1, Scott Rorty 2. Tabit Juad, I think that's how you say his name. 4-all with Stephen Cooper. Did it dairy on here? Oh, that'll do that, cool. I believe somebody's offered me a drink. I haven't to go and get any myself in the room. I know. Maybe he's been text, get a commentator a wee drink. A wee drink. Oh, here we are, guys. Back to the action. John Owen 4-3 up and Lee Killen. Fibretec Communications 67k amateur challenge. www.blackballtables.com. Any of your pool needs, get on there and get them, guys. Everything from a bit of overpriced talum chalk that all the nutters go crazy for. Me prefers triangle. That's okay for Ronnie, it's okay for me. They also sell that. Everything from cues, cases, tables, you name it. Blackball Tables have got it. Get yourselves on there. We're live on Scottish Q Sports streaming. Promoted by UK World Pool. Scott, that's probably a good shout in the obviously first to 7 and first to 10 thing, but I think getting through the one loss side and making it back into the, if you want to call it the main event, last 32, then races to 10 is probably the way it should be, and generally most tournaments would go up, whether it's 7, then to 8, to 9, to 10, and so it would always go up anyway. And but I know what you mean, mate, I know what you mean. You have a few of the guys getting to 7, 7-2 and 7-3 up and getting beat 10-7 and stuff like that. Easy to switch off with the mentality, but it's the same for everyone. Guys that have got that second chance to battle through, so good luck to the guys that do it and good luck to the guy that wins it. Hope it gives me a Lenny some money. Oh, I wonder if that black still passes into the left middle. It looks as if it does. Probably played that a wee bit harder than he had to there, Lee, but he should be okay. That's the thing. Does the last 32, is that tomorrow? Does it start tomorrow? Well, that wasn't perfect from Lee. He's got a wee bit of work to do now. He's going to have to, maybe the thin cut into the middle, run into the yellow, or if that red passes, which I don't think it does in the top left. So should still be okay. He should be able to play this, and then the ball closest to the right middle. The ball down here on the right, bottom right corner will be his last ball. I'm surprised I'm playing that so heavily. I had to drop that in. Cheers, Colin. Appreciated, mate. Now, Lee is having some trouble in this finish. But as I say, guys, the tables, I mean, as much as they're playing great, they really are catching a lot of people out. The pace, the bounce, sometimes you think you're playing a delicate screw shot and it goes fizzing 6 to 12 inches further than you're expecting, and it can be very, very, very much a catch out when you think you're playing something as normal, which you maybe do on a different cloth or on a different table. It really is catching everyone out, and Lee is so unlucky there. I think is he okay? I think he might be okay. It's just took a wee half bounce, and it looks as if Lee is absolutely perfect. So that was some double. Well, I thought he would finish it as soon as he broke the balls, and after a couple of shots I thought he was in trouble, but Lee Kevin is about to come back to 4 each. Well, that was some double, guys, to pull yourself out a big, massive hole. John would have been expecting to get back to the table there. I know I was expecting him to get back to the table. Last 32 tonight, 9 o'clock. Scott, cheers for that, mate. I need to go and get myself a packet of biscuits or something. It's got to be a late one. Well, last 32 tonight, which means the last 16 tomorrow. This is going to be played through quite quick then. It's absolutely, I mean, even though some of the games in the beginning were taking quite a bit of time, some games were 3 and 4 hours, the first to 10s, but it's ran perfect. It's ran absolutely perfectly smooth the full weekend up to now, and I can't see it changing. Everything seems to be going really, really smooth, and it's always more smooth when you've got the commentator on. Looked as if he'd messed it up, and next thing he plays a crazy double that he had to. He's up the table, almost snookered, lands just perfect for the last ball in black. Unreal. His results have been good. He beat somebody 10-3 or something like that. Because even Tam McCallum. Did Tam get a bye? I didn't think that's right. Tam was all over the place against him. Really the chances that he had, mate, honestly. It was on table 1. I was up watching it before he came in here, and he was chances. I haven't seen that game. That was the one. He was like, I think he was 9-3 up or something. And the next thing you know, aye. Davey got destroyed in his last match. I know. He was 9-0 down against who was it? You'll be able to see it, but he was 9-0 down, and he get beat 10-3. But that was that one. Absolutely was. Declan beat him. He was 9-0 up. Declan was 9-0 up on Davey. Finished 10-3. Semi-final at Saltire. And the weekend later, semi-final of Scottish. I drew 6 each from the Wednesday night. 3-0 down. 3-0 down. Took back to 6 each. There's a lot of look at these, but you know what I mean? These are. Who else has caught my eye? Scott, sorry, I was having a conversation with the young team there about how good I was. Who else has caught my eye? Well, that's actually what we were just talking about. Some of the performances, like Declan Duff was 9-0 up on Big Davy Markey, and I don't really think Davy done much wrong. Who else are we talking about there, guys? Scott Pope. There's quite a few. I mean, there's Gary Bracken has been in some tough matches. He was playing Jordan Parkinson, who's a really, really good player. I know Jordan plays in the IPA and he's always thereabouts. And so there is a few that I mean, even looking now at some of the matches that are on right now, Jonathan Roberts won one of the IPAs not long ago. But over this weekend, I think the result for Declan Duff against Davy Markey is probably the one that I was most surprised at. No, because he's not a class player, just because no many people can do that to Davy. Davy's solid, so he's probably the one to watch, mate. Big Rama, how are you, mate? The main man is on commentary, you are right. They're not paying me enough, but mate, that's the problem. Well, I've literally just been bribed with Diet Coke. They've asked me to bring my mattress down here and just stay in here all night. No, it's absolutely brilliant, mate. I enjoy doing it. They called me Walker the Talker in school, so I don't mind sitting and talking away. And John's landed, I think, welded to that red if he's touching. I don't think it's going to matter. It's touching, but it looks it. I think the best that he can do here is probably try and put a yellow safe, but I mean, I don't think it'll be safe anywhere on the table. Maybe kill the black. I mean, I can't see a whole lot that John can do here. He can maybe go off the bottom cushion and try and come back up and touch the red. Well, he's going to try. He's tried the longest Filipino double in history. So I fancy Lee to go 5-4 up here. Tommy boy, you and Jambo can go and get a tent, go up the back fields, mate, and listen to each other all night. As far as I'm concerned, I am the best commentator. So Lee, chance to go 5-4 up in these yells, which I know the last finish that Lee took was absolute crazy. He's knocked in a phenomenal double. There was a wee bit of traffic and stuff, a few awkward shots, but I don't foresee any problems here. Remember, guys, first to 7. You have a wee look at some of the scores just now. 4-2, 6-3, 5-4, 6-5, 4-4, 5-4, 5 each. Really, really tough battles. Everybody fighting for those last spots in the last 32. And no wonder, there's a lot of spoils at the end, a lot of rewards. get to the last 32, and then heading on from there, some big money starts to pile up. That's a couple of times Lee's kind of overhit or underhit his shots, but I think if he just drops this in, he won't have to play the yellow across the top cushion with much pace. It's just a drop in, and he's came back across the way. He's ended up giving himself a wee bit of arguably a better angle. He doesn't have to play this with any pace at all. Come down to the blue spot. I think he's absolutely fine. He just needs to take it easy here. He's been overhitting a few things. I think just nice and easy, and he's okay. That's much better. Probably shorter than he wanted to be there. He maybe worried about, and he didn't have to be worried about sneaking behind the black because he was always going to be on either of the yellows, but where the red's situated, I think he's quite comfortable here. I'm going to take this in the bottom right. He's took it well. Another good positional shot for the black. Maybe just drop this in, play the black at top, or he can go off the bottom cushion and back up, which is probably the shot. Even if he does come short, he's going to be on it in the top. That's a great shot. A wee bit of splash, taking it towards the middle bag, but it was never in any danger of going anywhere near it. So Lee has nicked 5-4 up from 4-2 down. John will be kicking himself though. Game on, guys, game on. Somebody's wrote on the chat, gammon. I used to love Tudor gammon crisps, aye. So guys, as you know, this is a loser qualification match to get through to the last 32, which will be starting at 9 PM tonight. So that just slides in. It's a comb. That's definitely a comb for me. Did Lee come off at bottom dike there? Just tap broke for the front. He's obviously just going to hang this here. Higgy still playing. Doesn't look like it. He's asking there, but I don't think. John just going to double this red out. Oh, what a shot. And he's played it. Very, very aggressive for John. Probably not too worried if he didn't get it because the balls in the middle of the table are a bit clustered. There's not much on, so a wee bit of a shot to nothing. A good shot at that. Anyone seen the pool coach? I think he's practicing his doubles right now. Higgy is out, Scott Grady. I don't know if you had him on a bet or something like that, but he lost to Daniel McCarthy. I think that's the boy's name. Good shot for Lee there. Keep himself favourite in this frame. Very good frame of pool so far from Lee here. John's a very, very aggressive player. Lee, most of the time would be as well, but it's getting really, really nip and tuck here. 5-4, race to 7. qualification match for the last 32. Lee doing all he can to make sure. John will be hoping just to get a chance. A couple of the Moroccan guys came here to see the pool coach, and unfortunately he's in Morocco practicing his vodka doubles. Lee maybe going to... He's played that's just a containing shot. Wasn't really a whole lot on, I suppose, but the yellows aren't too bad. The yellow at the top definitely goes as long as he's high enough for it. Every other yellow on the table goes. The black is obviously a bit awkward, but Lee's obviously in no hurry. Like I says, John's quite an aggressive player. He's looking at every opportunity to get the balls out. Lee's favourite in this frame anyway, so he's hoping to get an opportunity to have a go himself, and John won't hesitate. That's one thing for sure. Saw Killen start break and took a quick nap. I don't blame you. Well, this game was quite tied up, but now the balls are pretty in the open, and who blinks first? Is Lee tempted into having a go here? Frame should be a minimum of 15 minutes, penalty for an early finish. Value for money there, Chief. But then again, this isn't pay-per-view, guys. You're getting top quality pool free of charge. Commentary from the main man himself, Ali McCoy from Wish. aka Stevie Walker, Scotland's finest. So can John finish this here? Can he get through this gap and play the plant in this red? If he can, that's a big mistake from Lee. And it's obvious here that he can. Said it at the beginning here, even though the game was tied up, it was really, really tight. John is always looking for a way to attack. Wow. Just shows you the energy cost, guys. That switch off has saved at least £15 tonight. It was only that table height, guys, only say 15p, not £15. No, Tommy boy, he was supposed to, and that would have probably got me up the road, and you wouldn't have had the luxury of my commentary tonight. So he's pretending to be in the house with a Wayne when he's obviously lying on the couch watching NCIS. Probably better off that he's not here, mate. You'd have heard him a long time ago if Paddy was in the building. Well, John Owen, from second favourite from the beginning of this frame, has now got a great chance to get back to 5 each. Maybe the angle here is just to screw right down onto the yellow at the bottom for the black in the right middle. I don't think, it doesn't look as if he can get straight across. Even if he comes too far, he should have a shot. Oh, John. He's tried that shot, he's just not hit it. And this is one of these that you cannot hit hard enough. Balls will likely be skiting about the table here. That's it. He literally could have screwed all the way to the bottom cushion and always been guaranteed a shot. Even if he screwed slightly to the right, he'd have had an opportunity to pot in the top left. The only thing he couldn't be there was too short, and that's a big mistake for John. And it could be a gift for Lee. Told you it was getting smashed. The problem is, it's not safe.
There's his balls go. Just on top of one of the boxes, the blue box. John's talking about you. Don't have any more comments. He's all these students in the line together.
I've already said the top coach, the top referee, the main man, Alan Reynolds, just popped his head in there. See all his apprentices in one room. There's a lot of talk on the chat about layers. Something to do with onions have layers. Look at me, Shrek. I'm trotting. So come on, Lee. Can you go to 6 here? The opportunity he was hoping for at the start of this frame. Kept it quite tight. He tap broke. Every shot he played was non-aggressive, quite safe. Allowed John to go for it. John should have really done better, but now Lee's at the table. 3 yellows in the black to go 6-4 up. He doesn't like it, but I mean, I don't think there's any way that he doesn't get on these in a good enough manner to take it out. Maybe he doesn't want to play the plant, maybe he wants to take the yellow and clean, but I don't think there's any way he doesn't take these. If he pots the top yellow here with trace aside, he should be going towards the black spot rather than... Is he checking it here? He is. He's obviously been worried about the middle bag, but I don't think he would have been anywhere near the middle bag with a trace aside. Trace the right hand side, down the table. But Lee's just making sure, and there's nothing wrong with that. Old Mick McGoldrick used to say, God rest him, never leave a plant till last. Oh, and imagine that sneaked past that black and he was snookered there, so that's sometimes the worry. But he's got it, he's played it well. Anywhere on the side cushion. And he's going to be perfect on the black to go 6-4 up. And this is a frame that, although Lee started well, nice and safe, it's ended up stealing it in the end. John will again be kicking himself. Although a few of the chances haven't been easy, a couple of the times he's been aggressive, he hasn't had the rewards, and Lee's nicked in. Good contrast between the two guys here, but Lee's 6-4 up. Fibretec Communications 67k Amateur Challenge. www.blackballtables.com. Anything pool, even snooker, American pool. If you want it, they've got it. So here we go, guys. John owned 4, Lee Cullen 6. Qualification match to get into the last 32. And you get the feeling that John's going to have to take these after the couple of mistakes. I've gifted Lee a couple of frames. You know John's aggressive style of play. He's going to be going for this regardless. Yellow balls. He needs to cue this plant. If he plays it, the yellow's obviously going to be travelling. It should be okay if he plays it slow enough. Needs to get this frame after the last couple of frames that he's gifted Lee. He's going to have to get one back. And he's missed this one as well, but he hasn't left Lee anything easy. Remember, guys, a lot of money at stake, big pressure. It's definitely not easy on these tables. Massive prize money. Amateur challenge, £67,000 in the pot. Absolutely incredible. Switch on. Just slide that in, mate. There we go. The young team have been sitting in here for the last while. All of a sudden, young Preston has stepped up to the mark. You'll hear an echo, Preston, in your ear, but just talk normal and you're all right, mate.
Ah, right, that's fine. It's on yellows.
So Lee is on reds here.
Oh, right.
What would you be looking at, Preston? Obviously the red passes into the top left if he wants to play it in there, but it looks as if Lee's going to... He's still playing quite safe here.
Oh, never mind.
Kind of shot to nothing, and he's
Got away with it.
got away with it slightly. Is this your first time on comms? Have you done it before?
No, I've not. Been on the stream, but
So we've got young Preston McInnes sitting here, guys, on comms. He's actually been in my ear at the back, talking over every shot, every one, and now he's sitting here with his tongue twisted. Remember, guys, what I'm saying is about Blackball Tables. Hit Preston up, he'll get you a discount.
who's that?
Well, there's a bit of commotion in the arena. I wonder who that is. There's one match at 6 each just now. One at 6-5. Scott wrote his 4-2 up in David Kinnear. I can't imagine it was they two. They two know each other well. So I'm wondering if that's a 6 each game that somebody's been gave a chance in. The pool coach speaking about the cloth on the chat there. So I think everybody prefers the nap cloth. I think everybody would be crazy not to, but the problem is every single club, well, most of them anyway, and all the big tournaments seem to be getting played on 861. And as much as I love a nap cloth, I think someone has to make a decision and try and get as many things on the same cloth as possible, or at least somewhere close. But for me, a nap cloth always wins. It's just pretty tough when it's only on the odd event. John has literally just had a smash at that there. And if Lee isn't on that ball in the middle, he's got away with it.
Who's at the table?
Correct. Whoever was on commentary earlier on, you were talking about the highest prize fund or something, Chris Slack won, 50k or something.
It was the pub pool. I didn't say Slack won it, I said he was in it on Sky.
Gary Scott for me, he's like, getting that commentary and correct it.
No, I just said, I said on it, I think Slack was in it, it was on Sky, 50 grand to the, it was a pub pool challenge. One frame shootout thing.
What, like the death match?
Who was that, Gary Scott? Gary Scott, if you're watching, watch it back, mate. I only said that Slack was in it, so you better send me an apology. Stephen Cooper. So Stephen Cooper at 6 each there, guys, as you see, against Tabit Jouad. Not 100% if that's how you pronounce it, but it's as close as I'm going to get. And Stephen has missed a black, and he's now sitting in his chair hoping that Tabit will miss and give him a chance, but it looks like the Moroccan may sneak through to the last 32 after Stephen's miss. He's having the white ball cleaned, I've just heard, guys. But back to this game. Leon Reds, John on yellows. There's still a bit of pool to be played in this. John at the table just now, not much on. Always looking to be aggressive. I'd be surprised if he's not looking to try and get some kind of pot here to get himself in with a chance, but nothing easy.
Did Moroccan get it?
A big shout for the Moroccans there by the sounds of it. And Tabit Jouad has managed to get over the line against Stephen Cooper and get himself through to the last 32. Like I said about John, guys, he's always looking to be aggressive. There's not really much safe here, Preston, is there anyway? He's having to kind of least, like the Reds are all looking quite good, and it looks as if the red up at the top will pass into the top left, so John's kind of having to be aggressive. Preston nodded there.
Just knock the yellow across to the black. Put the white up. Try sticking him.
Preston looking at sliding off the red, yellow. It looks as if John's going to do exactly that. This is the shot that Preston's just called there. He's really unlucky there.
He's left it.
Good point there for young Kieran. And McInnes calling a safety shot and getting it pretty right.
Who won the pub pool challenge?
Aye, Bossman get beat in the final. Is that, well, somebody says they thought Bossman won it, Scott, but you might be right. I can't really remember anybody won it, but I remember Slack, only because obviously in Glasgow Pool, I remember Slack was I'm sure it was a 50k pub pool challenge that he made it to the TV stage.
Was it 50k to the winner?
Just winner takes all. The pub pool challenge, Preston, was just winner takes all, 50k. One frame, and it was played throughout all the pubs in Scotland, and I can't mind if it was the UK, it probably was, and then everybody was invited to play the final. It was in a pub, and it was just one frame right down. The last 32 players, I think, played down to the 50k winner.
Is it like a winner stays on, or 8 groups, or?
I think it was just like a knockout thing all the way down.
Aye, but there's no ladder. I like that, death matching.
Frankie Sargent won the 50k. Cheers for that, pool coach. Well, Lee Killen here with a chance to kill the game off. Pardon the pun.
Shane Thompson, Ollie Bale. Is he not an Element Pool Pro?
Might be. Needs to control the spin off the cushion here. He's just kept it simple, but that's a hard shot. Lee's normally he wouldn't have to play that any harder, but the skid from the cloth, I know it won't seem like it when you are watching, but it does really affect the bounce. And on a normal shot, maybe if these tables are played in a couple of weeks, it'll come off far better, but that's a hard shot he's had to play there. So all he could do is give himself a shot in the black, and this is to qualify.
Retest. Is that a live draw? Aye, will be.
Will be, yep. The last 32 draw will be coming up as well, guys. Lee Killen
Beautiful.
with a phenomenal black. Well done, mate. So 7-4, Lee Killen against John Owen.
4-2 down as well. So
From
great
4-2 down, Great shout there for Preston from 4-2 down. John did have a couple of chances. He'll probably be disappointed, but that is the way it goes, especially in these events. The pressure, the tables, the cloth, everything's kind of different. John's unlucky, really aggressive. It just wasn't his day, and Lee Killen is now through to the last 32. Yep, 4-2 down, Jordan, that's right. Tony Burton, 7-5. That must be that done. I don't think they've finished that. If he's 7-5, it's over. And it'll only be David Kinnear, Scott Rorty left.
It's a good game, to be fair.
Yep, it was two great pots under pressure. Left himself a bit short there. Liam managed to nail them. So, is there anybody in this chat that thinks Cullen is overrated and would like to talk about it? Yep, it's going to be a live draw, Scott. Live draw for the last 32. I think it's actually started, mate, so it might be on Facebook or something like that. I'm going to take 5 minutes.
It's quite good, to be fair.
It's all right, I get that. Who's had that in?
Is that done now, or is that you done?
On 5, I was Stuart McCulloch, Dylan Mitchell. Stuart McCulloch, Dylan Mitchell, you will be on 5. On table number 6, Abdelaziz Arba and Keith Kelby. On 7, Campbell Dunlop, David Markey. Campbell Dunlop, David Markey on 7. Conor Davidson, you will be on table 8, however you're waiting the winner of the match. On 9, Scott Pope, Keith Robertson. Scott Pope, Keith Robertson, you'll be on 9. On 10, Sean Wishart, Lee Killen. Sean Wishart, Lee Killen on table number 10. On 11, Ryan Davey, Barry Lynn. Ryan Davey, Barry Lynn, you will be on 11. Joe Prince, Morgan McInnes on 12. Joe Prince, Morgan McInnes, you'll be on 12. Aaron Watts, Charlie Earnshaw on 13. Aaron Watts, Charlie Earnshaw will be on 13. Ross Smith, Scott Coventry, 14. Ross Smith, Scott Coventry on 14. On 15, Cian Monaghan, Tony Burton. Cian Monaghan, Tony Burton on 15. And finally on 16, Jordan Parkinson, Darren McCarthy. Jordan Parkinson, Darren McCarthy, you will be on 16. On the live stream tables, table 3 is still in use, so at the moment on table 2, Declan Duff, Gareth Higgins. Declan Duff, Gareth Higgins, you will be on 2. And on 3 when it's free, Ronan Fay, Tom Jones Jr. Ronan Fay, Tom Jones Jr. on 3. Just a reminder, I would like to begin matches when we're ready to go once the bookies give us the go ahead. Please do not start any matches. Jonathan Roberts, table number 1 please. Jonathan Roberts to table number 1. Ross Smith, Scott Coventry. Ross Smith, Scott Coventry, you are on 14. Dylan Mitchell, table number 5 please. Dylan Mitchell to table number 5. Thanks for waiting. You can now commence your matches. Best of luck to you all. It is a race to 10 to get into the last 16 tomorrow morning. So good luck. Ross Smith to 14 please. Ross Smith.
Hello guys, that's me back on. Instead of a wee family phone call there, so, and I'm very excited about this one. Declan Duff and Gareth Higgins, both of these boys have been absolutely phenomenal this weekend so far, so we're only at the tail end of Saturday and we're in the last 32 stage of the Fibretec Communications 67k amateur challenge, as you can see on the sponsor boards. It is brought to you by Blackball Tables. Anything you need, go to www.blackballtables.com. Everything pool related, snooker related, American pool, they really do have it all, and loads of great stuff at great prices, so don't hesitate if there's anything you need. I'm pretty sure if you quote Morgan or Preston, you'll get a wee discount. Or maybe even quote the commentator. Maybe Ross will throw in something there. He'll speak to Michaela for these. But we're here to watch this last 32 tie. Loads of great matches on the board. So, without further ado, we're about to see this frame be finished. And a lovely finish at that. And this is how it's done, guys. Nice and easy. Working his way around the table. And this is promoted to you as well, guys, by UK World Pool. Scottish Q Sports live streaming. Brought to you by Craig Anderson. Guy does an amazing job. He's got screens all over the place, cameras all over the place, wires all connected up. Just to keep everybody tuned in. It really is fantastic work that guy does. And a big shout out to him. It looks like the Scott Rorty match against David Kinnear is just finished, and it looks like Scott is through to this last 32 round. David Gibson, listen mate, I've actually said to quite a few of them I would happily do commentary for any of the events, no matter what. I enjoy doing it, especially when I'm in the building. Obviously, if I'm no part of any of the kind of tournaments and somebody wants to give me a shout and get me involved, then I would definitely look into it. I would happily offer my services, but doing it out of the enjoyment of watching the pool, talking, and I know how bad it can be sitting at home watching the live streaming, and it's just stony silence, watching balls getting potted. And as much as I love watching the game of pool, it does help a lot when you've got a wee voice in the ear to make it that wee bit better. So cheers mate, much appreciated. Well, Gareth, as you've seen there, was 1-0 up and took a lovely finish in that first frame. As you can see, guys, right across the hall, all the matches in full flow. We're going to be joined in a minute by young Kieran Kate. He's been invited to get himself on the commentary box. That's us joined by young Kieran. I missed the shot there. I think he potted both at the same time as Kieran just pointed out, so I'm guessing this is still an open table. Some phenomenal draws here, guys. Some great draws. Good to see a couple of the Moroccan guys in the last 32. Scott Pope, who's obviously got French parents. Tom Jones Jr. looks like he's either is that Ecuador? Could be Colombia, I don't know, but he's up to no good, that character. This is was he maybe just going to drop on the red and then he can play the yellow into the middle? That looks fine. What are you thinking here, Kieran? Straightforward?
I'd just be taking I'd be taking the yellow in the middle, obviously, taking the wee cannon off of the red, and then playing the yellow that's closest to the cushion down the rail, and then playing the yellow for the black in the middle. For the yellow
Played
in the middle
that
and the
really
black in
well.
the corner.
So this is I'm wondering here if he's going to take the yellow down the cushion here. That seems to be what he's looking at.
Got two options of playing it. You can roll it and play for the gap between the two reds.
Yep.
Or play it the positive way. Try and screw that. He's played it the positive way, that's a great
He's
shot.
absolutely buzzing. That's a phenomenal shot.
That shows the confidence of Gareth.
That's two fantastic finishes here from Gareth to go 2-0 up, and Declan's been in fire from yesterday, and that's one way to put that fire out, as they say. If he can't get to the table, well, he can't do any damage.
I think Declan's one of the favourite to win this, isn't he? I think he's third
Yep.
favourite to win it, isn't he? Behind Ryan Davey and Stuart McCulloch.
Ryan and Stuart, the two favourites, or the two guys further up the betting than anyone else, are still going strong. Let's have a wee look at some of the scores. Tam McCallum 1-0 down to Johnny Roberts. Tabit Jaud is 1-0 up on John Joe Sharkey. Stuart McCulloch is 1-0 up on Dylan Mitchell. Keith Keddy 2-0 up on Abdulaziz Arabil. I'm really sorry, guys, if I'm really messing the names up, but Campbell Dunlop and Davy Markey still nothing each. Connor Davis and Scott Rorty is just getting started. Scott Pope 2 up on Keith Robertson. Sean Wishart and Lee Curran still 0-0. Ronan Fay and Tom Jones Jr. I wonder if I can get that screen there a wee bit. Some more results. Ryan Davey and Barry Lynn 0-0. Morgan is 1-0 up on Joe Prince. And Gareth Higgins 2-0 up here on Declan Duff, as you all know. So I was looking at the scores there. Did he play a yellow and knock that red in at the same time there?
Yeah, he's
still an open
still
table.
an open table. He's trying to get that bad yellow as quick as he could there.
So this could potentially be 3-0 in record time. I would have you finishing these, Kieran.
I wouldn't.
A big shout out to young Kieran sitting next to me here as well, guys. Called up to the Scotland set up to the men's B. Well deserved after the time and effort he's been putting in lately. So it's good to see someone rewarded for putting in the effort. Well done, me man.
Much appreciated that, Stevie. Much appreciated.
And I think that's the first loose shot I've seen Gareth play. Probably all weekend, to be honest.
He's been confident and steady this entire weekend, hasn't he?
Just looks so assured every time. I've watched a few of his frames throughout the weekend, and I mean, I think every time I've watched him, I'm watching him rolling in the black at the end of it. So he's just always seems to be very, very composed. He's been great. He's been absolutely brilliant. Young Declan's been absolutely phenomenal as well. So he's tried to keep Declan away from having a chance here. What score on Connor Davison? Must be out. Yep. Connor Davison, sorry mate, I just noticed your question there. He's nothing each with Scott Rorty, and I'm not sure that they've started because Scott was playing in his qualification match against David Kinnear, which only just finished after most of these games had already started. So if they've started, they've only just started, so they're at nothing each right now. Oh, Declan on these reds. Maybe play the red inside the yellow cushion first. The pace, if he gets the pace right, it should go. He's played the kick out and he's absolutely nailed it. Great shot, Declan. Still a tiny bit of work to do, but should be able to run the red into the bottom right. Come back up for the red in the middle. And this should be bread and butter for Declan. He's been absolutely flying. No worries, Daniel.
That's another confident shot there for
Yep.
Declan, isn't it?
Decided to screw it in and play the more aggressive shot by a long way, so good shot.
Don't know what angle he's got here. He might screw it straight back, or he can stun it across.
A nice
Stun.
stun. Well, Gareth will be kicking himself. He had a great chance again in this frame. Just ran out of position, tried to flick into the red. I don't think he actually had to. I think all he had to do was kind of drop it in. And then come the opposite side for the yellow that he ended up playing off of down at the bottom right. But he's given Declan a chance. Declan stepped in and very, very assured. It looks like it's going to be 2-1. There's the results, some of the results, guys, on the screen for you right now. In case you're watching Danny Lunn, I don't know if you can read. Do you want me to tell you the scores here, mate? Hope you're keeping well, buddy. Totally agree. Pool coach, he was very aggressive. I think he had to go for the finish. I mentioned maybe playing the red inside the yellow, which obviously wasn't easy. It was a case of he was being really aggressive. He decided to go for the kick the ball, the red out, landed as close to perfect as he could to get himself in the chance, and it was a great finish, a cracking finish under the circumstances. Last 32, guys, and remember now, this is straight knockout. There is no second chances. Yep, the standard is phenomenal. I think it's at this stage where most of the guys now, most of the guys all weekend haven't missed much. The pressure of some of the matches and knowing that after you've had that first bite that you're out if you don't get the finish, the result, whatever it may be. But right now, I think you'll see these guys being aggressive. I think you'll see them going for more now because it really is win or bust. So I think the standard will definitely go up a notch. And from what I've seen in the first couple of frames here, it's looking that way.
There's an example of how tight these pockets are. I thought Gareth had nailed that there, but just shows how tight these Blackball Tables pockets really are.
Yep, and that's something that we've mentioned quite a lot, Kieran, about when you miss, you shouldn't really be rewarded by the ball taking 3 or 4 bounces off each knuckle and falling in. So probably for me, that's what makes. I know it's people saying it's an amateur event. Maybe you could use the bigger pockets. These should be used for the pros. But then there's the argument, but it's for TV. We want to see lots of breaking and dishing. But do we all want to keep seeing people missing 12 inches up the cushion and it's still falling in? I don't think so. Especially not the pool purists, if you want. So for me, watching this, the tight back, these guys are class. These guys will mix it with most pros anyway. But when you miss, you should miss.
Absolutely. Totally agree with you there as well. It's good to see with these tables, very rarely get bounce outs as well. So
yep.
It's good to see at these events that there's not many bounce outs. How, in my opinion, I think it should be.
Yeah, that's a great shout. I've not actually heard one person speak about it. I remember one of my first events at the IPA, and people were speaking about being afraid to play certain shots into the middle bags, and obviously that's nothing to do with the IPA, it's the Supreme tables and the way they're made, but the soft rubber in these pockets definitely does make them a bit more understanding on a shot into the middle bag, you're right. In fact, into any of the pockets, the bounce outs are definitely limited.
Absolutely, the amount of players that you see out there that you see them after the match and they're like, I was worried to play this shot in case you've cued it too early, and it's one of the things where you're actually getting punished for playing a shot that good.
Absolutely.
Nothing worse than having a bad bounce out when you know you've played a shot well, isn't it?
It looks like Declan may be considering the 2-1, but he's got an angle here now. I don't think he can hold this, so he might be going to, he may be able to come back off 2 cushions. It's a hard shot to hold it. He can come right out of one, so he's going to have to play a 2-1 for the black, or is he going to play the 2-1 now? I would be surprised. He'll be playing that last.
I think he's looked at playing it this last. Obviously, he tried to get it out earlier on, but he'll be looking at this last because the black's up there as well, so he can just go 100% on the combination shot.
And that's about as close as he could get, so I mean, it looks, for most people that play pool, and I'm quite comfortable playing a 2-1 myself, as most people would say, when it's in the heart of the bag, people tend to take them for granted, and that is when they clip the knuckle first. That's when they tend to miss. So as much as I fancy them to get this here, it's definitely not easy. Played it great.
It's a brilliant shot.
Played it great.
Brilliant shot.
Under pressure as well, because I don't believe for a minute Gareth would be missing from there, especially with 2 shots. So phenomenal finish. Well done, Declan. 2 each. We've got a game in our hands here, guys. Some standard. Let's check out some of the scores for you just now. Jonathan Roberts 2-1 up. There they are. There you go, guys. You'll be able to see them yourself. Anybody that's worried. Connor Davison 0-0 with Scott Rorty. I'm still wondering if that started, if maybe Scott's had a toilet break or something. Kieran's going to have a wee peek just to check that. It may well be that they're having a bit of a fudgy frame, but I've got a feeling, guys, that may not. That's it, only just starting. So the guys that are waiting on the Connor Davison scores, he's literally just getting underway right now, guys. So as you can see, a lot of the scores really, really tight. The biggest lead so far, Ross Smith against Scott Coventry, 3-0.
Some brilliant games. Obviously, there's a few.
Some phenomenal draws.
Phenomenal games, isn't it? Keith Roberts and Scott Pope. Brilliant game. Scott Pope, some good form right now, playing brilliant.
Yep. Well, I will say, I'm looking down the draw, and obviously in the last 32, when probably half of the guys are Scottish, and I know it's kind of the people from Scotland, Ross and that, running it. I must admit, I expected far more from down south to be in such an event, such value for the event, and maybe I know it won't be the last one that Blackball Tables does. So I would expect after seeing this that the event will grow definitely. 128 players, you might struggle to get entered if we're not fast. We might be last when it comes to the next one. Gary, the final will be tomorrow, mate. I didn't even expect the last 32 ties to be played tonight because it's been running so smooth. The matches have been going, I mean, it's not as if they've been going in like lightning, but they've been getting played at a great standard, and I expected the last 32 tomorrow, but it'll be the last 16 on tomorrow, and the final will be played probably by 6-7 p.m. tomorrow night. I'd be surprised if it was much later than that, but you never know. But it definitely be playing tomorrow. In the commentary box with me, Liam, is young Kieran Kay. Young superstar from the back end of Edinburgh. Young, soon to be men's Scotland international. Going to be playing in the Bees, and had a great year in the IPA and the Saltire, really putting in the time and effort, playing against and practicing with a lot of good guys, getting coached off the one and only Alan Reynolds, so he's really deserving everything that he gets, so he's the man in the commentary box next to me right now.
I think Gareth's just took his eye off the pot there, too busy trying to get the cannon on the yellow, but he's let Declan back to the table here.
There's Craig just commented there exactly. So the last 32 is tonight as Morgan's vote for that. That's right, I forgot to put a vote on to see how it was going to be played out. So the last 16 starts at 10 AM tomorrow and the final's expected for about 5:30. Nice timing, guys, nice timing. Hopefully be home for Coronation Street. Is it Omnibus tomorrow? Remember that Omnibus? The full week's Coronation Street on in one day. I don't know how anybody could watch that. Do you know what we're going to have to do, guys? We're going to have to get a Stevie Walker commentary streaming Omnibus. You can just listen to my voice over and over. Might help you to sleep.
I don't think I could think any better, Stevie. Don't know, like.
Robert, that was obviously on the Blackball Tables page on Facebook, as well as many other kind of local pool pages and people sharing it left and right on Facebook and stuff. But I think, especially with the kind of numbers that I would have expected a bit more, but I'm guessing the reason that there's not as many from down south, I mean there is loads, but I'm guessing that the reason why there's not as many is because a lot of people maybe didn't know about it, but hopefully in the future that I don't think there'll ever be any problems filling an event like this, but it'd be definitely good to have a lot more guys from all over the country. And I mean there's obviously guys over from Canada, there's guys from Morocco and further afield, so it'd be good to get more new faces involved in, probably for me, one of the top amateur events you're probably ever likely to get.
Absolutely, it's been a brilliant event here. Brilliant event.
Ryan Fleming, cheers buds.
Lovely shot that for Declan, playing the red down the rail, nice and confident. Stroking the red as well, and then he'll be on another red to be on the black.
This is absolute phenomenal standard for these two guys, and as much as everybody, or you can look at the betting, you can look at who was favourite or who people thought might get to the final, who might win it. If this was the final right now, guys, this would be a worthy final. These two have been absolutely outstanding. I must admit, look, obviously I know who the two of them are, and I never actually had a look through any betting or any odds or who was going to be. People were putting on different bets and accumulators and whatever, but I think these two have been absolutely phenomenal. It's probably a shame that the two of them have ran into each other at the last 32. Where's that yellow going? He's got a gap. Sean, cheers mate. I've been considering a change because I think doing commentary will save me some money. It's costly, this pool game. Phenomenal.
Lovely shot. Lovely shot.
And it's I mean, obviously live stream, last 32, such big prizes for getting through these rounds, and it's obviously straight knockout. I know it's only 2 each, I know it's a race to 10, but that is some shot under the circumstances. Just doesn't look like missing. The cloth, Rich, is Hainsworth match, blue Hainsworth match. For myself and quite a lot of guys I think that play the game prefer over the blue 861, but as almost every tournament these days and most clubs are using 861, it really has caught a hell of a lot of players out. But it's fantastic. The tables are playing absolutely phenomenal. If you can keep a grip of your white ball and kind of control your shots, don't play anything too hard, then you'll have a good weekend playing pool. Whether you win or lose, the tables are really, really good.
Tables have been playing absolutely brilliant. I think we can both agree on that, haven't we? I think we've been treated well in this event with the tables. Absolutely brilliant.
I would say, how many times, Kieran, have you went to a tournament and after that tournament, no matter where it is, there's been complaints about certain tables, roll-offs, bad bounces, this, and I mean the cloth's holes in it, or there's, no matter, I mean, even some of the best clubs, there's always going to be some kind of complaint. I don't think I've heard anyone complain this weekend at all, and that's, you can argue that's sometimes unheard of. So, not the conditions, we've been absolutely spoilt. I think pool players are spoilt, but definitely spoilt this weekend.
Absolutely, totally agree with you. So, as you say, the amount of events that you do go to, and you hear people complain about rolls on tables, and you see table fitters out fixing the rolls, it's unbelievable. But here, there's not been many complaints of rolls bounce out, sorry.
No, that's here.
Nothing.
Some of the events you go to and you've got 20 tables, 6 of them are getting reclothed, the rest are staying as they are. Some are getting cushions done, some are. I mean, I know it's expensive. I know it's not easy for any tournament organiser to fit that cost every single time. But I just think for this weekend, especially for such a prestigious amateur event, that we've been absolutely spoilt rotten, so a big thanks to the organisers for that, definitely.
John's just asked in the chat, what cloth do you prefer, 861 or match?
John, I prefer I nearly said 861. I prefer Hainsworth match. I used to play on Strachan. Is it 6811 gold? I think that's the one they use in the snooker. On my table I had years ago, and it was a napped cloth, which I absolutely loved. So Hainsworth match is as close to that as I'll get. But if every table, no matter what, was using 861, I would be happy enough with that, because at least that I could just be playing on that cloth all the time. But going from different tables, different cloths, I think if the tables are different, at least if the cloth's the same, it's half the battle. But for me, I prefer a napped cloth. That's just my preference, though. What about you, Kieran?
I'm completely opposite to you. I never really liked the 861 when it first became big in Scotland, but it's grown on me. So I would have to say 861's my favourite cloth. But if cloths can play like this, then Hainsworth can be my new favourite then.
I think whatever you play on the most is arguably, no matter who you are, going to become your favourite.
Absolutely.
I've got on the table back home that I play on every single day has got 861. The club that I go to every now and again and play on is a Supreme with 861. So I'm playing on a Blackball table with 861 or Supremes with 861. But it probably, I would have arguably preferred these to have 861 on them, because that's what I've been playing on mostly. But the tables are absolutely beautiful. I don't know how it looks on the screen, but they are absolutely fantastic. Totally agree, Rich. Totally agree. Dave, the stream that Craig, I mean, he's doing a live streaming via YouTube in HD. I know a lot of them do that these days, but the picture quality is phenomenal. The job the boy does is unbelievable. Scottish Q Sports streaming. If you go on to his YouTube channel, you'll find loads and loads of stuff that he's done in the past as well, and I think he's just getting better and better and better. The quality of his equipment, and deserves everything that he's getting right now. We're getting these kind of events. The streaming is really first class. I think that might be the first dry break in this match. I could be wrong, but it might well be. And it's probably the worst the balls have landed from the break, so still a chance. Maybe have to take the yellows here. Looking, it looks as if the yellow in the middle of the table passes into the right middle, so it only really looks like the black that might be a problem. I'm pretty sure that'll double. That's one thing watching these boys, the way they're playing right now. It's as if nothing's a problem, and there's a lot of guys that will walk around the minute the balls don't sit perfect, and the first thing they see is the bad issues, whereas these guys over this weekend, especially these two, they just seem to be looking at the solutions, and it's been a joy to watch. Got another future superstar in the room, young Stephen Allison, improving every single day of the week, taking on any and all comers. A big shout out to him as well, absolutely flying. Every event, every big event, he's always in them. He's always chancing his arm against all the top boys, so big shout out to him as well. But I was told to say there, guys, he keeps getting beat, so if anybody wants to play him for money, he's easy pickings.
You no fancy a wee money match from Stevie?
I've never played a money match in my life. Never in my life. I've played like round robins for fivers and stuff like that with the guys, but I've never actually played a money match, and I've spoken about it a few times, and certain people have mentioned names and stuff, but it's not something that's ever really happened, and whether it does, I don't know. I don't think about it that much, to be honest. Well, do you know, Michael, just looking at your question on the screen there, there's a few guys over from Canada. They've never played UK-styled 8-ball before. They played for the first time the beginning of the week, Monday, and they were playing on Supremes, obviously with these kind of, and the first thing they spoke about was the size of the pockets. Now, obviously, to us, the pockets are based on the ratio of the size of the ball, like in snooker and everything else. And we all know the bags in American pool are pretty huge. The difficulty in that game is the one ball position, if it's 9-ball, and the certain rules that they've got in American pool. But the next thing they did speak about was the size of the white ball. And I think I mentioned it earlier, when the game was based on coin mechanism pool tables, it was always smaller because it had to come out to shoot. So it wouldn't stick, and anybody having to pay for the balls to come out, obviously they don't want to pay for the white to come out every single time. But the way the game's played now, and a lot of, I mean, if you're in a pub or something like that, or you need the coin mechanism ones, I'm pretty sure there's still a place for the smaller white. But I do think that there's no reason, out with the fact that it's been used for so long, and maybe that's the reason why it's staying, but I think there's no reason why we can't go to this. Even if they kept the white ball of similar weight to what it is just now, it could and probably should be the same size as the other balls. But it's not my decision to make, but I do think that now we've got all the clubs, the pool halls and the tournaments are all played on these tables where the balls just run through, then there's no reason for the smaller white. What do you think, Kieran?
I started playing pool in 2017, and I've only known for the white to be this size, but obviously I play snooker as well, so, and that's the same size as white, so it's, I don't know why they can't just have it the same size as cue ball and pool as well, but as you say, it's not us that make these decisions.
No, that's it. I think if you're in a pub, stuff like that, I think if you maybe get the choice when you order a set of balls, if you want the smaller white or you get the white to be the same size, then. But I think the game's been played with the smaller white for so long, I don't know how much difference it would make to the shots that you play. It may make a big difference to some guys' Q-tip sizes, because as the cue ball gets bigger, then you might see people going back to a bigger tip. A lot of guys in pool and a lot of cues are made to standard 8 mils now and 8.5s and stuff, so that would maybe change that up, but that's something for the guys at the top end that's running the sport. But that's my take on it. I don't see why they don't change to the same size now, because well, there's no real major use for the white ball unless it's in pubs or clubs that are charging for the coin mechanism tables. But I'm sure there'll be loads of other people with different opinions to me, but that's my take on it, mate. This yellow's been awkward from the start. He's managed to get it into a position to get a shot. I think the black was always going to be doubled. How much can he hold? No way. Is it still moving?
I thought that was dropping there.
I mean, if that doesn't tell you how tight these pockets are, that is incredible that has not fallen. It looks more in than out. Wow. Yeah, Chris Young Charlie's absolutely flying. He was 6-4 down to Dylan Stanfield, and Dylan had 2 balls close to the pocket, one in the middle, one in the top, next to the black, and a yellow on the side cushion. He only had to drop it, bounce it off a cushion, cut it down, whatever, any decision. But the one that he played, he obviously didn't mean it. He's kind of half killed his yellow, and then next thing you know, he's lost the match 7-4 from probably the easiest chance he had in the match. He'll be kicking himself, but I think he can be proud. He beat me last night. I made a few mistakes, but neither here nor there. He played really, really well. He mopped up every time he had to. So, young Charlie is absolutely flying. I think he won 7-1 or 7-2 the match after it. Barely missed a ball from what I heard. So, incredible standard from the young man. Absolutely fearless.
I think we could be looking at a future world men's champion there, because honestly the talent, I don't know how old he is, 14, 15?
14 I was told, 14, and is he an under 15s world champion?
He is an under 15 world champion.
Incredible.
A lot of people have actually asked me about Charlie, to be fair, this weekend, and it's just praise for him because he's came on so much. I remember playing him in the IPA in Bradford this year, and he was good then, but this tournament has just brought the best out of him. And obviously being in France in October and winning under 15s World Championship has just been, obviously confidence is high with him there, and he's proven how good he really is. He's an unbelievable player and definitely a future world champion, definitely.
Chris, you know, I was just speaking to one of the Canadian guys, was speaking about Charlie, and he mentioned, I think he was speaking to his parents, and they spoke about the little brother. Now, I don't know who he is. I heard he's 7, 8 years old, something like that. And apparently he's pretty special already as well. So, and yep, talented family, or talented kids anyway. I think the dad said that he's not much of a player, so good on him for whatever work he's putting in to get the kids as good as they are, giving them the freedom to go and play, and definitely getting the rewards. The wee man is absolutely flying, and good on him. Deserves all the success he gets.
That looks like a lovely positional shot for Declan.
That's a great shot. That seemed really, really hard to keep the white on that line. It looked as if it was going to come low. Fantastic. I mean, Gareth got off to a flyer here, and it's just fine margins. All of a sudden, Declan can go 5-2 up. Connor Davison and Scott Rorty for the guys waiting in corner. 1 each right now. Some standard. What a finish that is.
It's Gareth who was off to the quick start early in the match, gaining a quick 2-0 lead, but it looks like Declan's the one that's now the one that's flying in this match.
It's a big no entry. Big giant no entry on the door.
Well, I'm in here. I'm dyslexic, Stevie.
Just had
I
a
don't
guy.
think I could read.
Just had a guy with a crash helmet on run right through the door there. But we're okay. Don't worry about us guys. We're okay. So it's Charlie. I take it Charlie's young brother is Lucas then. and he's apparently got a bright future in the game as well. So fair play to him. And if he's half as good as his brother is already at his age, then the two of them could be going toe to toe for quite a few years.
Absolutely. I think Charlie actually posted a video, Lucas. I think he was in his local club. He's in a local club, and he was at 7 years old. He got to the semi-final, a flyer. I think he plays in the White Rose, and there's a lot of players coming out of the White Rose. So for a 7-year-old to be getting to the semi-final, it's unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Brilliant, absolutely, it's phenomenal. One of the things up in Glasgow, especially where I'm from, a lot of the guys that start to play pool tend to be in their later ages, in their 20s, sometimes even a bit older, and all really good players, all really good with a cue, maybe played snooker a bit when they were younger, but it seems to be the football culture in Glasgow that keeps everybody kind of occupied, and then as that maybe dies out, maybe they can't play as much anymore, they're getting older, they've not made it to the level they want to, and then pick up a cue. But all other parts of Scotland that we've noticed for years, Falkirk, it's been a hotbed for some youngsters. The Ayrshire area, Edinburgh right now, and even back when it was guys like Ross Fernie, Danny Lunn. It's just strange how the area that you're brought up in can dictate whether you play this game as a 7-year-old like young Lucas or you start in your 20s.
There's been a lot of good players that have came out for Glasgow. One that comes to mind, Jason.
Yeah, well, that's
Jason Shaw. There we go.
Jason was a different kettle of fish. His dad had the pub and had him in playing on the tables from he was honest from the minute he could walk. He had a cue in his hand, but he changed the game. He was just so special, freaky with a cue, and I mean you can see the success he's got. Changed to the American pool scene, and he's never looked back, and good on him. And good on Charlie, you taught him well. Seven years old and breaks and dishes, absolutely special.
I think Charlie, I've seen in some of the games, obviously, because now on Q Score you've got a wee run-out button. And I've been looking on some of Charlie's scores, and he's had like 6 run-outs on one game, and then he's had 4 in another one. And then obviously he's put on Facebook that he never played that too great in one of his games, and he's still got like 2-3 dishes. It's like players at our age could only dream of having that many dishes, and he's 14, and he's absolutely demolishing guys that are triple his age, and he's just a talent. Absolutely brilliant.
Absolutely incredible. No, Dale, I'm noticing that there. Young William Wallace and young Evan Corrigan, and obviously in the McGoldrick's Pool and Sports Bar in Glasgow is doing the sessions every Monday night for the kids, and I'm expecting that over the next few years that will have some great prospects coming through it. Maybe, as I'm saying there, depending on where you're brought up, but maybe what's on offer and what opportunities in your area will dictate obviously how young you get involved as well. But I mean, even the two boys on the table right now, Gareth and Declan, are still really, really young guys themselves, and they're showing how good they are and how far they're going to go in this game. I think they've been an absolute joy this full weekend. So there's some guys, and there's obviously plenty of guys here in their 40s, some even in their 50s and whatever, and 60s, that are holding their own and doing really well. And I think as long as you're dedicated to this, you've always got a chance. If you're always willing to listen and learn, you've always got a chance. So good on the youngsters, but also a big praise for the guys that are in the older part of their life that decide to go and put a lot of time into this and pay a lot of money to go and play in these events. You put the time in, you're willing to learn, and whatever success you get, good on you.
That was a lovely shot there from Gareth.
He's played that really well.
Played that brilliant.
I think
5-2 down. He's been frozen out for most of the match, hasn't he?
I think he needs this.
Play a good shot like that.
This is a hard shot. He's cued that really well. I didn't think he had that angle, so This will be a great finish, and a finish that I think Gareth really, really needed at this point. And this red and this black will make it 5-3. Remember, guys, it's a race to 10, so there's still a lot of pool to be played in this match, and indeed all the other matches. The scoreboard's up for these guys. Some really, really tight ones out there. I think you're going to see there'll obviously be the odd runaway train. John Joe Sharkey having a tough time against Tabit Jaoud. Or Jaouad, maybe that's the better way to say it. Dylan Mitchell is 5-2 up on one of the favourites, Stuart McCulloch. But these matches really do ebb and flow. There's always a kick on or a wee run of frames, and then it's no long before someone comes flying back at you. So Cian Monaghan just went 6-2 up there as well.
Just a wee mention for Dylan Mitchell. I actually played Dylan Mitchell in the losers round 2, and he beat me 7-3, and he was unbelievable. But he has been described as a dark horse, someone that goes under the radar, and to be taking Stuart McCulloch, a free frame lead over Stuart McCulloch, who's one of the favourites for this event, it shows that the man's playing well, and it just shows that anyone's capable of winning this, and the standard's so high here this weekend. Unbelievable standard here. Just you be keeping him right there, Dale. Just you be keeping him right.
Dale, I've been giving him numerous opportunities to big himself up. I was obviously a former world champion at Sensible Soccer back in the day as well, on the Amiga, but since we're not watching Sensible Soccer, I was hoping he was going to tell the world about his accolades. You've won a lot more than that, Cian, haven't you? You've won quite a few titles, Scottish titles and that as well.
You make me talk about myself.
Yes,
Stevie.
why not? There's a lot of people on here watching that maybe don't know who you are, and Kieran, who's obviously sitting next to me right now, he's got his rewards and getting called up to one of the Scotland men's teams, but he's already got quite a few titles to his name, and I'm pretty sure he'll be happy to tell you about them right now.
Now you're putting the pressure on, Stevie. You make me talk about myself. I'm not too much of a fan, but started playing pool 2017. After 3 months of playing, I was in the Scotland's B team, and then by a year after playing, I'd won a European title, and then a year and a bit later, I'd won a world title with, in my opinion, one of the best Scotland managers gone, Derek Maley. But
Was this at under 15s, Kieran?
that is under 15s, yeah. And
Absolutely fantastic when you consider, guys, that he only picked up the sport a few years ago. And here's a wee trivia thing for you in case he becomes an absolute superstar. He's also thrown a 9-darter. So if that ends up in one of your quizzes, what 2 major things did Kieran Kay do in his life? Maybe he's had a hole-in-one and a couple of 147s as well. I think you have had a 147, have you?
No. 146. 146.
See what I mean? I'm sitting in the company of greatness, guys.
Commentating might become a new thing, Stevie. I don't know.
Hey, don't you go for my job here.
I don't think anyone could take your job, Stevie boy.
Well, Declan had quite a bit of work to do, and that shot to get inside the red that he just played into the left. He just needs to find a gap, and he's played for the bottom cushion. He's got the pace of the table to an absolute tee. That's phenomenal.
That's an unbelievable shot. That unbelievable shot. You catch these tables. If you catch a ball too sweet, the screw on it is unbelievable. So for him to time that like that, it's just unbelievable shot. And this has turned out to be an absolute monster of a finish here.
Unbelievable. He really, for me, he beat Davy Markey. He was 9-0 up, guys, on Davy Markey earlier. He won the match 10-3, and Declan definitely, he is no joke. He could really go all the way. I think he's playing phenomenal. Yep, it's blackball rules, mate. It's you can't just go down and pot your opponent's ball without it being a foul. If you pot your opponent's ball without touching anything else, it's a deliberate foul. It's a DF, loss of frame. If you use your ball to do it in a kind of tactical foul, then it would still be 2 shots.
You see the old Scottish encounter on table 7. Davy Marquez, we were just talking about, 4-2 up against Campbell Dunlop. And obviously you can see Joe Prince, one of the favourites, against Morgan McInnes, 4 each. Take it Joe Prince must be playing really well to be 4 each. As you can see, Morgan's with 4 runouts and 4 frames, so Joe Prince must be playing really well.
He's a good player, eh? It's standard of player is it's not just obviously the names and some of that where you go, oh, he's a good player. It's actually the way they're playing. If there was a camera on every table for you to have a peek, some of the standard is absolute phenomenal.
UK World Q Sports. Mark, yeah, we met him in France. Shout out to him, lovely guy. He's promoting this event, UK World Pool. Promotes a lot of pool events across the UK. Top man.
Sean.
Kieran will be wearing an England shirt. I think you've mentioned this a few times to me, Mark, and I think people on stream can hear me by my accent, and I'm a proud Scot, so that offer will be kindly declined, thank you. You want an England shirt, Stevie?
No disrespect to the guys that wear them. It's great to see the pride that they show, but that's Scotland only for me.
It's putting you on the spot there.
Sean, I think you're right, mate. When he said 146 after the 147 claim by me, I mean, he's went right down in my estimations now. Declan 6-3 up here. Gareth, I think he was hoping to get a slight angle on that yellow there so he could, because it doesn't look like the yellow touching the red will go. I think it's touching anyway. He might still be able to manipulate the angle slightly, but it's definitely awkward. Is he going to play the double, cross double and come round the back? Or is he just going to play a containing safety down the corner? He went for the cross double. Oh, that's harsh.
Nudged it a little bit there. He's also left it awkward because the yellow that's just down below would have left him. I don't know if the yellow beside the red would pot in the middle, but the yellow that could have got him onto that shot looks as if he might be forced to take this one now.
He's nailed that double, came round the angles and actually brought out the dead red whilst almost flicking his yellow into play. He's really, really unlucky. That was a gutsy shot. Probably deserved a wee bit more. Sometimes the risk reward doesn't go your way. I don't think he's played the pot there. If he did, he's tried to cheat the bag by far too much to try and keep himself on the yellow into the middle.
I think he's trying to tie this game up as much as he can because he knows how well Declan's playing, but I think
Declan's got a lot of reds in the area. I mean, obviously just the 2 there, but the 2 at the bottom right as well, where he can come round the angles.
He's got a lot of opportunities to get his
definitely.
Bad red out there.
Having a wee look here. Yep, listen, there's so many of them absolutely flying. It's a tough one to pick a winner. Even at the start, I mean, I've been playing with Ryan Davey quite a lot the last while, and he was installed as favourite probably. Maybe I'm not going to say rightly so because there's so many real good genes, but it's a tough shout. I tell you what, young Declan here, he's going to be in with a shout. If he gets through this, he'll be in with a shout. I think Ryan is far too solid not to be in with a shout as well. I don't know. I really. Soko, I've watched a lot of these guys playing over this weekend, and there's probably, you could probably throw a blanket over 10, and whatever one comes out first could be your winner. It's just it is really a coin toss. Some of them are playing phenomenal pool.
I think there was people saying that there was at least 16 people that could be winning this event, but it just shows you the standard of the event. If 16 people out of 125 people have got a chance of winning, it just shows that how good this event is.
It's incredible. The standard's been brilliant. Obviously there's the pro events and there's the opens that's got pros and the amateurs and stuff in it, and you've got loads.
That is a brilliant shot.
That is absolutely naughty. What a shot.
I'd probably put that down as one of the shots of the championships.
Phenomenal.
To even see that shot.
I'm so glad that is on the stream, because that shot was absolute phenomenal. If that's one of your top pros that's playing that shot, we probably don't stop talking about it. So I think that's absolute class.
To have the vision to see that as well, it's unbelievable. What a shot. To see it is one thing, but to pull it off is another. What a shot that is.
He probably knows that he's beat if he doesn't get that, and he still had the audacity and the bravery to go and take that shot on. That was absolute world class. What a shot. What a shot that was. It's got to be one of the shots of the tournament, guys, and I've seen a hell of a lot throughout this weekend. What a shot that was. Under the circumstances, knowing that he would end up 7-3 down if he doesn't get that right. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Aye.
Yeah, the championship is a tournament, yes.
Absolute spot on, and a massive frame in the context of 7-3 down in a race to 10, to pull off a shot like that to get yourself back in it. 6-4 and all to play for. That is gutsy play, and an absolutely phenomenal shot from Gareth. Phenomenal. I know I've used that word a lot there, but that was truly phenomenal.
You usually use the word fantastic a lot, Stevie. I know that's one of your favourite words. You changed to phenomenal.
No, I know phenomenal seems to be the flavour of the month. I've got a habit of saying 100% quite a lot as well. So that's a great shot there. So 100%.
I'm going to start changing it to 200% just to muck you up a wee bit.
2 times 100%. But no, I've been told a few times I sound like Ali McCoist. The version from Wish. But I don't. It's a strange phenomenon to sound like someone over a microphone when obviously I don't sound like the guy at all, but he's a lucky man.
One good shot here, and it could be 7-4 to Declan.
Super Ali on the comms. Do you know, I think somebody earlier actually thought it was Ali McCoist. They started asking football questions. Deadly serious, sir. Really? Somebody was, no way that's Ali McCoist. I know it's a crazy question, but who would your favourite Celtic player be? What? That's what you're up against. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that this is the best audience that we've had yet, and I'm hoping that I get my BAFTA award through this audience voting for me. Best commentator awards.
Yeah,
I know, but I stole that.
Did you?
There's a few people checking their inventory right now, wondering if I've been creeping about their bed. Unreal, absolutely unreal. I don't think they're marking that they're breaking dishes up on the app, but they are absolutely flying here.
I actually just want to ask your opinion on this, Stevie, because I know a lot of people that are a fan or am a fan of it, and then I know a lot of people aren't. But the run out button, would you rather use the run out button or not?
Well, I've started using it of late because, to be honest, I didn't actually know what it was. Every time I was looking at the draws and the scores and I was seeing like R4, R2, R6, I was going round 6 and round 4 and I was checking down the draw, hunting to see. And I could never ever figure it out. And then I was told, oh, it means run out. And I'm like, that's a breaking dish or it's a reverse dish. And so I don't mind it to an extent. It gives people an idea of how you're playing. But on the flip side, it doesn't actually count for anything. So I suppose it doesn't really bother me. I've started using it myself. Gives me something to look back on, you know what I mean, and see how I've performed.
I think it gives you a good excuse as well if you've been beat. How did you get beat? Oh, my opponent dished me 4 times in a row.
Well, that's a great shout.
There's nothing worse though. I remember playing the first to 7 and the boys, Clint Ianson, he's dished me 7 times in a row, never used the run out button once. So looks as if I've had a ton of chances and just bottled it there. But
That's actually a good shout. I think every time I go to put one of my frames up, I'll throw a couple of runouts on the opponents.
Just make yourself look better than what you are, aye.
That guy's dishing Stevie for fun and he's still in there. He's still in there fighting.
I think you'd be the type of guy that puts, you'd win 7-4 and you put 8 runouts.
There's Jason's da, everybody. Aye, you do. I don't know if he was trying to spell Ludo or if he's just went absolutely mental there. What? I know. I've just been corrected for having a laugh. First, Preston McInnes is far too serious, guys.
There you go, there's another shout in the chat for Davy Markey. If he clicks, he's in with
Davy, Socko Davy's absolutely class. We know that he's solid in almost every department. Declan gave him a bit of a beating earlier today. He's shook that off, won his next match, and he's in this last 32. He's always at the business end of tournaments, Davy, so as much as anyone, definitely in with a chance. Sean, I've been looking for buttons on this for the last while, and what looks like buttons doesn't seem to be buttons, so I'm guessing there won't be any runouts on this comp. Yeah, Craig, these two guys have been absolute class. I was delighted when I seen that these guys were put on the stream. They just don't seem to be missing. Even like obviously he's having to have a wee look here. He might have to run into them. Doesn't look like the red goes past the yellow. So he's going to have to play a kind of delicate shot just to kind of flick these out. But they both of them, every time they've got a shot like this, they aren't going crazy. They aren't crashing in 100 miles an hour. They're just playing everything nice and easy, and they seem to be getting the rewards, and deservedly so. They're playing absolutely phenomenal.
I think you mentioned it earlier on, Stevie, as well. With the way these two guys are playing, you'd be happy with this being a final, but it's just sad that it's a last 32 match. It's just standard, really is just final standard and pro standard, as people in the chat have been saying.
It's an absolute top draw. That shot there, how many people watching on stream, and I know a lot of you would, and probably including myself at times, would have ran into the two balls with a bit of pace. He just touched them. Came round the back, guaranteeing himself at worst case scenario on the bottom red. Came out absolutely plumb, and that's definitely a testament to how these two guys are playing. Everything just looks so simple. You'd think it was a practice match. Yeah, a wee bit of work to do here. Probably want to come back a tiny touch more, but I think if he plays this, he needs to be brave and just play to miss the yellow and no more, and he'll be fine. I think he can. A wee kind of stun, run through type shot, but coming to the right.
He's got to be wary then off here. So just 100% in the pot here.
he should go right to the centre of these two yellows. You don't want to be screwing this, man. Wow.
There you go. Great shot. I would have played it that way as well.
What
but
a finish.
I don't know if I would have
What
potted
a
it.
standard. And I don't think I'd have been screwing that in. I mean, don't get us wrong, it's not easy to see the angles perfectly for him from the stream, but it looked as if he could just run that in, but he's more confident playing it like that, and what a black that was. Just having a wee look at some of them. Morgan McInnes match against Joe Prince. Morgan has had 5 dishes.
I think we're talking about the run out button again.
Yep.
It just shows you how important this run out button is, isn't it? Like Joe's got 5 frames off of someone that's just that's dish 5.
7 out of
5
10
run outs, yeah.
frames has been either a breaking dish or a reverse dish, and that is some standard of pool.
It's nearly unmissable pool, the amount
Yep.
the amount that Morgan's been at the table, honestly. Well, it is unmissable pool. 5 run outs, and he's won 5 frames, so
They
he
must
is
be-
literally
they must
playing
be
unmissable pool.
They must be breaking with sledgehammers. Tom Jones has been superb, Socko, and as Scott said, it is not unusual to be loved by anyone. Finishes here have been absolutely first class. It's just a shame we can't get onto every single table, but especially Morgan's, because himself and Joe Prince don't seem to be missing much. 5-all in that game. It looks as if it's going to go all the way. You can see on the screen just now, Stuart sitting chilling. Davy Markey at the table. Ryan Davey through the gap as well. Stuart McCulloch is
just see how
6-3
good this-
down to Dylan Mitchell. Dylan's playing great, and another one that's in with a chance here.
You can just see how good this tournament's been. You can see the outer tables. Just an absolute brilliant event this has been.
Dell, it is only the last 32 tonight, mate. The last 16 will start at 10 a.m. or 10:30 a.m. something like that tomorrow morning. I think it's 10. Hoping to get towards the final for about 5:30, thereabouts. But 10 a.m. tomorrow, last 16 will kick off.
With their shot of the arena there, I think we've just seen Davy Markey on the right hand side of your screen. Just
Tabi
behind
Jawad
there.
is 7-3 up on John Joe Sharkey. He's absolutely flying, the Moroccan. And Abdelaziz Arbil, I think that's how you say it. I hope I've got that as close to right as possible. He's 7-5 down. Yeah, Wilkes, mussels and candy apples. I hope you are all enjoying tuning in, guys. It's the Fibretec Communications 67k Amateur Challenge, Blackball Tables. Anything pool related, you know the script, www.blackballtables.com. We're also on Facebook and other, I think other social media outlets as well, maybe on Instagram or that, I don't know, but yep, and anything snooker, pool, American pool, you name it, these guys have got it. Get yourselves on there. Commentator Walker for a discount. It might not work, but you can try. William Wallace, where's it say that? What do I think of William Wallace? Well, he really took the fight to the English. And I thought he done really, really well up until he was captured. So, yep, great guy. Oh, you mean young William? Oh, right, the young guy, William Wallace. Oh, you had me watching Braveheart in my head there. Yeah, young William, quality wee guy. He's been up having a wee game in our place as well. His dad and mum have brought him to a few of the tournaments. He's a quality wee guy, and he's improving every single day. Just need to be careful every time he shouts freedom. You expect a riot, big man.
I think you're going to end up getting sacked for this commentary job, Stevie, with your views on this. There you go, the first result for the last 32, first person in the last 16, Key Monaghan.
10-2 in the last 32. That's a phenomenal result. He must have really played well there. So good luck to young Keane. Back at it here, and Declan's got one, and he's got a chance.
I think again, it's the Reds are open. It's one good shot in the Reds, and the
thing
could
is,
be
the
8-5.
yellows are okay as well. I think that yellow probably passes the red into the middle. I've looked at a few today, and they look deceiving, but just from the angle, it looks as if it does. Yep. So even the yellows are really good. He's not really got a great starter on the Reds. Ali in the team. Thanks, guys. Super Ali from Wish and the young Scottish boys here. Young Preston McInnes at the back, whispering, telling us what to say. So everything that we say, guys, is not actually us. We've got the puppet master behind us. Scott Rorty, how you getting on, son? Hanging in there, mate.
3 what? Patch. Did you say, Stevie, that last shot that Declan just played, camera angles can be deceiving? I'm sitting calling the Reds and he's taking the yellows.
Yep.
Making myself look to be an idiot here.
It was earlier in some certain shots sitting here, and it just constantly looked like the bag was covered, and they would just go down and play it in. So starting to get the kind of division now, what they're seeing. So, and again, I think, Reds looked really good. He just didn't have a shot on one, and now Declan looks like he's going to take these yellows out and go 8-5 up. There's still a wee bit of work to do, and it just shows you how much, because that's the other yellow, and it still flies. So, and even in off the Reds, so that's most of the hard work is just about done here.
What's the answer, Preston?
It's not a tour.
So technically, Sean, this is not a tour. Ross did mention last year in one of his Facebook rants about maybe getting an amateur tour, and a good amateur tour, good money, all that kind of stuff on the go. I don't know if that's still a plan of Ross's, but there was a 50k one a few years back before COVID. It was phenomenal, and then obviously this one stepped it up to 67k, and there's no doubt in my mind that Preston's sitting right there, as he said, it's not a tour as such, but I wouldn't be surprised if something big or some more stuff comes off the back of this, especially the success and the standard and the kind of the feedback that seems to be coming.
It's a lot for nephew folk. If we were to do it again, we get some more stuff.
That's a great shout. It is a lot from start to finish, not just running the event itself, making sure the event's full, making sure the guys that are coming from around the world are looked after, and that they've got all the things that they need to prepare for an event like this, and it's been absolutely class from start to finish. So I've got to praise the people that's made it happen. Ross, Michaela, the two McInnes boys that have worked hard, all the referees and the organisers, Craig and the streaming. It's a lot of work, and I think the rewards are there because it's been absolutely first class. Declan to make it 8-5. Decided to go all the way around. I mean, that's just the confidence.
That's a lovely shot.
That's just
Cue
the
balls on a
confidence.
string right now.
Phenomenal.
Cue balls on a string right now for Declan. It's black for 8-5 to go 2 away.
Absolute phenomenal. I'm going to stick to that word. Fantastic. And there's Tabit Jaouad, 9-3 up, and John Joe Sharkey. Phenomenal. He's on the hill. Davy Markey, Campbell Dunlop, 8-5 each. Keith Caird, Keldy, aye, 8-5 up on Abdulaziz Arbil. Stuart McCulloch, 7-3 down. Dylan Mitchell, we spoke about him earlier. He's really flying as well. Joe Prince has gone 6-5 up on Morgan. Ryan Davey and Barry Lynn 4-4. Some really tight ones there, and some that have just slowly started to creep away. But on the whole, if you look down the scores, it's almost every match is really close. Sean, I definitely think there'll be more of this. I think from just certain things that Ross had been saying, he was talking about doing some kind of tour, an amateur tour, just for amateurs only, trying to get as much money in it as possible, so that Ross McInnes's aim has always been to try and help the amateur players get something out of the game, the guys that for years and years have propped up the money for the top guys, the pros, the A-team type players, and with the way the game's going right now and all the kind of opportunities that's out there for the top guys, Ross is trying to make sure that there's still opportunities for the amateurs and the guys that put a lot of time in for little reward, to try and get something out of the game. So this event in itself is testimony to that, and I'm pretty sure there'll be something else and other things coming off the back of this, definitely, mate. So obviously you'll probably see stuff on Facebook and whatever anyway, but anything that there is or any information I get, I'll definitely pass it on to you.
Soko saying that Prince is pro standard. There's a lot of players in this tournament that are pro standard. Absolutely, there's a few that come to mind. Ryan Davey, not just because he's Scottish, but the talent he's got he's a pro standard. I know Stuart McCulloch's getting beat 7-3, but another pro standard player. Tom Jones Jr. He's another player who's pro standard. Just so many great players in this event that are pro standard. It's crazy.
I think that you're starting to see a thin line between the top amateurs, the really good committed amateurs, and obviously the top pros, your Mark Boyles and Tom Cousins and Gareth Potts, Mick Hills, Chris Mellon. These guys are just absolute world class. Of course they are, but I think there's a lot of guys, even just here, that for me, if you go to the table, you break the balls, you finish. Or every time you get a chance, you finish. I know it's impossible to do it every single time, but if you're, pardon me, doing that more often than not, there really is a thin line between all the top guys, whether amateur and pro. And I think this event in itself has shown the standard to some of the amateur players. I mean, some of these guys, how many times do players go to the table and actually lose because it's the man they're playing? Oh, it was Mark Boyle, it was Liam Dunster, it was Gareth Hibbett. It was so often we step into the table and play the man rather than play the balls. And some of the standard I've seen this weekend, honestly, I know obviously the guys only get to see what's on stream, but some of the standard of pool is befitting of probably any pro event, to be honest. It's been absolute first class. And it was great for me and Kieran to be a part of it and take a whooping.
Absolutely. Thanks for that, Stevie. No, absolutely. It's been a great event to be in. It's just top class, and I really hope for another one of these. And as you say, Stevie, it's another example of how tight these bags are.
Yep.
I think that's two missed pots in a row, and I think it's only 3 missed pots in this entire match. So we're talking about pro standard. I think we're seeing how good people are in this event. It's no missed pool, eh?
No, that's
and
it.
I think
these two guys have barely missed a ball. They've played some phenomenal positional shots. The standard's been absolutely epic, and it just shows as well that sometimes you just play a bad shot. Sometimes that wee bit of pressure creeps in. It's 8-5 here. Gareth knows he can't really let Declan get to 9. Declan knows he doesn't want to get Gareth chasing after him, getting on to 6. So the two of them have a tiny error each, and Declan's back at the table. I'd be surprised if he makes another error. But it's definitely a pressure pot at this stage. First to 10, Gareth's in a whole world of trouble, and Declan is one frame away from being on the hill. The pressure's definitely on, but Declan's big favourite now. I wasn't sure if he could slide by the red like that, so that's a good shot. Declan's been outstanding. I've been probably most impressed over the weekend so far. I've watched a lot of the games, to be fair, but he's been absolutely phenomenal, so it's no surprise to me that he's flying here.
That shot there for Declan that he's just played there, I think that's a shot. When tables have just been recovered and the cloths are slidey, it's a lot harder to control the cue ball coming off the cushion. So I don't know about you, but I think I would have played that straight through just to go top cushion, because these cushions are hard to judge, especially just being recovered.
He's played it well. I agree. I mean, if he pushes through and comes low, he can just go one cushion and up to the left-hand side, and he's got it in the middle, and he's basically get that full end. But Declan just seems to have the feel of the table so well, and every time he goes to the table, he just looks as if he's going to take out a finish. It's great to watch. Absolutely phenomenal to watch.
Did you see that shot he played?
No, it's only just clipped on there.
Oh my god. He's literally got his cue like that. He's on the cushion. The black seal, he's got his cue like that. Smacked it in, the black just flew in the top corner.
Wow.
He literally had to hammer his cue in.
There you go, Morgan finally without a run out. 6 each with 5 run outs for him.
Some
and
standard.
3 run outs with Joe Prince. That's a match that would kill to see this unbelievable standard, that match.
Connor Davison and Scott Rorty 3 each, but Scott walked through here a while back and said he was 4-3 down. So they've obviously forgot to put the score up, or he was mistaken. Davy Markey's gone 6-5 up. And Barry Lynn is in front of tournament favourite Ryan Davey. What about the real number 1? Where is the big man? I think he's at the Blackpool Tower, guys, watching Strictly Come Dancing, but don't quote me on it. I think they call it Strictly Come Tierney. However, guys, we're here, we're tuned in. The Blackball Tables 67k challenge, Fibretec Communications, live on Scottish Q Sports streaming. Craig definitely is the best in the business. As I say, guys, Blackball Tables, anything you need, get on there. I'm saying it as much as I can. I'm hoping for a freebie after this. But they really do have anything that you could even think of. And if they haven't, I'm pretty sure they'll always source it for you and get it. So anything pool related, snooker, American pool, there's loads and loads of stuff on there. Website really, really simple to navigate. So all your needs, blackballtables.com.
I think people heard you in the background there, Stevie.
I was hoping so. Connor's game, the only one that's blocked out. As I say, Daniel, Scott Rorty walked. He was going to the toilet, and he was saying that he said Connor was 4-3 up, but according to the score, it's still sitting at 3 each. So I don't know. I don't know if it's a mistake or if they've just not marked it up yet. So hopefully see the scores moving on that pretty soon. Barry Lynn's just gone 6-4 up on Ryan Davey. Morgan McInnes has gone 7-6 up on Joe Prince. That's been a right tussle from the start. Charlie Earnshaw 6-5 up on Aaron Watts as well. Ross Smith 7-5 against Scott Coventry. Some results or some scores so far for you guys. Gareth's got it tough here. He's 9-5 down. Declan on the hill, and all of a sudden things are going all wrong for Gareth. It is a shame that there has to be a loser here. I think Declan's just been more solid. Gareth's gone for a couple of finishes that probably weren't there, had to be made, and he's maybe not had the wee rubs the run of the ball that he would hope, but he's definitely played his part here. If he can drop through on this bottom ball, he's still got a chance. He's still got a chance. Can he screw straight onto that yellow? Worst case scenario, he's on the ball in the middle. Oh, he might play the plant right now. Do you know, thanks to Preston there, I didn't even look at that. The only problem here is the control.
That's a brilliant shot. That's a brilliant shot. I never
Tell
really
you
seen
what,
that.
guys.
Look at this. He's covered the bag,
Chip and a chair.
made this a little bit awkward, but I don't know what you would have done there, Stevie. I probably would have played the cannon because I had the backup ball in the middle.
Yep, that's what I was thinking. If he just comes, maybe screw into the yellow, knowing that he's guaranteed on the ball in the middle. But that was a good shot. I'm not sure he played it that way for the yellow to come all the way down. I don't know if he was trying to play it full in the face, or if he did play it that way, great shot. But either way, he's a minute ago it didn't look like he was going to have a chance, and now all of a sudden he's 2 yellows away from the black to stay in this match. Now that's a problem. I don't think he can hold for this now. I think he had to come further. But again, the angle could be better than it looks. Is he going to drop on the bottom cushion here? Because he can maybe, even worst case, he can maybe go.
Yep, he's landed on it. He's landed on it. Gave us the best possible option of potting us. He's got two ways. He can either leave the double, leave it in the middle, or the option I'd be going for, I would be playing this with a lot of right hand side, and then you come off the two cushions for the black in the bottom right corner.
I think he's looking like he's going to screw it underneath the red here. Spot he's played, but it's tough shot. Yep.
Tough shot to keep yourself in this, but
this is massive. He's played so well. I mean, for the full weekend, never mind right now. And I think it'd be a shame for this match to end. So I'm hoping that Gareth puts this away, because it's been great viewing.
looks like he's got the far knuckle there, and he has.
Well, unfortunately for Gareth, Declan is not missing, and right now I would be surprised if he misses. It's a great chance. They still have to be taken out, and I think Gareth will be thinking he's played his last shot of the tournament. Yep, I agree, Daniel. Gareth's. I think he was hoping to go kind of cushion first, flick the red and come across closer, but it's caught it thick and just. He's played it well. He's unlucky. Probably deserved a wee bit more luck for the fact of how hard the finish was, and he's managed to stumble onto it. The plant was a good shot. He was just one good shot away from taking away an absolute monster finish. Declan is in absolute phenomenal form. He's playing as good as anybody I've seen in a while, so the likelihood is he'll take these reds out.
His cue ball's been on a string this entire match, hasn't it, Stevie? He's just been unbelievable. He's been playing unmissable pool. Apart from a couple frames ago, he missed that difficult yellow, but
you're always hoping to get a grip of the table, the cloth, how it's playing as quick as you can, and I think Declan just literally seems to have it absolutely down to a T. Are you screwing around the back of these here, or are you just dragging it?
I would be screwing around the back of these, absolutely. Yep. Great shot. But he's on the cushion a wee bit. Left us a wee bit more awkward, but should still be alright.
He should be able to just push through without much bother. That could have been worse if he was playing that in such a way where he was getting into the other red. It would have been a bit more work, but it looks like Declan Duff is going to be through to the next round.
I think he's played it that way as well, because they two reds must have went into the top left corner there, but we did say the shot was a wee bit awkward, but he still should be okay here.
Now he's going to have to play this. He's going to have to cue this in. Is he screwing off the cushion and out? Is he running off to it? So he's got work to do to get on the black at the same time here. He's digging into it, as I think you should, but like a bullet.
Oh, look at that.
Like
Brilliant
an absolute
Cues.
bullet.
Brilliant Cues. Just didn't look like missing that, did he? Just like he has looked for this entire match.
So who does Declan play?
Declan Duff, absolutely phenomenal. Well done, son. 10-5 win against Gareth Higgins. Shame there had to be a loser there. 10-5 makes it look a bit more resounding than it probably was for anybody watching. Gareth pretty unlucky on a few instances, maybe forced the issue on a couple of finishes that he didn't really have a choice, but he is now out of the tournament, and very, very unlucky Gareth. As we spoke about there, Cian Monaghan was the first man through against Tony Burton. Keith Keldy through against Abdelaziz Arbil. Dylan Mitchell still in front against Stuart McCulloch. Jonathan Roberts is on the hill against Tam McCallum. Morgan still with his 5 dishes. 7-6 up on Joe Prince.
I think Stuart McCulloch's making a small comeback against Dylan Mitchell. I think he was from 7-2 down, and now he's gained three frames in the trot to just be behind by 2 at 7-5.
Looking at that there, guys, is you can see Scott Rorty has gone 4-3 up in Conor Davison. So Scott walked through the commentary box and said he was 4-3 down. So that must have been a mistake on his part. Was it 3-2? Well, looks like I was wrong. Can camera be turned slightly to table 5 for McCulloch match? Well, Craig will be. He'll be on the machine that does the damage on that just now, so I don't know what cameras that he can manoeuvre, but this might be as good as it gets. I think he can go to the small play button that's on the fixtures, and it'll take you to the tables that are right in front of whatever games you're looking to watch. I think table 1, 2 and 3 on the cameras, is that right?
I think it's just table 2 and 3, Steve.
Table 2 and 3. Barry Lynn is absolutely flying against Ryan Davey. You can see Ryan through there at the table just now. Davey Markey playing a nice containing shot there. Scotland's #1 coach and referee just stormed the building. Alan Reynolds. A re-tap on right now, aren't you? Oh, is it? Sorry, he's been on a Dunfermline tap. Fencing the way to see our tables. No, that's fine, Craig. That's fine. As you can see, guys, anyway, there is loads of tables to view. I don't know what tables are on. I don't know if table one. If is anyone on table one? I think you can tune in via the. No, so I think one of the games. No, that is the best view, as Craig said. Just looking at the tables that are in play, that is as good a view as you're going to get. There's not much that can be done based on that's if you move one. It only really is this camera that's in play. So if it was to be moved left or right, so as much as a couple of games are missing out here, there is certain ones that you can see and hopefully see enough of to enjoy. The thing, I mean, obviously, a lot of these games are quite tight, and in an ideal world, after a frame is finished, you would move someone onto the stream table. But I don't think that's how it works. These guys are on certain tables, getting a feel for them, the bounces and stuff like that. And unfortunately, that match that we were watching there was absolutely phenomenal, and we were spoilt rotten, and it's come to an end. But we've got a view of some of these tables, so we just have to tune in and enjoy them. We've got a bit of a fudgy frame there with Davy Markey right in front of us, front right there. Anybody that likes a tactical frame, get your binoculars on and tune in.
I think we should just impress.
No, that's it, Ronan, 100%. It's this is the last matches of tonight. The games will continue tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. in the last 16. The tournament is ran so smooth. 128 players. You could argue the races were first to 10 and first to 7. The way it's ran, how smooth it's ran each night, it could have arguably went longer races or even more players. I mean, I don't know. You could probably fill this double, 256 players, and go Thursday, starting the Thursday, Friday, so whatever it is. It's went so smooth with the kind of numbers. But I think the venue, with the amount of tables that Blackball Tables have managed to get in here, has made it that way. And it's just all of a sudden at this time, it's almost done for the day, and the last 16 will kick off tomorrow at 10 a.m. done by just after tea time. So it's ran so smooth, which is testament to the organisers. So well done to them. I'll hear it here.
Commentate on Stuart McCulloch's game. Got a view on Stuart's game. I can commentate on that.
Aye. Kieran will keep you posted on Stuart's game. Anybody that's interested, he can see that from the commentary box door.
Stuart McCulloch on the black on table 5 against Dylan Mitchell. He's got a chance.
Lee Cullen's game.
Got a chance to. Yep, Stuart McCulloch's on the comeback as he gets his 6th frame and goes from 7-2 behind.
Someone tell Tom
Just
Jones to
6-2.
sit down.
To 7-6.
I know, it's... he ran past me earlier and I thought he had a crash helmet on. But that was my mistake. And that's obviously, I can't really say, I'm not saying anything about anybody's hair when I'm sitting here with absolutely none. So some of the pool on show, guys, is absolutely first class. I hope you have enjoyed it. I hope I've made it a bit more bearable rather than staring at a screen with people just banging in balls. So, especially joined with the guys, Preston, Kieran, Kenny Donald earlier, and Keith. Absolutely superb, guys. And there's Yvonne in as well. She's in to take over the show.
No, thank you.
Yvonne's really busy.
This bit's far too important for me.
One of the top organisers. And as I've said numerous times, it's ran so smooth. It's been absolutely phenomenal.
I'll give you that tenner later.
There you go, Stevie Walker commentating Kieran Kay interviews. There you go. Oh, better.
See, there's some shift on the commentary. See, to be honest, I feel as if I only started 10 minutes ago, and I'm kind of gutted that it's nearly finished. I really enjoy it. Enjoy every minute. Sitting in here. Let's face it, guys, I think you all know by now I don't mind sitting talking. And I would like to say I like the sound of my own voice, but when I'm in here, I've got the sound of Ali McCoy's voice, apparently. So, as with it is. So let me see some of the scores. Barry Lynn 9-4 up in Ryan Davey. Morgan 7-6 up on Joe Prince. Davey Markey 7-5 up. Stuart McCulloch has fought back. He's only 7-6 down now. Some real tight games, guys. Really getting to the wire. Morgan is 8-6 up. I knew I heard a wee yes, and we were waiting on the score going up. Brilliant, Morgan. He's been absolutely phenomenal in this match. The amount of breaking run-outs has been unreal. Let me see. Just seen that there for Stuart. I've just had a wee glance at the screen and seen him sitting down, so I missed that, mate. I think it was Stuart not 7-3 down or something like that. He's fought back well here. Dylan's been in absolutely phenomenal form, playing some great stuff. But I think everybody watching knows Stuart's a match for anyone. Sean Wishart is 6-4 up on Lee Killen right now.
Stuart's been making a good comeback in his game as well. He was 7-2 down, now 7-6, but broken the 14th frame and went in off. And it looks as if that Dylan, what he's been doing all today, looks as if he will take the 14th frame. Very steady player, Dylan. Very steady player. As we said before,
yep.
A dark horse is, yeah, if you want someone else that could
Barry
win it,
Lynn
he's another
looks
one.
as if he's got over the line against Ryan Davey, the tournament favourite. Barry must have hit some kind of form. Now, guys, that could really impact my involvement tomorrow because I came with Ryan, and if he's leaving early in the morning, then unless someone else is taking me up the road, guys, my commentary skills may be missed for tomorrow. So we'll wait and see if anyone offers the main man a lift home. If they do, then I might stay and help out in the commentary box. If not, good luck to whoever takes over the show. I think we've got two of the young boys here rolling and ready to go anyway if I need to step out.
Me calling all the pots and Preston calling all the safety. Is that how it works with a McInnes with a second name, is it?
Phenomenal.
McInnes is just a name for safety. Or 25-minute frames. I said about 8 words.
Craig. Oh, Craig, the streamer guy. Paddy, I don't know who's going up and down or how it's working. If somebody was heading in my direction and willing to take me later on and they wanted me to commentate, then I would. But obviously, if there's nobody else going in my direction, then I'll need to make sure I'm on the road when Ryan's going.
Congratulations, Abby Jahood, through to the last 16, and lucky John Cole Sharkey.
As you can hear a lot of the games that I've
Tabit
just
Jaoud is through. Brilliant effort from the Moroccan through to the last 16, and that's very much needed. These guys have came from a hell of a long distance. I know there was some issues with visas and stuff, and hoping to get things organised in time to make it for the event, and they have, and every one of them have been a credit. Played some good stuff. Some of them went pretty far, and obviously still one man fighting and flying the flag. So well done, mate. Good on you. As I say, guys, Barry Lynn, 10-4 winner over Ryan Davey. Ryan's been absolutely outstanding, so Barry's obviously hit some kind of serious form.
Davy Markey looking as steady as usual. Two reds away from claiming another frame.
Lee Killen and Connor Killen and Connor. Well, Lee Killen's match is he's 6-4 down to Sean Wishart, and Connor is 5-3 down to Scott Rorty.
Don't worry, I'll nick it. Or get it to him. I'd rather listen to classical music than that. Stuart McCulloch tap breaking. What's your opinion on the tap break, Steve? Are you a fan of the tap break?
Well, I think I can understand certain players doing it at certain times. If you're up against it, one of the boys that was down here last night, Sean McMahon, I think he's still here just now, and he played, and he was opening the balls up. It wasn't really going his way, so he decided to come off the back, and he wasn't getting a ball off the break. So his decision was, well, I'm not going to make it easy for my opponent. So I can understand when certain people's breaks isn't working, or the game is so tight that they're not willing to open it up for their opponent. It's not something I think I will ever do, but I do understand the guys that do it. Every time they do right enough, I always... I just had a message popped in my face here, but anyway, I don't know, a few times somebody's done it against me, Kieran, and I've literally took the opportunity to smash them open straight after it. I've kind of took it as a break, but a couple of times I've knocked the black in and doing it, so it's a kind of risk-reward strategy, you know, so... Aye, really well.
He's no coaching, I'm commentating. Has he got any coaching and commentating? I haven't actually. I've not passed it on to the presentation team yet.
Oh, if you're looking, guys, on the front table here to the right-hand side, Davy Markey's got a chance. Looks as if he's on yellows. And he's missed that yellow.
I just want to add on what you said about the tap break, Stevie. Obviously, you say sometimes when people tap break you, you'd smash them open. I think that's what a lot of people used to do against the All-Pros or the All-Players years ago. I think older people now that play these rules that have came from world rules, they still tend to tap break because there is still a lot of tactical battles to be won in these rules. So you do see a lot of players that used to play old world rules. They still tap break and they still play the tactics, and I think tactics kind of is dying out in pool because it's just becoming an attacking game now. You very rarely see tactical frames that last 15, 20 minutes where as before in the old world rules, you used to see that nearly every frame with some players.
I think for the purist, I don't mind watching. There's some safety play in pool that can at times blow you away. There's a lot of people that go, what's going on here? This is boring. But in real terms, if somebody plays a really good shot that puts your opponent in all kinds of trouble, it's every bit as important as nailing a long black the length of the table. Some of these shots maybe don't get respected as much as they used to. Totally agree with that. And I don't mind watching tactical frames. I guess it's just the way I've always played the game. I've learned to fight and dig in frames. But generally from the break, I'm looking to take as much advantage as I can, and I probably wouldn't even know how to tap break, to be honest. It's not something I've ever done, as I say, but I've been involved in so many frames with guys that have, and I love nothing more than a guy who tap breaks, attempts to fudge and loses the frame. But I also, like I say, I really do enjoy that side of the game. It's never been my strongest suit, to be fair. There's a guy that's just walked in right now has got almost every facet of that game, whether it's someone tap breaks, if they're going to go tactical. Renzi's been one of the guys that will coach. I've played with Renzi for years and years, and I learnt a hell of a lot off him. Myself, guys like John Joe up the road, we had a great time with Renzi. He's obviously coaching yourself, Kieran, and young Preston, Morgan, he said Liam, numerous players that are all benefiting from learning both sides of the game that Renzi can teach, and it's definitely pluses to being able to play that type of pool, and I enjoy watching it, I must admit.
Absolutely, you mentioned about Renzi, with what he coaches, and he's obviously a master of the game. He knows the game inside out. Obviously, he's coached some of the greatest players that I've ever played, and he's coached players that are some of the best in the world right now in all age categories. You've obviously got his son, Alan Reynolds Jr., who's the greatest LD to ever live. Obviously, 8-time Scottish champion, 5-time European, 3-time world. And obviously, he's coached Liam Dunster to many titles himself. Yep. Scotland A team, current 2-time world champion. The list goes on, the achievements that he's done.
Hope you guys are respecting and loving the stats that young Kieran does not ever miss a beat on. It's good stuff, especially for people. When we speak about Renzi, a lot of speak about Renzi really fondly, and when you consider the accolades that some of the guys that have worked under him and learnt from him have got, then I think the success is it's phenomenal, absolutely class. He's teaching so many of you guys, Kieran, you yourself. I mean, the improvement so quick, so vast across all the big tournaments, playing against some of the best players and having no fear, and that comes from learning from good guys. So it's definitely first class.
The incredible thing about Renzi is he's literally had a champion that he's coached in every age group. He's had an under-15s world champion. He's had an under-18s world champion. He's had 23s. Not only is he a fantastic coach, fantastic player, but a phenomenal manager, where he's finally decided to call it a day on his managerial job after winning 2 world titles in the back-to-back and a European title. He decided to call it a day, but one of the greatest managers that Scotland's ever had, and probably one of the biggest assets in pool there's ever been.
Totally agree. So Davey, Marky, what's happening with Davey's game? Let's see the scores on the doors. Davey's 8-6 up. I think Campbell just won that frame. I don't know if it's been on yet. So 8-6. Socko, I'm seeing that there. If I don't even know how Davey got down, if he brought himself down, or as I say, I wouldn't put anybody out. So if there is somebody still here, if it's and they're willing to give me a lift home, then I would happily stay and commentate for the remainder of the tournament. Obviously, there's maybe other people willing to step in and do it as well. I don't know, but I'd be happy to. But it's obviously depending on me getting home. There's no point in me going and I don't know, dragging myself to get trains and stuff like that when potentially I've got a lift home already. So we'll see how that pans out. I'll wait and see what happens. We'll watch the rest of Davies' game and find it. But again, as I said, Davey could win this, play the next one, and then nobody's going to want to hang about and wait on me commentating right through to a final. So we'll see what happens. See how it works out. See who's. I'm pretty sure there'll be somebody wanting to step in. Cheers, Joe, mate. That's appreciated. I've had a couple of cans of juice, so that's as big a payment as I think I'll be getting.
You've just seen Campbell Dunlop there against David Markey just miss a shot, just a yellow down the rail. So, as we said earlier, these bags, that ball that he's just missed looked in all the way. But as you said earlier on, and you've been saying all day, these pockets are so tight. And as you say, this is how people of this standard should be playing on.
Yep.
As you say, you shouldn't be missing a ball 8, 10 inches up the table and it's still falling out, not a problem. It should be millimetres hitting the cushion to still drop. But
that's the thing I find, and a couple of people have commented on. You've got these TV tables, as they would call them, and I've heard so many people say, and it's not as if it's coming for the pros and they're saying it, but people are saying, but the bags have got to be a bit bigger because it's for TV. Nobody wants to see them missing all over the place. But that kind of is counterproductive, because they shouldn't be missing all over the place. They're the top pros, and if they do miss, then they should miss. So these I think these tables they're just phenomenal. They're great to play on. Yesterday the tables, brand new cloth, obviously it wasn't even touched yet. It was immaculate. And the bags were playing that wee bit bigger, a tiny bit bigger than they normally would, because it was brand new cloth, brand new balls. But as yesterday into today and to tonight, they are really, really tightening up. And there's still some shots that people see, if it's played at the right pace, it may still drop because of the cloth. But as you say, Kieran, if you miss, then you miss. And that for me is the way it should be. And I think most people watching on the stream and that play the game would agree. How many times have you sat there and you see, and you go to get off your seat because your opponent, and next thing the ball's dropped and you're like, he's missed that by a mile, and you don't really get away with that here, which is really, really good.
absolutely, you're sitting in your seat and you watch your opponent cue a ball absolutely terrible. They've hit a cushion way up, and you know it should never be dropping, but then it drops and you're just like, look, you've been rewarded by hitting a ball badly. It's like. Yep. It's like, how is this possible? And it's even worse when you're getting beat.
Yep.
When you're getting beat in a match and an opponent tries to play a ball in a top corner and he gets close out of the middle pocket and it still drops. It's not a great feeling, but these tables, I think, have cut a lot of this out, haven't they?
Definitely. And as you spoke about earlier, the bounce outs, everybody's obviously got their opinions, but I think these over this weekend anyway. It's easy for me to say I play on a Blackball table every week, but I think these tables are phenomenal. Davy Markey pops another frame on the board. He's on the hill now, 9-6 up on Campbell Dunlop. Morgan's game is really going to the wire. 8-all against Joe Prince. Two phenomenal players going toe to toe, and 8 each. It's going to go all the way. Dylan Mitchell's on the hill against Stewart. Kieran's going to go and have a peek to see how that game looks. Stewart's in his seat right now. So Darren McCarthy, 9-8 up, and Jordan Parkinson. Jordan's had a couple of really close shaves already, and he's in another one right now, so that's a tough one to call. Sean Wishart is 6-5 up on Lee Killen. Scott Rorty 5-4 up on Connor Davison. So still loads of pool getting played, guys. Obviously it's scattered across the room. It's hard to keep an eye on everything. As you can see, Morgan's game in the far right corner there. Morgan's got the kind of peachy pinky t-shirt on. Jordan Parkinson's game is on the furthest away table on the right. And that looks like is that young Charlie? Yep, he's on is that the far left table? Yep, so he is. standing leaning against the table. So I know it's not great, but there is some pool. Everybody, you can still see Davies' game's obviously the best picture we've got, but you can still see the balls getting rolled in, can still see the shots.
Dylan Mitchell, who's currently 9-6 up on one of the favourites for the tournament. Stuart McCulloch, Dylan's just nailed an absolute brilliant double, cross-table double to leave himself perfect on 2 yellows, to then be on the black to put Stuart McCulloch out, but still a wee bit of work to do on this one. 1 yellow remaining, then for the black, so just keep a wee eye on this game.
Kieran is standing at the door, guys, watching Stuart's game, so that'll give you an idea of how that's panning out right now.
He's nailed the long pot on the yellow, but he has cannoned into the black, and it's made the black tough, and I don't think he can actually get through to that, Stevie, can he?
Nope,
Stevie's jumping on chairs.
I'm up on top of a chair here, guys, and Stuart would obviously, he'd have been worried there. He's nailed the long yellow has gone in, the whites flew around the angles and kicked the black down on top of one of Stuart's reds. It's not touching, there's a slight gap, but there really isn't a shot on the black, so
I think
he's going to take some shot here. I don't know if he can play some kind of cross double, but
he's played the cut.
oh, he's cut. Oh, that was thin. So he's just missed there. Stuart's back to the table, guys. However, the balls aren't sitting pretty, and missing that black there, he's knocked a couple of reds safe. But Stuart's at the table. He's got shots to play. First one down, guys. First one is down. So I think Stuart may be looking at playing a snooker here. I know you guys can't see this. I'm on top of a chair looking over the heads of some people. But it's intense, really, really intense. Looking through a door, guys, for your enjoyment only. So if you can imagine, Stuart's going to pop a red in the left middle pocket from where you would be breaking. He's coming back round the angles, and where's the white going? Oh, the white has just stopped at the edge of the middle bag. That was close, very, very close.
I think he's going to cover the bag where the black is and play the snooker at the same time, and he's got the snooker, but he's not covered the bag completely.
Oh, Stuart's he's played a snooker there. He's tried to cover the bottom right bag. I know you guys can't see it, so there's a 2 reds stuck together on the right, bottom right, and there was another red just below. So he's tried to play a plant just to take the balls down, cover the bag and play the snooker at the same time, but he's not managed to cover the bag. So it's a 1 cushion escape and a chance to potentially pot the black. He's not got it, but he's left Stuart. Stuart's in a bit of trouble here, guys. I do think that he can play another snooker, and I think anywhere up towards the middle pocket should be good enough, but it could be aggressive and go for a really, really awkward finish, but I think he's going to play a snooker. He has to play the snooker. And he has played the snooker.
He's also got the cover on the bag as well,
That's a better shot.
Which secures that as well, so it makes the table a lot harder for Dylan to play a shot as well.
Okay, Charlie, Eric shot.
Young Charlie through.
No, young Charlie, I think, just been beat. I don't know, 10-7, I think. Yeah, 10-7.
So
Charlie's just been beat. So the run for the 14-year-old is over, but he should be really proud with how he's played this weekend. He's been absolutely incredible this weekend, hasn't he?
Yep,
absolutely incredible.
Absolutely mind-blowing that such a young guy, fearless, coming in against some of these players, and he's just went wholeheartedly firing at everyone, and he deserves all the plaudits he's going to get because he's been absolutely fantastic.
He's back at Bridlington this year as well for the Nations, the under-15 Nations, where he's playing for England, and obviously will play in the singles as well. So I think we could be looking at a favourite for the Nations title as well, the current under-15s world champion.
Stuart's played a safety, guys. He's put the white on the top cushion. It's a simple hit. It's probably going to be a one cushion escape. It depends how pacey he wants to play it. Stuart's got the frame under control right now, but he's only one crazy fluke away from losing this frame, so sooner rather than later Stuart's going to have a pop.
Also a tense game on table 16. Jordan Parkinson v Darren McCarthy. That's currently 9 each as well.
That's twice in the last few hours that Jordan's been involved in a 9-all game. He was in a Gary Bracken earlier on, 9-all. I think he lost that one 10-9, and then he's went into the one lost side, managed to get himself back through into the last 32, and he's currently sitting 9-9. Where's that go? Well, guys, I know you can't see it, but that was almost the fluke of the century. But it's 2 shots to Stuart, 3 reds on the table and the black.
I think the match on table 16 is just finished. I think it was Darren McCarthy that has edged Jordan Parkinson, 10 frames to 9. That's a brilliant positional shot. I know, as Stuart says, as Stevie says, you can't see it, but Stuart's landed on his last red perfectly to possibly claw back another frame.
He's now on the black. It's straightforward enough. Shouldn't have any problems. Yep, the black is down. Stuart gets a frame.
Stuart McCulloch keeps himself in it as well. With that as well, currently 9-7 now down.
So I don't know if that was Jordan that won there or Dan McCarthy.
Yeah, it was Darren McCarthy.
Darren McCarthy has put Jordan out. So I fancy Jordan to go quite far because of some of his results down at the IPA. Played against him myself. Made a mistake myself on the scoreboard in one of the matches, but Jordan played absolutely phenomenal, didn't miss much. One of the events he actually beat Robert Stephen as well when I was there. I know he's got a money match coming up with Jonathan Roberts pretty soon. That should be an absolute classic. Two real good attacking players. That should be good to watch.
That's a cracker, that match, isn't it, Stevie? We all know how good Jordan is, but Jonathan obviously won an IPA. I can't remember what it was. It was in Newcastle, I think it was.
I think they've actually played a match before that Jordan won.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it's the rematch or if they've played more than once or twice, but that'll be a good one if there's any streaming for that, guys. I'm pretty sure you will tune in. I know I will.
I think anyone that knows Jonathan as well, obviously his nickname's Rapid. He's got that in the back of his tops, and geez, when we say Rapid, he is rapid.
Joe Prince has gone 9-8 up on Morgan. So Joe Prince is now on the hill. That has been one hell of a tussle from start to finish. Morgan's at the table right now. He's got a chance, let's hope. For the sake of the tournament, another hill match would be absolutely epic, but as matches go, the standard in the match with Morgan is at 6 runouts he's had. Joe Prince has had a few himself. It must have been absolutely phenomenal, the standard of pool. So Joe Prince 98 up. Morgan's at the table just now, guys. I think you can see it in the corner of your screen. Freedom to how you watch some of them, they just look free. So no man, don't let them be. Aye. Davy Markey, what happened there, buddy? What happened there? So in the match with Stuart, we were just talking to Renzi there about how some of the English and Welsh guys, just how good they look when they kind of go about their finishes, the confidence and how they flow with a kind of freedom, but how some of the Scottish boys have got that wee bit of scrapping in them, a bit more tactics maybe at times, but in saying that, Stuart goes and tap breaks, he's 9-7 down and he's tapped the pack. So he's willing to scrap and fight and claw to try and make sure that he's still in with a shout come the end of the night.
Davy
so
Markey's in a long red to claim the match with the black over the pocket.
So Davy Markey for the win, guys, as you can see, long red, missed it with a mile. Wasn't even close. The thing is, so guys, you guys watching obviously don't realise how tight these bags are getting, but there is a way to play the shots, and I think Davy could have just rolled that in, rolled through, and the bags will take them as long as you play it at the right pace. And I think the only way Davy could lose that frame there or miss that shot was to try and play it the way he did, to jab it in, because as me and Kieran have spoke earlier and many times so far, that if you miss, then you miss. I think Davy should have probably rolled that through there, just a simple roll through, and I think he would have nailed that. But as I say, guys, it's dead easy to say the tables have tightened up since yesterday, and to be honest, I think it's class, because I'm not saying if that was on a Supreme or if it was on some other table that would have went there. That's definitely not what I'm saying, but I just like the fact that when you do miss, then you miss.
I think I kind of like the way that Davy actually played that shot as well, because he's played it the confident way. He knows he's 9-7 up. Obviously, he's a 9-8 up now, but at the time he was 9-7 up. He's got that wee fallback. If he makes a mistake, he's still got that frame. So he played it the confident way. Obviously, if he had rolled it, he possibly, even if he missed it, I think he had the miss in his head as well, where he'd leave the cue ball. So I think he was kind of looking at, well, if I miss this, where's the worst possible place I could leave Campbell? But I think the way he played it, I like the way he played it, because he knows he's 9-7 up, playing well, and I think he's just decided full
there's
heart out in the pot, and
there's
the
no
black's
doubt
over the back.
if he nails that there, he's got the shoulders back, the chest puffed out. Absolutely nailed a tough long red. Well, it's longish to win a match, and I just think there's if with the fact that there's not really much to do position wise there, the black's hanging over the top bag. I'm just thinking of maybe some of the shots I played myself where I decided to just slow roll them down, and even though I've missed them ever so slightly, it's took it because of the pace I've played it at. And even the way Davey played that there, he could have played a kind of soft jab and stopped it right dead, and he would have still been on the black. But I think he'd be the first to tell you that he's just kind of swung his arm at it a bit. But he's still in here with a chip in a chair, 9-8 up. If you asked him before he even came down here on Friday morning, where would you be happy 9-8 up in the last 32? He'd bite your hand off.
Absolutely. Scotland know how good Davy Markey is, but I think this is obviously well, no UK World obviously, but a UK tournament. So obviously he's not only competing for people for Scotland, but he's competing with people for all over the UK. So he is a player that does go under the radar a wee bit. Not in Scotland, but especially in the UK, he is a player that goes under the radar. But I think a lot of people from the UK are starting to realise what Davy Markey is and what he can do, because he's obviously getting to these big events like Saltire, where you've got some unbelievable players. He's getting to semi-finals of that. So that's the Saltire event. You've obviously got Liam Dunster, Mark Boyle and all that, and then
guys
the IMs as well.
Like guys like Clint Jansen and Gavin Robinson, Andy Crosdale. I mean, there's loads of guys from down south. Some of the Welsh boys have been up for it as well, and I think quite a few of them have put their names in for it this year for the Saltire. It's a 64-man event. I think it's such a well-run event. You could probably squeeze a bit more out of it, but I understand why the guys don't, because before you know it, you've got 96 or 128 and 30, 40 guys call off at the last minute. So I understand why they've kept it to 64. It's a great run event. And as you say, Davy Markey's had some amazing runs at it. I think it's unfortunate for Davy that with his work and the way shifts and stuff work, because I think he'd like to play IPA and maybe some other things as well. But Farnsworth, that's right, Joe Farnsworth's entered it this year as well. So there's no doubt, and especially in Scotland, that Davy's a top player.
100%. I think it was a shame with Dave as well, because obviously he's got that. He came into some really good form in the Saltire and the Scottish Championship. But it was last minute at the tours. It was like the last events, and he's came into some great form there. And obviously it was a shame for him, because these are the end of the year tournaments. They weren't at the start of the year. So imagine where he would have been at the start of the year if he had kept that form. Where will he be at the start of the year, and where will he be in the 2023 season in Scotland?
Jamie Smith, you're absolutely spot on, mate. I think that's one of the big things where obviously the Saltire event, for instance, has got so much of a kind of obviously quality players and players that want to go and play against the best players in Scotland. Some of the boys from down south, England and Wales, etc., coming to play in it as well. But you're right, not everybody can afford or have the time, whether it be work or family and whatever else, to go and travel up and down the country for tournaments. And I suppose, I mean, some of the players, some of the quality, some of the talent that doesn't get to go to some of the guys that are sitting in their house on their couches with their finger in the remote with some serious ability. But I think you could say the same probably for England, Wales and Ireland and some of the other nations, where not everybody that's got serious ability can make it to all these events. So that's a good point, mate.
I think a nation as well that is really unknown. Everyone knows how good they are, but they don't play in any other events apart from themselves. France. We all know how good France is. Blackball is the leading cue sport in France. We all know how good the French Billiards Association is. We all know the players that have come from there. But the thing is with France is they only stick to their own country. They don't go about playing an ultimate pool. Well, obviously some do, like Yannick.
Yep.
But obviously you've not got like the French juniors coming over, or the new adult French players that are coming over. So you don't really know them. And then when they do come over for the odd event, you're like, who is this? And then obviously they are pro standard. Some of the French are unbelievable, but again, it's just a nation that they do stick to their own country in some tournaments, which is sad, because the talent for these countries is just unbelievable talent.
Well, that's actually, obviously France is a hotbed for pool, blackball, whatever they play, whatever rules they play. I'm not 100% sure. I know we probably play all different rules, whatever it suits, but I wonder if they were to have some kind of World Open, how many people would travel over outside of the top pros. I wonder if it's, or if they had a pro and a challenger event, even if it's just a one-off, it lasted for 4 days, a Thursday to Sunday. I wonder how many people would take it, because if we talk about the French maybe not coming over for some of the events we've got, I wonder how many people would be hopping on a plane, train or automobile to go get there.
I genuinely I think there would be a lot of people coming over to play in France in these tournaments if it was a World Open. One, if the prize money was good. And
No, of
two,
course.
And two, because France do it right. Obviously, I just competed in the World Championships there in October, and the arena, it was just unbelievable. Done properly, organised brilliantly, but the arena was absolutely brilliant, and there was like pretty much a stadium inside. So for people that have seen pool grow, that you've never seen pool grow like this, like it did in France. Like there was probably about 250, 300 seats in this like arena, and they were all filled for the men's World Championship final between, I think it was Dan Davey and Yannick. I'm not too
That's
sure
right.
his second name, but the audience was full, and the atmosphere was unbelievable, and it was like the perfect way to describe it was like being at the Masters, the snooker Masters. I don't know if you've seen that, Stevie, but it was like that. The atmosphere was electric when Yannick was doing a shot. It was best of order for both players. The French know how to do it, so I think the French would get an unbelievable turnout if they had a World Open.
Well, I mean, is that something that, like, you look at Blackball and then obviously you've got Ultimate just now. I don't really understand all the different rules, if whether it's two different organisations, like you've got in golf right now, they still play the same rules, they still play golf, I don't understand why, if there had to be a new organisation, that they couldn't play the same rules. I'm pretty sure that wouldn't be a rule, but I could be wrong. But for me, imagine having, like, the majors, the French Open, the UK Open, whatever it may be, the European Open. We seem to have, and obviously an individual event. The team events for me is the best part of our game, but I just think they're missing a trick somewhere. Don't worry, guys, if I win the Euro Millions, I'll sort this game right out. That is a promise.
People have asked how
Stuart's game, mate, is... Let me have a wee peek. I'm getting up in the chairs. So, it was really, really fudgy from the start. There's a few guys with dodgy t-shirts standing in front of us.
Stuart's on the yellows, and I know Dylan's on the reds. I know Stuart, for what I've been told.
It looks as if he's played a bit of snooker, but it's hard to see. Everybody wants to know about Stuart's game, mate.
It's hard to see. Standing in a fucking chair.
You can hear Mr. McInnes.
It's hard to see.
He's already done this before. Is it? He's been up.
So guys, Stuart's been given a chance here, a big chance. He needs to take it. He absolutely needs to take it, but it is not easy. He's at the table though, and this is massive.
He's got a really tough double here if he nails it, and it looks. By the way, what a shot that is!
By the way, Stuart,
go. That's got to be one of the best doubles, I think, to keep yourself in a match, isn't it?
Listen, guys, I know you can't see it, but he has played an unbelievable double that if he misses, he's out. And he's got two hard yellows still. This is massive. Oh, he's missed it. Oh, guys, he's missed it. It wasn't easy. He had to navigate just sliding past it. There was one yellow kind of making the middle bag into about half a bag, 3/4 of a bag, so he had to play it in slightly off the back knuckle, and he's just slid off the yellow at the front. So, two reds hanging over the same bag, and the black just above the spot.
The finish that Darrell's got is a finish that he just doesn't miss at all. So he's got one red. He's got one red at the top of the table, and he's only got to take the cue ball off of one cushion to then be on the black to beat Stuart McCulloch.
Out with a crazy rush of blood. This game's done, guys.
And he's absolutely perfect.
Straight on the black.
Absolutely perfect on the black. The tournament favourite, Stuart McCulloch, has been beat by Dylan Mitchell, 10 frames to 7.
That was unfortunate there. Stuart's played a world-class double, and I'm not joking when I say this, it was world-class. It was risky, it was absolute balls of steel to nail this double, and he's got 3/4 of a bag maybe. I think after that double he's got to make sure he nails the yellow in the middle. He's kind of just slid off the other one and missed it. It's unfortunate. He's probably hard done by in the end, but that's the game, innit? That's the game.
You do see a lot of the time as well. Stevie, I know obviously you play the game, we both play the game. The amount of times that you play a good shot and you get a buzz from it, and you just sometimes forget that you've still got a job to do with it, don't you? As I say that when Renzi walks in. See that when Renzi walks in, I'm the world's worst for that. Play a great shot, get a buzz, and then muck it up.
So as you can see, guys, at the bottom right of your screen, Morgan is on, I don't know if he's on a finish, but he's at the table against Joe Prince, and Davy Markey is on a finish. Yeah, it's looking like is Davy on the red? It looks like Davy's on the red and struggling to get on the black. So you can see Stuart now, guys, watching Campbell's game against Davy Markey. I think that's massive, guys. I don't know how they kind of go around that when you're people playing a final and there's obviously people dismantling tables, the place is empty, and I seen someone on one of the pool pages speaking about finals should be played at the beginning of other tournaments. So if for instance, if it's the first Saltire event, the
Davy
final,
Markey's had a lovely flick on that yellow.
the final gets played.
And it looks as if Davy Markey's going to take this match against Campbell Dunlop 10-8.
Yep, this is it. The final gets played before or at the beginning of the other tournaments. I would guarantee that there's plenty of bodies there. However, whether or not it's possible, I don't know. Davy Markey, phenomenal big man.
Fellow McGoldrick's boy, isn't he?
Yep.
Same with you.
Fellow Team G guy, Glasgow's finest, me and Davy.
Obviously, he's just defeated Campbell Dunlop. Campbell from Kilmarnock, is he?
Yep, Campbell's is another quality player. I mean, it's hard to say that most of the guys in this now aren't good in all different ways. It's been, as I've said numerous times, it's been class watching some of the pool, and the standard's been absolutely phenomenal. So, but looking at Morgan's game just now, that's becoming pretty pivotal. Lee Killen, and let me see, Sean Wishart, Lee Killen 7 each. Scott Rorty 6-5 up as well. So some right tight matches in this last 32. It's been incredible. As you can see, guys, Davey puffing the chest out, talking to Mr. Reynolds, pointing to the bits of the table that he wishes his white did land after he played mental shots. But he would have had to play at a very good standard against the pool that Campbell was playing. It was a tight game, 9-8, and then he gets it. Somebody just went mental there in the game with Morgan.
Morgan was at the table for what I seen, but I don't know if he let Joe Prince back in or not. But that game was 9 each. We'll find out in a minute what the score was.
Someone's just went absolutely nuts, and then I think Morgan's won it. I think Morgan won that there.
As you can see, obviously the table directly in front, just to the left of Davy Markey there. Tap breaking, obviously you can tell they're Scottish, because I think that's a right Scottish thing, isn't it? The tap breakers, Joe Herron in the chats pointed out, Lee Killen tapped the back. It's a pretty good tap break as well, isn't it?
Yep.
You didn't have to tell a Scottish pool player by their accent, it's just by what type of tap break they do, honestly. A tap break in Scotland is never a rare occurrence when you've got the likes of Alan Reynolds and Ross McInnes. The masters of the game up in Scotland, a tap break is certainly not an unusual thing to be playing against.
Yep, so we've just had confirmation there as Preston walked through the door like the Hulk. bulging out there with his arms aloft, screaming, "Come on!" So Morgan did win that. We thought that. I thought I heard that from the top table kind of thing, but we weren't sure. But yep, young Morgan, well done, son. Learning every day of the week, honestly. I know there's a few of my videos floating about, Morgan, but you can put them off for 1 hour. Was it a good finish? We could see, but it was hard to tell where everything was.
We
So
seen him at the table, but we didn't know if he took it out.
This pocket here, the back was hanging, and the other boy was reds, right? So he's got 2 reds, and it's the white can only fit. I think there's got a few centimetres each way, but oh, it's beautiful. He's got 2 reds, a yellow, and a long one. He smashes it in, the white flies back, plumb on the yellow, just floats it down, perfect, and right into the black.
I hope you can all hear that, guys. An excited younger brother. Preston is absolutely elated here for his big bro Morgan. I love to see that. Brothers in arms. Normally it's when they're out rolling about right enough, but right now they're supporting each other. I've heard they keep stealing each other's cornflakes in the morning, so it makes a change. Good on you, Morgan, son.
19 frames, 10 dishes. It's
John
crazy
Joe,
standard that match.
John Joe, that finish for Davey was unreal. That last shot to get on the black, absolutely first class. So Connor Davison 5, Scott Rorty 6, and Sean Wishart and Lee Curran. That's going to be a bit of a fudge fest. The pack is getting tapped in that match over and over.
What do you think of the venue that this has been played in? What do you think of it?
Listen, the venue, I mean, I think you can see, guys, the space, and there's a back room that the pool's getting played in as well, and it's for the pool tables and stuff like that, it's absolutely class. For the guy that fitted the wallpaper in my room, he needs to come back out and get it sorted. But the bed sheets are clean. There's a telly in the wall. I brought my own fridge. So, I mean, what's there not to like? As long as I don't trip over a big bit of wallpaper, I'll be brand new. Yep, and the carpets.
It's kind of hurting your OCD a wee bit, Stevie,
dodgy,
innit?
aye, it looks like so many broke plates scattered all over it. But listen, nobody says we were coming to a 5-star Marriott or whatever it might be. It ticks every box. Plenty of rooms, enough for everybody. It's enough space so that you've got loads of room around the tables, and it's got a bar, it's got food. I think as a pool venue goes, it's all right.
I'd say so. I'd say it ticks every box in the criteria. Absolutely. Danny Lunn, tell Stevie his perfect.
No, I know, John Joe. It was the full finish was absolutely class. I just thought when he landed on that last ball, it looked near on impossible to get to the side that he was trying to up for the black, and I thought he was maybe going to have to drop on the inside of it. But the full finish was absolutely phenomenal. To win a match, never mind a frame. There's Big Tommy. Big Tommy's just entered the fray, guys. Says if any of yous have got needing uplifted tomorrow morning, he'll be at your doors first thing. Cruncher is in the building. Came in time for this tap break challenge.
Oh man, the Bowfest. Liam Dunster versus Liam Dunster.
Any of you have Rorty's game? I don't even know. No. Is it today?
Avon says that's worse. See how we are bed.
Danny Lunn says that your partner's rotten, and he says the thing he says about William Wallace, well, if you start shouting freedom, it's going to kick off a riot, he says. Comedy genius you are, I think, Stevie boy. He says, young William, what he's put in his chat?
William Wallace, and I went, he was a great freedom fighter back in the day and that. He didn't really well against the English and all that. Proud of the man until he was captured and stuff. And then, oh right, oh you mean young William? Yeah. Well, these two matches, it's a shame we can't see royalties, but I've just been told that it's as much of a fudge fest as the one that we can kind of see. So for the purist out there, he's missing out on a great tactical battle, and for the people with bad eyesight trying to see this one, you're not missing much. I don't actually mind people tapping the pack when it's tight like that. I mean, as I was saying earlier, time to Kieran, that most people, if anybody's ever tapped the pack against me, I've just smashed them open. A couple of times I've potted the black and I've had to kind of sit with my tail between my legs, but it's...
The amount of people I've played though, Stevie, that tap break because they're getting beat, and then one, don't know how to play one bit of safety, and then two, just try and go for a crazy finish the shot later.
Is there any more live pool? Not tonight, James. What you can see is all that's the last 16 doesn't start till 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, so there's Craig as quick as... I would swear that Craig has got this on some kind of automatic response, man. He's so quick with the responses. Must have fingers like lightning.
Takes me half an hour to type my name.
I'm like that on my phone with one finger.
The one finger punch.
Lee Killen's got a tap in there for Indy struggling.
So guys, Lee's got a good chance on the table. That's hard for us to see, but Tam said a wee look at the door and he should be getting these.
Connor Dawson's took I think it's a 12th frame there against Scott Rotary, so he levels the game up at 6 each.
Connor Davidson, sorry.
Don't know why I keep reading it. If you hear your computer, it looks like a W and then just SON at the end.
No worries, James. Tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. There should be matches on. Well, there will be matches on the live the whole way through, so should be good viewing. It's been some standard so far.
You done next weekend, Preston? You playing the Optima, take it?
What's next weekend?
You can here.
You and I baking.
Hey, I am there next week.
You and I based, you know?
No, for the Worlds, I didn't enter the Worlds. I had other things kind of planned, and some of them I've kind of shuffled about, but I just decided it was probably a bit too much for me anyway. I considered coming down. John Joe's coming down on a Sunday to play in the seniors and we'll start a couple of spaces. I thought about maybe coming down, but aye.
What, next weekend?
Mhm.
How's the seniors will start this year?
I think so, aye. I think the seniors, the last 32 seniors has played in this. I don't know, I could be wrong, but that was what John Joe said. He's coming down to help us with the tables, to get all the tables away. And he's... Aye, he's coming down till the Sunday.
Help me start the tournament at 6 o'clock on the Friday, but he's not in the draw the Thursday, he's probably trying to get names.
What's your background chat? Picking up everything.
What did we say?
Picking up your background chat. We were speaking just then.
What did we say?
You seen the picking a background chat?
Stand by what I said.
I didn't even hear it, but I was just talking about the...
I think they did though.
Alright, I was talking to Tam there, guys, about the...
I can't remember what you were talking about. Anyway,
I was talking about next week's
Probably a
is
lot
it
of
the
rubbish.
UK EBA Open. I don't know if everybody watching is involved in whether it be the IPA or other things next week, but there is still down here on these tables. There is still tournaments needing a few players. The Open, a seniors event. I'm not sure about the. There you go. The Open, the ladies, the seniors, the masters, the grandmasters. So anybody interested, get on and
Lee
get
Cullen
yourselves
getting at
entered.
the
It should
big
be great events. It's in here on these tables, so look forward to that. That'll be really good as well.
I think Lee Cullen just gave it the big one there with the big fist pump after winning his 85-minute tactical frame.
So
84 then, Preston.
So Lee is obviously pumped up. Good on you, son. Let's see what you've got. 8-7 up. Rory's match is with Connor Davison, 6-all. Amazing how many of these last 32 ties have been so close. There was only 1 or 2 kind of runaways at the start, but so Lee has gone 8-7 up as he tapped the pack, but there we see Sean just smashing them open. Cluster to the left hand. Most of the balls have went to the left hand side. Well, it looks as if, although he's tried to smash them open, that the frame's going to be tight. Well, Lee's had a pop there. He's had a pop to try and get things into play, and it looks as if he might be. No, he's not. He hoped he was on that there. It looked, well, obviously we're looking the same screen as you, so it looked as if he maybe had a chance, but he's obviously not on it. Very, very tight matches still to be finished here. Seen a few guys coming in and getting a box of the balls and going in to the back room for a practice. Big matches tomorrow in the last 16.
As you can see, Craig Martin's just put in the chat there that the tables are going to be tight for next week for the EBA tournament next week. I can't agree more than that, eh? We've seen how tight they are, and it's only the second day of this. They're going to be tight tomorrow, but for next week, I'll show you how tight these are really going to be.
Yep, they're tightening up. I mean, it's only the end of the second day, and you guys have seen it as well on the stream, but we've seen it across all the tables that there's shots that were maybe just draw them in and maybe just getting away with them at the start. Now, if you're missing them, they're staying. There's still shots. I mean, I spoke about the one with Davy Markey. There's still shots. If you roll them in at the right pace, they will go. Davy's tried to play it with loads and loads of confidence, just slam it in. But as we've said, when you miss right now on these tables, you miss. And for this tournament, and I think for any tournament, do you know what? No matter if it's a pro event, no matter what it is, I think this is the tables it should be.
Completely agree. Cannot agree more.
So awkward trying to see what's going on in that table. I suppose I could walk out and stand right next to it right enough, but you guys can actually see what's happening on the screen to an extent. Might end up putting everybody off standing next to the table talking, but sorry guys, man, you're road. Let me have a wee look over your shoulder to see. He's on it, boys.
Interviewing people as the game's getting played.
There's young Morgan in the background after his epic 10-9 win, and I would say deserved. with the amount of run-outs or dishes or whatever it is you want to call them. It was a cracking match that he was obviously involved in. That would have been a good match for the stream as well, but I think we were spoilt with the match we had as well. Declan Duff is obviously through to the last 16, and for me has to be considered one of the favourites. He's on absolute fire. Barry Lynn knocked out the tournament favourite. Barry was always going to be in with a chance. Too good a player when he gets going, and he is still in with a shout as well. So I must admit, guys, it's hotting up. The last 16 is going to be pretty special.
I think you've just mentioned obviously Barry there. He's knocked out one of the favourites, Ryan Davies. That's people obviously in Scotland know Barry and they know how good he is. But again, he was another one that we mentioned, a bit like Davy Markey, and he's someone that the UK really don't know how good he is. Like, and I think even in Scotland sometimes he's a wee bit of a dark horse in Scotland as well. But Barry Lynn's an unbelievable player. He's capable of winning tournaments just like any other top class player as well. He is that talented and he knows the game inside out as well. He's been and done it.
Lee's played that pot in the top bag. I'm looking to see, I mean, the way they're clustered down the bottom, he obviously feels he can smash these open and with a bit of luck maybe land on one of the reds that he's hoping to land on. Oh, you like trying to nick that just inside. Really hard for us to see on the screen, but he's trying to go cushion first, flick the yellow, and then knock it in. Kieran's going to go and have a wee glance just now. As you can see, guys, Kieran has showed up on the outside to have a wee peek, see how that game is looking and see how the reds are situated. It looks like Sean's up against it though. He doesn't look like he's got a whole lot on. Kieran's back after having a wee peek there. What's it looking like?
The bottom left hand side corner, there's who's on reds again? I keep forgetting.
Lee's on reds.
Obviously, Lee's on reds. He's got two reds blocking the yellow. I think the yellow might be able to squeeze past, but it's one of the ones that you have to be perfect in line with it to get it, or there's no chance of it getting past. But I think Lee's still in control of that side, absolutely, because unless you're perfect on the yellow to possibly squeeze it in, and there's no chance you've been able to squeeze it in. So I do think that Lee's still favouring it in this frame.
Yeah, you can see with Sean's expressions that he's not feeling it, he's not really seeing anything that he can manoeuvre, to play, to go and be aggressive. And Lee looks big favourite in this frame, but we all know that can change in the blink of an eye. As you can see, guys, races to 10 all the way through as well. Now from this last 32 stage, obviously the winner's side has been playing first to 10 the whole way. The people coming through the one-loss side was first to 7. So it will be first to 10 now from this stage all the way to the final.
Someone's just won in our frame on table 8 as well, between Connor Davidson and Scott Rory. We'll get that, whoever won that frame will get that for you in a minute.
Normally at this stage somebody comes on and tells us who it is, whilst the
Scott
scores.
Rory.
Yep, Scott Rory.
Scott Rory claims the 13th frame.
We have the scores here as well, guys. Next day is on the laptop. It's just a slight delay on between the tablet and the. So anytime we're wondering who's got the frame, that's the reason for it.
16.
Let me see, so let me have a wee look here. So guys, I don't know if you have checked on your Q score yourselves, but last 16 draw is Jonathan Roberts against Tabit Jouad, Dylan Mitchell versus Keith Keddo. Is it Keldy? Keldy, sorry. Davy Markey is awaiting the winner of match 214, and Scott Pope is waiting the winner of match 215, which is obviously these two guys that's on just now. So Davy's waiting the winner of Connor Davison and Scott Rorty, and Scott is awaiting the winner of Sean and Lee. Then after that, we've got Ronan Fay against Barry Lynn, Morgan McInnes against Declan Duff. Well, guys, this is the first I've seen the draw. It was Kieran that just said to us there to pop it up and maybe read it out, and if that game is not on the stream, I would be surprised. Those two absolutely had epic displays tonight. And then you've got Aaron Watts, Ross Smith, and Cian Monaghan and Darren McCarthy. It's not up to me who's on the stream, guys. It's I think it's just a case of the guys that are in form. There'll obviously be a couple of stream tables as usual, so hopefully no matter who's on it tomorrow, guys, it's an absolute epic. But that's the draw for you. Some really tasty ones there.
I think the match that sticks out for us definitely has to be Morgan McInnes, Declan Duff. Obviously, seen what Morgan's just done in his last frame there to take that out under all the pressure, and then obviously Declan's performance against Gareth Higgins, pretty much no miss pool. So that's definitely going to be the match of the last 16 in my opinion.
Yep, totally agree.
So without doubt, in my opinion, I think that should be definitely on the mainstream table, that one, because that's going to be an absolute epic game, that.
So that one could be by popular demand. Back to where we are right now. These two guys are fighting tooth and nail to try and get anything from this frame. Not giving an inch. And that's testament to how much it means to them. Lee tried to be aggressive at the start. Well, obviously it was Sean's break, but then Lee tried to force the issue with the red down into the bottom left bag. I think he was trying to move the yellow and flick the other red in. Didn't work out. Don't know what Lee was looking for there. Do you know what, guys? I'm going to have a 2-minute bathroom break, and I'm going to have a peek at that frame at the same time. I'm going this way first.
And I'm going that way.
I've hoped it.
Are you able to unlock it with that?
Oh, fuck aye. back, guys. I'm back. Had a wee peek. It's tight. So Lee's got the hanger in the bottom right pocket. And obviously, if he pots it, it looks like it's going to be a re-rack.
The Canadians has made an exhibition in Canada.
He must be on this. So this will be an aggressive play. He's not really had much of a choice. Sean's asked for a referee for this one. 7 each in the match with Rorty, guys. Speaking to Craig there, by the way, and he says the next person who asks for a zoom in, he's turning the stream off and going to his bed. He's only sitting up and keeping all the machines on so that you guys can catch the end of this game. The camera that's centred just now can't go any further, so the guy is sitting quite tired, but he's keeping all his machines on and running so you guys can at least see from distance this match. So thanks, Craig. As long as the camera's on, me and Kieran are stuck in the box. So please someone say zoom in so Craig turns it off. I'm just playing with you guys. No, but he did say stop annoying him. Paddy.
No naming names, are you?
Craigie, I don't know if you're still up, mate. You, well, there you go, guys. If you can zoom in on your phones, then that'll help out as well. See, to be honest, guys, I've walked outside and had obviously had a peek over to see the tables, and what you can see on the camera is a lot closer than actually where it is. So I mean, I've went out and it's actually right down the other end of the hall. So it's actually not a bad view considering the distance between the camera and the tables. Craigie Martin, are you down next week for the EBA? You are, aren't you, playing the seniors? Even though the tables will tighten up, and they are getting obviously tighter, they're a joy to play on. They are an absolute joy to play on, so I can vouch for that, mate. You'll be looking forward to playing on these tables, and Craigie, I could be doing me a munchy box. I've not ate since Thursday. Wasn't feeling too good yesterday and this morning, so I felt it was in my best interest just to go easy today, and I've done that. So I'm going to get a munchy box for my breakfast in the morning. Well, this looks like this match is going to go 8 each. thing with that is Sean was probably second favourite for most of that frame, and it just takes one or two shots to change that, and it has. What has he done? Has he landed? He looks as if he's stunned at the white and not landed where he was looking. I think he's worried about the white here. Right, so the white's on the cushion and he's jacking up slightly. He could lose the white here. I think he only needs to drop it in though. Oh, he's worried about the white ball there, as you could see, guys. Craig, you'll absolutely love it. The tables are a joy to play on, mate. An absolute joy. It's very rare that you hear me bigging up tables at tournaments. I'm normally complaining about something, and the only thing I could complain about this weekend so far is the silly misses that I had when I was playing. For whatever reason or other, I just couldn't seem to. I played some great pool at times, to be honest, some fantastic pool at times. It was just minor errors, so that's the difference. That's the difference of still being playing right now and sitting in the commentary box, which I don't mind either, to be honest. And that's all we need, guys. In Roty's game, they're off for a 4.5 hour bathroom break.
Yeah, Connor Davidson took out a lovely finish there to take another frame off of Roty. Currently leads Roty 8 frames to 7.
Oh, big turnaround in that match. Scott Roty's always been in front, I think, up till now. So 8-7 to Connor. If any of the guys that were asking about Connor earlier are still on, then Connor has kicked on to an 8-7 lead.
I've actually got a stream from this. My mum's stream. I'll let you know on Facebook. So we'll be able to see quite delayed action. So I've got half a stream. My phone's dying now, so we'll still get some. I can work my phone. Justin.
That's probably a good shout, right enough, because he's away to the toilet. So might start it again when he's back. Well, we might be able to give some information on Connor and Roty's game when they come back from the toilets. Possibly have a live feed on someone's phone that we can tune into. Yep, no, Craigie, definitely. They are. It's obviously everybody's got differences of opinion, and that's fine. That's everybody's entitled to it. I just think they just seem to play a lot more true. Maybe it's the cloth that's on it this weekend, I don't know, but it just seems to be a lot more true than what most of the other tables that I've played on. There always seems to be issues here and there. Even the table I've got in the Gart Craig, as you know, is a Blackball table. The table was sitting out for over a week without being moved, and every day that we went into play on it, it never once had to be re-levelled. It seemed to be fine in place, whereas I've been in many a place where every couple of hours it seems as if someone's levelling a Supreme. So I'm not here to be some kind of crazy advocate and advertisement for any specific kind of table makers, but I just think these tables are great. That's just my opinion. I love the old Simply tables. We used to have them in the Roadhouse where I played pool years ago, and I found out from Ross when I says, you know what, Ross, these remind me of the Simply tables from years ago, and he said, Stevie, it's the same company that make them. So it made a lot of sense to me that the company that made the Simply tables that I once had for years and years in the pub and absolutely loved make these tables, so probably the reason why I quite like them. So 8-all, guys, 8-all with Sean and Lee. It's been a bit of an epic battle. Sean true to the way he's been playing and smashes the balls open. And next Waiting on rotating that getting going again. They're on table 8, I think, and it's 870 corner at the moment. So
I think we will be able to get a wee stream for Rory's game as well. Nothing to do with Scottish Q Sports live streaming though. I think it's just a supporter of Rory's that'll have it on their live stream, so we'll be able to give you live information.
yep, we can give you the information as it comes in. Looks as if Connors came and went. Is he maybe took his cue to the toilet and left it in there? I don't know. He's off again. I don't think anyone in this venue has got any intention of finishing tonight. It's hard to see, guys, but it looks like Sean has a chance. And we'll probably get a rough idea of how he plays this shot. That tells you that he's played a great safety.
That's a brilliant shot. You can
Cross
see it for
double
there
in
how
behind,
great
yep.
it is. What a shot that is.
And there's Rory on his way back. The double from Lee has landed just short, so maybe a half chance here for Sean if he decides to go. Young Kieran here's going to bolt his mum in the toilet so that he can get back on comms tomorrow. She's wanting to drag him home first thing in the morning.
I need to stay for Morgan and Declan if that's on the stream.
That's, I mean, that's a given. You have to be here for
stay
that.
for that. Yeah.
Down for breakfast, get your bags packed away in the car, and then get in for that match. Which, I mean, I'd be surprised if that's not the one that's on the stream.
Absolutely, absolutely. I don't know, obviously we want to see different players in the stream and that, but to have a game like that, not to be on the stream would just be criminal. Eh?
Declan's performance was epic, and Morgan's came through a 10-9 with, I think, 5-6 run-outs in the match, and apparently the finish he took to win it was unbelievable. So, listen, I suppose no matter what match we get, it'll be pretty good, pretty exciting, but if there's a choice, I'd be surprised if that's not it. Here we go. Is he cutting this back? If he gets it, he should be perfect. He's not got
There you
it
go.
though.
Shows you again how tight these bags are, Stevie, isn't it? We keep mentioning it. How these bags are becoming tighter and tighter by the match. And there's another example of how tight these bags are. Knuckles are becoming quite bouncy as well, aren't they? Because start of the weekend, well, I say start of the weekend only yesterday, that bag either probably would have dropped or would have just hung. Instead, it's rattled and it's came across to Leeds Red. So yeah, as we keep saying, the tables are playing a lot tighter, and the knuckles are becoming more springier.
That's it. Nothing's a given anymore. Even though, I mean, you could see that Sean's missed that with quite a bit, but it's not even stayed right in the heart of the pocket, so Lee might have an opportunity to play a ball down inside it and clear the bag.
Absolutely, I think the two reds, I think one's just above the middle and then one's just to the left hand side of it. He's got two opportunities. I think he might possibly have a red, we can't see it perfectly, but he might have a red at the top of the table that he wants to take care of first.
Yep.
And then it'll obviously be the 2 yellows there. So I think he's got 2 bites at the cherry here to knock to knock Sean's yellow out the way to free his bad red. But we'll see what he plays.
He's played the red on the top. It was just off the cushion.
So I don't know if Sean's got a yellow just above the bulk line where Sean has it, because there does look on
looks
stream
like
to
there's
be
two
a
balls,
dark
yeah.
spot, doesn't it? Lee's actually got 5 reds in the table, so there's 2 reds as well up above the bulk line. So I think he'll be forced to take. He might take one of these now, or he might actually take the red, the straight red, to the pocket. He might either take the pocket, playing the percentage way, or he might actually try and play the attacking way of being able to develop it. Because if he plays the developing shot, he's actually got two reds at the top of the table to go at, and he has tried to develop it, and he's not.
Get it out, and all of a sudden, I think Sean
He's
can get
opened
in
up the
and
whole game, hasn't he?
it looks to me as if Lee has blown this frame. I won't count any chickens just yet, but he looks absolutely sick with himself.
With the body language of Lee, you've got to say, kind of looks as if that he has left Sean a great chance here to be taking out the finish, but obviously we can't see it as good as they can. But
Yep, from Lee's expressions, it looks like he's left a good chance.
nailed it.
I don't know if I'm seeing the 2 of them doing it, so I don't know if they're meaning it, but when each other's on shots, they're both standing up and stuff, and I know they're behind each other, but sometimes you can kind of sense when somebody's over your shoulder, do you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And I've actually noticed both of them have done it at times during this, and maybe one or the other started it, and both have just continued to do it, but
it could be a wee bit. I know a lot of the time, sometimes people tell you, like, you'll hear it, especially when you're in team games, like when you're playing your opponent, you'll obviously stand them, but as well when you're playing your opponent, you'll oh, that just went there. But you'll often hear the shout, chalk your cue, and that's just to
no, definitely.
that's just to make your opponent think that you're getting back to the table, puts that wee bit of pressure on your opponent, thinking that they're going to come back. And
I just think that, see, at the end of the day, like for instance there, Sean's at the table, Lee can't do anything, so you're as well just sitting there.
absolutely.
If you want to get up, even if it's to walk out, you can see he's over next to the engine and stuff. See if you want to do that after he's played the shot. I also noticed, as I say, Sean he was sitting down on the seat with the jacket on it. Lee went to play a shot and he stood up behind. And I'm not saying they're meaning to try and, because it's behind each other. But I must admit, there's many a times I've been down on a shot myself, and I can feel. I know the guy was sitting down, and then as soon as I look round, they're standing behind me, and I go, I knew he was over my shoulder there, and you definitely can sense it, you can feel it, and at times I suppose you can see it, and maybe the shadow casted over you, I don't know, but can you imagine a game of snooker, John Higgins and Judd Trump, and every time they play a shot, the two of them just stand up? It's, even if it was somebody in the crowd just randomly standing up behind it, it wouldn't be allowed. But as I say, they're doing it behind each other, so it's not like they're getting in each other's face and jumping in and up in the shots. Maybe it's just the excitement and the pressure where they're desperate to get up and have a look. But
I think Scott Rorty, or it might actually be Connor, because he's obviously got an 8-7 lead, but could be Rorty. I've never known Rorty to be tap breaking, but I think there was a tap break on table number 8? Table number 8 between Connor Davidson and Scott Rorty. I think there was a tap break, but I do actually think it's came through Rorty there, because we have got a wee bit of live footage here. It might be a wee bit delayed as well, but there was a tap break, and I think Connor's just went right in and smashed them all up, basically giving Rorty the benefit of the doubt to see if he can make anything of it. But I don't think, if it is Rorty that has tap broke, I don't think Connor wants anything to do with that. the safety game. He just wants in and to finish everything, I think.
So this is massive here. Lee Killen at the table, 9-8 down. Both he and Sean have had great displays. Two of them have dug in, they've scrapped, they've clawed. There's been some great pool, there's been some scrappy pool. It's just one of these epic battles, first to 10, nobody wants to give an inch. And it's 9-8 Sean, so will it end after this for him, or will it continue into a decider? We've got a kind of Facebook live feed from Yorkie. We think he's actually dancing to Michael Jackson while he's videoing it. But we've got some kind of visual on the table, so this is an idea of what shots are getting played.
I think Rory's on the reds. There's a lot of yellows, and
I was watching him playing a shot and I looked round, he was stunning. So there's a slight delay.
there is a slight delay on this, but currently there is a few balls, including like the 8 ball and a few corners, yellows, and there is reds that are all in the middle of the table.
There's a caterpillar on the screen. And it's gone away. So Lee is at the table here, knowing fine well that to get to a decider he has to take a really good finish here. It's late, guys. There's huge matches tomorrow morning at 10 AM, and I hope everybody's had a good shift watching it since I've come into the booth, so I hope it was better than it was before anybody was commentating. I don't know if anybody was in before I ever was, but hope it's been okay. And then been good to be joined with Kenny earlier, then Keith. Obviously young Preston sat and nodded for half an hour, and then young Kieran has been superb for the rest of the night, so big shout out to him. Here we go, Lee, this is your chance. Oh, he's got it. And does the black go? I don't know if it does. Go and check for us, Kieran.
Yeah, the black goes. You can take it into the right hand side corner, left hand side on your screen. Tough pot, but nothing to do with the cue ball here, so it's just 100% on the pot here. See if he nails it.
He's walked in from miles away. Here we go. Lee Killen to go hill. Is he cutting this back?
Yeah, I think he's cutting it back. Yep, he's absolutely nailed it, and he's gave it another big one to go into a decider.
Good to see that Lee hasn't lost any of the belly fire that he had when he was a young pup. I remember Lee was a teenager. I think it was in the ballroom in Glasgow, and he was in for some kind of, I think it was an under 18s or under 21 Scotland kind of thing. They were all in doing some kind of tournament exhibition, practicing for maybe Bridlington, and Lee was going round the entire building asking everybody to play him for 20 quids. And he wasn't shy of playing anyone. So here we go, guys, 9-0.
A lot of people over for Canada. I think they're over. You can see them.
Big Canadian guy, absolutely loving
the big
it.
Canadian guy's absolutely loving it. I think he's a fit. Oh, it looks as if Lee's got a tap break here. He's raised the butt of his cue, and yep,
And it's a tap break.
classic
And I think
classic
once
Scotland.
past the middle,
I think we'll be here till 1 o'clock in the morning after that
it's gonna
tap
be a
break.
re-rack, guys. He's going to. Yep, that's only one
Is that
past
foul
the
break,
middle.
is it? I'll have another look. He failed to pot one, so
That's why Sean's
Could
looking
be.
to the side. I think it's a foul break.
yep, it's a foul break. And he's chose to re-rack them, so I think when you're in a decider,
I tell you what, how sick will it be here for Lee if he gets broken disc
Broken
after
disc.
that?
Well, there is a possibility because the amount of times we've seen it in this, especially in this tournament, where there's been absolute unbelievable splits and then you've went dry.
Yep.
Where Lee's got the advantage of, Sean has got the advantage of, if he does go dry and he keeps white on the table and they're absolute dollies, he has gotten our shot
Yep,
because
that's
it is one of these.
So,
it is just.
So he's basically got 2 visits from here for anyone that doesn't know. Even if nothing goes, he's got a second visit. So if nothing goes in and all the balls are still sitting pretty, then Sean has got a great chance to win this match.
He's cut break, which meant, yep, he has potted
He's
one now,
already
so
got one. Now how are they sitting?
we'll have a look. Not really got the best of views here. I think it is quite an awkward table to come at, so the great splits we were talking about, I don't think they've came true in this decider, but I think if you're in Lee Killen's position, all you want is a chance.
Yep.
That's all you ask for when you're in a decider, is a chance.
All you can do is influence it as best you can when you're at the table. Right now Sean's at the table. He took the opportunity to take the break, smashed them open, and they haven't come out as good as he would have hoped, but he's at the table and that's where you want to be.
Obviously it is a decider and obviously Sean is at the table. What's your opinion? Obviously you see Lee there basically just leaning on the pool table with his cue on the table. What do you think of that? Do you think that's kind of a wee bit of a... Sometimes it can be seen as kind of...
Yep, I mean, obviously...
Hoping you're getting back?
There's loads and loads of times where you'll play a shot and then you'll go and stand. There's times you'll sit and stuff like that. But I think probably in this situation, I mean, it's not me running it, but I'd probably have said to the 2 guys, listen, in between shots, just a wee bit of respect to you. Just sit down, allow the other guy to do their bit. I suppose if Lee just stands there and doesn't move, fair enough. If he starts moving from side to side, but I don't see any of that happening. I think he's went there before. As soon as he's full break, he went straight to that table, put his cue down, and he's no moved for there. So I think as long as you're not moving about in somebody's eye line, then I think. See, I'm not keen on that stuff at all.
Look, this he's moving about. He's actually out of shot there. It's obviously.
But Sean can see everything he's doing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Sean is so focused on the table, and he might not even notice that. But I think for viewing, when you've seen someone's opponent walking about the arena, it's maybe not the best thing. I wouldn't mind it personally. It doesn't bother me. But
listen, each to their own. Lee's obviously just trying to have a wee peek in it, and he's clever. He's wide enough. If it puts Sean off, then he's not going to bat an eyelid. He'd rather do a cartwheel and celebrate if he does. But I mean, he knows exactly what he's doing there. I mean, he's thinking Sean's facing this way. I'll go for a wee wander. See if he'll follow me instead of the balls. But listen, they're too long in the tooth. They're two good players, and whether or not this frame is won or lost by whatever shots that are played, I don't think it'll be decided by whether Lee walks to the left or Sean walks to the right. So
you can see, you can see Lee there checking as quick as. Never seen him move so fast in all my life. You can see him
see if
checking.
that was me, I'd be like that. Sit down. sit, just go and sit. But then that way, that reaction, that's you. You're out the zone. You're not.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
absolutely.
I think Sean's doing the right thing by just concentrating on the table and not bothering about anything else.
think what Lee is doing, obviously we've mentioned it, is standing and moving and checking shots and all of that. Obviously, I think someone of Sean's calibre and what we know he can do, he's very experienced, so he's probably seen everything in pool with opponents putting stuff off, so it might not bother him as well.
How many times have you
So
been
yeah,
in the counties
absolutely.
and stuff? I think when it's individuals and you're only playing against a man,
Yeah.
sometimes the slightest thing can make the difference.
Absolutely.
When it's team events and that, you can't expect all the bravado and carry on, but
I think Sean's actually landed a wee bit awkward here. I know his white's up against the cushion. He doesn't look 100% confident walking around the table, but we'll see what he's got. I'll have a quick look. I think he's checking if it goes in the middle, but I'm not too sure. Yep, he nails the pot in the middle. And I think he's only got one more red. He either takes it down the bottom or takes it in the middle, depending on what angle he's got. If he does take it down the bottom, I don't know what angle he's got to with the white, if it is going towards the yellow. But if he is straight on this red, the shot is to play the red down to the bottom right corner. But as we say, we don't know what angle he's got in it. I think he is looking at the middle pocket.
here we go. It's
looks
a
like
big
he's-
shot.
Yep, he's back up.
Not too sure about
He's just
it.
making sure. Get a big shot to get into the quarter final.
Lee is dancing about. Can't sit at peace. He's got ants in his pants.
I think we should hand the mic over to Lee and for him to commentate. What do we think? Yep. Don't know by the angle if he's taking it down. Could be taking this in the middle here. Yep, he has. Yep, he's nailed it. He looks if he is perfect on the black here, but not too sure with the angle we've got. Yep, I think this is an easy enough shot.
Come on, Lee, don't walk into his line.
And he's nailed it. Brilliant game there between.
Absolutely class. Both of them were absolute superb. Lee, good sport at the end there. Sean dug in great. So guys, that's it. As you hear that, it's all obviously going to get switched off now. Craig's going to get that dealt with. So I hope you all enjoyed it, guys, and probably catch you tomorrow.
Hopefully.
Good night, guys.